Chapter 5002. Ling Xiao frowned. The heart-piercing thorn didn't escape and actually returned to Lotus Flower. It seemed that this person's hatred for him wasn't small. He probably became an undead. His thoughts were quickly confirmed. Someone walked out from behind Lotus Flower. It was indeed the heart-piercing thorn, but the current one was obviously much stronger than before. He probably ate the heart of a powerhouse. Luckily, it didn't surpass the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the heart-piercing thorn. This heart-piercing thorn's strength was on par with the Great Devil Emperor. No, to be exact, it should be slightly stronger. Because he was an assassin, he had more experience in killing people than the Great Devil Emperor. His combat skills were also more exquisite. He had to use all his strength to kill this person. Luckily, he was about to break through. His cultivation C was about to enter the next stage. Perhaps this battle would help him achieve his goal. You really have a wicked sense of humor. Turning others into your puppets to fight for you. How abominable. I really hate you more and more. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed endless killing intent. He had met many people who deserved to die. Without a doubt, this Lotus Flower was definitely at the top of the list. He had to kill him. Haha, I, Lotus Flower, have never been afraid of being hated by others. Because I'm a genius, what I want to do is to make others hate me. Alright, even if you want to hate me, you have to wait until you survive. Heart-piercing thorn, kill him and take revenge for your brother. Lotus Flower smiled and waved his hand lightly. He let the heart-piercing thorn kill Ling Xiao, but Lotus Flower didn't have the intention to leave. It was obvious that this guy didn't have enough confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Therefore, he planned to let the strengthened heart-piercing thorn test Ling Xiao on the spot, so that he could be prepared for battle. Just as Lotus Flower finished speaking, the heart-piercing thorn already moved. The ice-tooth diagram of annihilation was much more powerful and terrifying than before. In that instant, Ling Xiao was actually unable to completely block it. Nearly 10 ice fangs pierced into his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. It forcefully blocked the ice teeth, preventing them from penetrating too deeply. Of course, this injury was also part of Ling Xiao's plan. He could feel how powerful the Lotus Flower was, so he had to become even more powerful. And the only way to speed up his cultivation was to risk his life. It was fine as long as he didn't die. It was because of the heart-piercing stab that Ling Xiao successfully opened the door to a breakthrough. He advanced from the mid-4th level of the Divine Body Realm to the late 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. His battle prowess had once again increased by more than 10 times. His confidence in killing the Lotus Flower had also increased. Ling Xiao, you'd best be serious. Else, if I am displeased, I will immediately kill the demonic flood dragon. In any case, you've already walked right into the trap and came here. I can take my Di Zun physique out of your body anytime. Lotus Flower threatened coldly. Save it, old man. You want to threaten me? If you have the ability, you can try and see if you can take back your Di Zun physique. Don't worry, I won't destroy it. I will merge it into my body. I will make your soul lose the chance to control it completely. Ling Xiao sneered. You'd better not threaten me again. I don't like being threatened. If you piss me off, I can really do anything. Lotus Flower's face was gloomy. Once again, he felt that it was troublesome. Ling Xiao was simply unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he was so smart that it was a little crazy. He could instantly grasp his weakness and counterattack. Although he was furious, he had to admit that he had lost this bickering. He had lost completely. HMPH, defeat the heart-piercing thorn first. Lotus Flower snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao didn't bother with him anymore. In order to not expose his trump card, the battle between him and the heart-piercing thorn was really difficult. It was also very dangerous. However, after an hour of fierce battle, he still won despite being covered in injuries. During this process, he didn't use time stop or time reversal. He didn't even use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He relied completely on a head-on battle and his exquisite skills to win. A look of disdain flashed across Lotus Flower's eyes. You actually want to challenge me with such strength? Am I overthinking things? In his opinion, Ling Xiao wasn't worth paying too much attention to. Although Ling Xiao had defeated the heart-piercing thorn, the gap between them was still very big. It seemed that it was time to carry out the final plan. Come in. Lotus Flower didn't stop them anymore. Instead, he waved his hand and let Ling Xiao enter the Divine King's mausoleum. The Divine King's mausoleum had been completely transformed by Lotus Flower into his palace. The coffins in the mausoleum still existed. It looked gloomy and eerie. However, the other party was Lotus Flower and the Death Spirit Emperor. It was very suitable for them to live here. The current Lotus Flower looked like a handsome young man from the outside. Ling Xiao could feel that he had already fused the Demon Sovereign's body and the Divine Sovereign's body. Only the Sovereign's body was left. His strength had increased a lot. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I couldn't see through it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi felt a huge pressure. Bai Yi even suspected that his delusional wish to perish together with this terrifying enemy was just a dream. I've always wanted to kill you. But no matter how hard I try, I can't kill you. Perhaps fate will let the two of us meet again. I'm still willing to give you a chance. I hope you can cherish it. Lotus Flower said indifferently. Until now, he hadn't completely given up on recruiting Ling Xiao. Because in the repeated confrontations, Lotus Flower realized that Ling Xiao might be his best successor. This kid's talent was too outstanding. If he could become his disciple. What were Eternal Divine Nation's enemies to them if they worked together? I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Where's the serpent's soul? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. You should know why I'm here. Give me the serpent's soul, and I'll give you the sovereign's body. Qin Huang and Bai Yi both looked shocked when they heard this. However, they didn't say anything. They believed that Ling Xiao would take care of everything. You really surprise me. You want to trade the serpent's soul for my sovereign's body? I'm not dreaming, am I? Sometimes, things were too easy for people to be suspicious. Especially smart people. They were bound to be suspicious when faced with this kind of situation. Lotus Flower was no exception. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would trade his sovereign's body for the serpent's soul. The serpent's soul was nothing to him. It was completely useless. If he really wanted to trade, he wouldn't have hesitated. However, he was wondering if Ling Xiao had some sort of scheme. Otherwise, how could he have one so easily? Chapter 5003. What? Even the all-powerful and arrogant Emperor Lianhua knows fear? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Isn't this what you've always wanted? Ling Xiao mocked. Now that I've given it all to you, you're afraid to accept it. Are you afraid? Lotus Flower chuckled softly. I'm just being cautious. Let's not talk about that. I hope you'll consider my offer. I'm sure you already know who I am, don't you? I come from Eternal Divine Nation and am one of its great emperors. As long as you follow me, I can spare the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'll take you to Eternal Divine Nation. We'll be able to develop even more there. A cultivator there can obtain the same amount of energy as tens of millions of cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What do you think? It's a good deal for you, isn't it? Your family and friends won't die, and neither will the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The ones who will die will be those cultivators who have nothing to do with you, right? Emperor Lianhua's sudden words took Bai Yi by surprise. As the former Golden Emperor, Bai Yi was a little tempted. Wasn't it his greatest wish to bring peace to the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If he were Ling Xiao, he would have chosen to sacrifice himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Ling Xiao wouldn't risk his life for no good reason. Are you done? Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower. Then I'll tell you my choice. And it'll solve the problem once and for all. I'll kill you. Kill? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. So many experts couldn't kill me. They could only seal me away. Do you think you can kill me? Great Emperor Lianhua laughed. That's right. I know your weakness very well. Others can't kill you, but I can. Ling Xiao said coldly, aren't all of you from Eternal Divine Nation afraid of the ancient race? The ancient race. Emperor Lianhua's expression turned extremely ugly when he heard this. How do you know about the ancient race? You don't need to know that. In short, you need to know that I have the ability to kill you. Now, it's up to you. Are you going to leave the four realms and return to your eternal divine nation, or do you want to fight to the death here? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression. You are lying. I was almost fooled by you. Perhaps you have only heard of the existence of the ancient race. You haven't even seen a cultivator from eternal divine nation. How dare you try to deceive me? Lotus Flower suddenly laughed and said loudly. Ling Xiao was still expressionless. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lotus Flower's expression was a little ugly. This Ling Xiao was really too difficult to deal with. He didn't even know if he was the evil leader or if Ling Xiao was the evil leader. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be shouting hot-bloodedly. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be fooled by him. But what was going on now? Sometimes, he wondered if there was a powerful old monster residing in Ling Xiao's body. That was why he had such a calm reaction. He didn't understand. Ling Xiao was hot-blooded, but not brainless. Only a brainless idiot would recklessly attack a powerful enemy without any strategy at all. Only a brainless idiot would be infuriated by a few words. Ling Xiao, if you don't agree to my request, I'll give you my word. The beings of the four realms and 9 worlds will become the source of my energy. I will use them to recover my cultivation until I reach my peak. Why do you care about them? To the strong, feelings were a luxury. As for the beings of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, they are lowly ants and livestock to begin with. You may not know this, but the people here choose to sacrifice the living to the gods of eternal divine nation. If you follow me, you will become their god. Why do you care about the position of ruler of the 4 realms and 9 worlds? God, ha ha, aren't you all as lowly as ants under the threat of the ancient races? Being weak isn't a sin. Not having the heart to become strong is a great sin. One day, even an ant will grow into a beast that can devour the gods. Alright, let's not talk about other things. Are you going to make the deal or not? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk to this guy full of twisted logic. Lotus Flower had lost his patience as well. He'd discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't going to listen to him. The two of them had completely different values. They couldn't possibly share the same pot. There was no point in saying more. Alright, we'll make the deal. Lotus Flower seemed to have made up his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll do something to your sovereign body now? Ling Xiao mocked. It doesn't matter. So what if you've done something to it? Give it to me. Give it to me and I'll release the serpent's soul immediately. Lotus Flower said. Why don't you give me the serpent's soul first? I don't trust your character. Ling Xiao said calmly. All right. Lotus Flower nodded. His attitude could be considered to have checkmated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. However, he realized something in an instant. Previously, when he'd entered the mausoleum of the Divine Kings, he'd felt that something wasn't right. At this moment, he'd suddenly realized something. Lotus Flower had said so much nonsense to him just now. He was simply stalling for time to carry out a plan. This plan could prevent him, Qin Huang, and Bai Yi from leaving. However, when it came to stalling for time, wasn't he doing the same? A few days ago, the undying King Ying Hai had successfully infiltrated the graveyard of the gods and laid low. As his cultivation method was exactly the same as the aura of the dead spirits, he wasn't suspected. Of course, even so, it was still a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, the battle at the Heaven Sanctuary and the incident at the Palace of Eternal Life happened. This caused Lotus Flower's attention to be elsewhere. This gave the Undying King an excellent opportunity. The Undying King had found the soul of the Mo Jiao long ago. However, he'd never had the chance to seize it. However, today, the opportunity had come. He'd secretly contacted Ling Xiao long ago and asked Ling Xiao to stall for time as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have said so much nonsense to Lotus Flower. Both sides wanted to stall for time. This matter had become interesting. Until this moment. Lotus Flower had completed his plan. Ling Xiao had also received a message from the Undying King. The soul of the Mo Jiao had been obtained. At that moment, both of them laughed. Of course, the meaning of their laughter was different. Sorry, this deal is off. The same words came from different people. Ling Xiao and Lotus Flower actually said the same thing at the same time. However, after speaking, their expressions were slightly different. Ling Xiao had long guessed that Lotus Flower had some plan. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Emperor Lianhua, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. Chapter 5004. How could Lotus Flower have known that the Undying King Yinghai existed in the 4 regions and 9 realms? He wasn't a dead spirit, but his aura was exactly the same as one. No matter how smart he was, he had miscalculated. Ling Xiao, what do you mean? Don't you want the demonic flood dragon's soul anymore? You keep saying that you are hypocritical, but when it comes to it, you cower. What a cowardly piece of trash. Lotus Flower's state of mind was clearly out of balance. Once again, just as he was feeling confident about his plan, Ling Xiao gave him a new shock. There is no need for that. I have already obtained the demonic flood dragon's soul. Ling Xiao chuckled. A ball of white light flew over at an extremely fast speed. It entered Ling Xiao's Dong Sheng Emperor ring in an instant. It entered the demonic flood dragon's body. However, because it had been separated from its body for a long time, it would probably take some time for the demonic flood dragon to recover. This was already enough. Why? How could this be? Lotus Flower recognized that it was the demonic flood dragon's soul. However, that soul had already been imprisoned by him. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from snatching it away, he hadn't even dared to bring it with him. However, why? This was really too inconceivable. Don't you know? The demonic flood dragon's soul is a little special. He is a beast god martialist with a high-level beast god position. Therefore, when his soul sensed the aura of his body, it would take the initiative to return. Of course, this was nonsense. The Undying King Yinghai had ultimately decided to stay and continue undercover. After all, no one knew whether Lotus Flower still had any trump cards. In case Ling Xiao couldn't kill Lotus Flower here, Yinghai could still be of great use as a spy. Ling Xiao's nonsense was naturally to protect Yinghai. Impossible. Its soul is imprisoned in the boundary. Even if it sensed its body, it wouldn't be able to escape. Lotus Flower wasn't that easy to fool. However, Ling Xiao still had a way to explain. Come back, master. Ling Xiao chose to reveal that his master was a Yuan Venerate. In any case, he was already at the peak of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No one could harm a Yuan Venerate. So what if he knew? A powerful spiritual energy form appeared, which shocked Lotus Flower even more. I'm not afraid to tell you that although Master doesn't have a physical body, he's extremely skilled in formations. Furthermore, even in the form of spiritual energy, he could still break the formation. That barrier of yours is completely useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As if to illustrate this point, the Yuan Venerate set up an array formation on the spot. It was a simple fire serpent array, but its might was 100 times stronger than the fire serpent array that Lotus Flower had seen before. Then, the Yuan Venerate returned to Ling Xiao's body. Seeing Lotus Flower's shocked expression, Ling Xiao knew that his strategy had worked. The Undying King Yinghai was hidden as a trump card that could affect the outcome of the battle. I'm starting to like you more and more. I'm starting to think that you'll be the key to my conquest of eternal divine nation. Are you sure you don't want to join? Lotus Flower's slightly terrified expression gradually returned to normal. After all, he was the big boss behind the scenes. Although this matter had caught him off guard, he was still a little surprised. Although the situation had caught him off guard, he hadn't lost yet. I'm not joining. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. All right, then I'll just have to kill all of you. Lotus Flower smiled coldly. Since you've already guessed what I've just set up, why don't you guess? You probably can't guess what I've done, can you? What's so difficult about that? If I'm not mistaken, you've already sealed off the Divine King's tomb. Although I don't know how you did it. What you're going to do next is kill all of us. We can't get out anyway, right? Ling Xiao smiled. That's too scary. You're really too scary. I'd better not take you as my disciple. If you do, I'm afraid I won't even know if you sell me off one day. Lotus Flower was clearly shocked. This Ling Xiao was as quick-witted as a demon. That's right. I've already completely sealed off this place. In fact, the Divine King's tomb has been under my control from the very beginning. Every mechanism and every array here is under my control. From the moment I finished setting up, all of you no longer had the chance to leave. So what if I stole the soul of the demonic flood dragon? All I need to do is kill all of you. As he spoke, the entire Divine King's tomb suddenly began to shake violently. Those originally still coffins suddenly opened by themselves. Warriors in armor walked out from the coffins one after another. However, their eyes were lifeless, as if they were ghosts. Do you still remember where this place is? The Divine King's tomb. Why do you think I've chosen to stay here? Lotus Flower's confidence returned, filled with killing intent and madness. You've taken control of the Divine King? Ling Xiao could only guess at this result. There must be the corpse of a powerful expert in the Divine King's tomb. If Lotus Flower had taken control of him, then everything in the Divine King's tomb would be under Lotus Flower's control. That's a good guess. You're very smart. However, what's the point of that? So what if you've guessed everything? Once you're dead, there's nothing left. Lotus Flower sneered. You're so confident that you can keep us here? Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression. I really hate that expression of yours. It's like you're always confident no matter what. Today, I'm going to completely destroy your confidence and make you understand. Everything you've done is just a futile struggle. Lotus Flower roared. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me how you've sealed off the Divine King's tomb? Ling Xiao asked. You think we're dead for sure anyway. Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence. What's the harm in telling you? Lotus Flower said disdainfully. Do you still remember the Dragon Shaman? The Dragon Shaman of the Divine Dragon Palace of the Savage Beast region sent me some good stuff. The thing that sealed the Divine King's tomb was a huge dragon that the Dragon Shaman and I created together. It's called the Pai Xiu Dragon. What the Pai Xiu Dragon swallows can never be released. Even if you don't die, you'll be tortured in the Pai Xiu Dragon's body forever. Don't worry, you won't be alone. There are many undead here to play with you. The Pai Xiu Dragon. Ling Xiao's expression was as indifferent as ever. There was no trace of nervousness or panic. Emperor Lianhua couldn't help but feel annoyed. What he wanted to see the most was Ling Xiao's terrified and helpless expression. Not like this. Thank you for telling me. Ling Xiao even laughed this time. Although I don't know how powerful the Pai Xiu Dragon is, why do we need to find the exit? As long as we kill it, won't we be able to leave? Why should I be afraid of such a simple thing? Bai Yi, Qin Huang, prepare for battle. Let's kill Lotus Flower first. As long as we kill him, the 4 regions and 9 worlds won't have so many tribulations. Chapter 5005. The battle was finally about to begin. Although he was very clear that this battle would be the most difficult battle he had encountered since coming to the 4 regions and 9 realms. But he could not avoid it. And he had to win. The aura of death began to spread throughout the Divine King's mausoleum. At this moment, the creatures swallowed by the Pai Xiu Dragon seemed to have become the source of Lotus Flower's energy. That feeling made one have to be cautious. Previously, when facing the Great Devil Emperor, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of worry. But this time, facing Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao really did not feel confident. I really shouldn't have wasted time on you. Although you have great talent. You have intelligence that even I am jealous of. But since you can't be used by me, then you can go to hell. Why don't you hand over my Di Zun body, and I will refine your body together. I believe that there must be some secret in your body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your cultivation to become so fast. Lotus Flower floated in mid-air. Black and white light shone behind him. This strange fellow had a pair of wings on his back. However, one of them was white in color. One of them was a pair of black wings. It was like a combination of an angel and a demon. Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower. He thought that this should be the effect of Lotus Flower's divine Zun body and demon Zun body. The power of divine Zun and demon fused into one body. The current Lotus Flower was even more powerful than when he had met him in the world of souls. Perhaps you think that I can't kill you because I haven't taken back the Di Zun body. You are simply too naive. Having the body of a divine Zun and demon Zun combined is enough to crush you. Lotus Flower's power continued to rise. And the divine king guards who had crawled out of the coffin had already attacked Ling Xiao and the other two. Ling Xiao did not make a move. Qin Huang and Bai Yi blocked the attacks of these powerful fellows for him. Although these guards' strength was far inferior to Qin Huang and Bai Yi's, there were too many of them. If it weren't for these two blocking for Ling Xiao would really be in trouble today. After all, he could not afford to be distracted when facing such a powerful opponent like Lotus Flower. Perhaps after you recover your former cultivation, I really won't be your match. However, even if you fused with the three of them, you probably wouldn't be able to reach even half of your former strength. After being sealed for so many years, it was impossible for it to recover in such a short time. I stopped your undead fruit tree plan and reduced your recovery speed to the lowest. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao chuckled. He was glad that he hadn't been able to stop Lotus Flower's actions. Perhaps the current Emperor Lianhua had already regained the strength of his former glory. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Today, he finally saw results. Of course, even so, this opponent was still not to be underestimated. He was still much stronger than him. If the Great Devil Emperor was like a great river in front of him, then the Lotus Flower was like a bottomless ocean. It was impossible to find out what this guy's upper limit was. However, even so, he had to dive into the water to find out. Without waiting for Lotus Flower to attack, Ling Xiao made the first move. He held the god-reversing sword in one hand and the hand of eternal life in the other. He pounced toward Emperor Lianhua at an astonishing speed. This attack was just a test, so it wasn't too powerful. After all, they had just come into contact. If he used his most powerful attack right away, there would be no room for maneuvering and he might even die. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. God-reversing art, 6-word style. Ling Xiao attacked with both hands. He didn't choose his most powerful moves. One was extremely fast, and the other was not weak. They were all to test his opponent. Not bad, but it's useless. Emperor Lianhua stood there motionlessly. Dozens of monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns appeared around him. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and even golden bricks, jade rui, and other strange offensive and defensive treasures. Ding! Although the void-shattering finger was extremely fast, it was still deflected. Lotus Flower used a strange defensive treasure. His entire body released green light, forming a cocoon-like light shield. However, although the void-shattering finger didn't work, the god-reversing art was extremely domineering. It tore the light shield apart. Unfortunately, after the light shield was torn apart, the power of the god-reversing art became much weaker. It couldn't even break Lotus Flower's protective divine energy. Black Lotus Treasure Light. Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. The attacks from both hands were neutralized. However, there was still the soul secret technique. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was not to be trifled with. He didn't expect to defeat his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. Therefore, he released 3 attacks at the same time. On one hand, it was to test his opponent's reaction. On the other hand, it was to test which attack would cause the most damage to this guy. Soul Secret Technique Attack. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in the move I taught you. No wonder so many stronger cultivators died at your hands. However, do you think my move can hurt me? Lotus Flower smiled faintly. A large bell appeared above his head and suddenly sounded. It actually broke the Black Lotus treasure light. Furthermore, it was so effortless. Use whatever other means you have. You keep saying that you want to kill me. It can't be just this bit of ability, right? If it's just this, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to run into me today. Lotus Flower easily neutralized Ling Xiao's 3 attacks without taking any damage. He couldn't help feeling pleased with himself. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly snapped his fingers. The sword energy fragments that were originally attached to Lotus Flower's protective divine energy suddenly exploded. A terrifying shockwave sent Great Emperor Lian Hua flying. A look of horror appeared in Lotus Flower's eyes. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. His body was completely blown apart. Although it healed in a short time, that kind of pain was unprecedented. The most terrifying thing was that this attack really dealt a serious blow to his confidence. This is the Dark God Palace's lightning sand. Lotus Flower's expression was incomparably ferocious. He completely lost his previous calmness. His face was slapped painfully enough. He just said that Ling Xiao couldn't even touch him. In the end, his body was blown apart. It was really too humiliating. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. I found this lightning sand on Black Blood Knife's body. It can be hidden in all attacks. It detonates with soul force. The stronger the soul force, the greater the power. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you didn't send those 3 trash to kill me, I also wouldn't have been able to obtain this treasure. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you just said that I couldn't touch you. What about now? Bastard. I gave you face just now and didn't really make a move. You really think you're so powerful? Die for me. Lotus Flower was really thoroughly infuriated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this guy, caused him to lose so much face and still mocked him like this. How could he endure it? Waving his hands, 2 more books appeared in his hands. Of these 2 books, one was black, the other was white. It contained incomparably powerful dark force and divine force. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5006. Darkness Destruction Array. In that instant, the black book in his right hand opened, releasing a black light. It turned into a huge array. Although the range was the same as Ling Xiao's, its power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's array. In this Darkness Destruction Array, it almost condensed all the dark destructive power. The black vortex seemed to be burning with black flames. Everything that was sucked in would be completely destroyed. Let's try it. I can't just admit defeat like this. Top-grade Spirit Stone, Strengthen Array. Divine Ox Lightning Earthen Fire Array. Ling Xiao knew that it was simply impossible for him to forcefully resist this formation with his own strength alone. So he chose to use the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen it. Strengthening an array was something that ordinary warriors couldn't do. But for Ling Xiao, who was proficient in arrays, it was relatively easy. Lightning Earthen Fire against Darkness Destruction. The moment the 2 arrays collided, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The scene was extremely shocking. The power of the Darkness Destruction Array was not weak. Even if Ling Xiao chose the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen the Divine Ox Lightning Earthen Fire Array. But it was still destroyed. But on the other hand, the Darkness Destruction Array was also greatly weakened. When it hit Ling Xiao's body, it didn't have much effect. But even so, Ling Xiao was still smashed to the ground and sank deep into it. The only thing that made him happy was that the energy in his cultivation sea began to increase at that moment. You can actually block my Darkness Destruction Array? But how many times can you block it? Take my Divine Judgment Array. The Book of Divine in Lotus Flower's hand released a dazzling light. Countless light pillars as bright as day suddenly smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a different threat. In the past, when he faced Lotus Flower, he felt the evil aura of Lotus Flower. The aura of death. But at this moment, the enemy in front of him was like a god, descending the power of judgment. The power of judgment purified everything. Within the range of the Divine Judgment Array, all living things would be destroyed. This was not at all inferior to the Darkness Destruction Array diagram. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was really glad that he was the one facing the Lotus Flower and not anyone else. Otherwise, who could withstand such a powerful attack? This kind of power was enough to tear apart an eternal emperor who had consumed the heart of an expert. Strengthen the Marrow God Nether diagram. It could be said that Ling Xiao could not avoid such a powerful force. Moreover, he could not avoid it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi were fighting the God King guards nearby. The only thing Ling Xiao could do right now was block the divine judgment formation. Otherwise, they would all be finished. More and more top-grade spirit stones were thrown in. The Marrow God Nether formation diagram became even more powerful. A force from the Nether Hell rushed out and crashed into the divine judgment array diagram. The two formations collided again. But this time, Ling Xiao's attack had the upper hand. This was because Ling Xiao had spent even more top-grade spirit stones. The divine judgment array diagram was devoured by the netherworld and then shattered. Hell Shadow Strike. Within the Marrow God Nether diagram, the Hell Shadow Strike's power would be greatly increased. Moreover, it would take more time to form the attack and the attack would be faster. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already blasted the Hell Shadow Strike onto the lotus flower's head. Boom! One of the 9 dragon-patterned emperor armaments around the lotus flower's body shattered. It was shattered by Ling Xiao's Void God sword. Unfortunately, it was also because of this that he was unable to hurt his opponent. Ling Xiao did not linger and used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to move far away. Not a bad idea. You grasped the opportunity well. Unfortunately, your attack power is too weak. You want to rely on this kind of strength to defeat me? Dream on. Lotus Flower looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. After a few exchanges, he realized that although Ling Xiao's strength was difficult to deal with, compared to this kid's brain, it was much easier to deal with. No matter how smart a person was, if their strength was not enough, they could forget about killing him. Haha, you're only relying on those 9 dragon-patterned emperor armaments. However, Lotus Flower, it seems like from the start of the battle until now, you haven't had any advantage. Your injuries seem to be more serious than mine. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent's mockery was to attack his confidence and weaken his fighting spirit. However, he also knew that his opponent's method was useless. You really don't know what's good for you. Then I'll let you see the power of the fusion of divine and darkness. Divine Judgment Diagram, Darkness Destruction Diagram, Fusion Attack. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lotus Flower was somewhat annoyed. He did not waste any more words. The two books merged together. Black and white energy fused into one. Divine and darkness joined forces. It produced an extremely terrifying power. That power vibrated in the space, causing the void to constantly tremble. Diagrams can be fused too. That's a good idea. Although Ling Xiao had used many diagrams at the same time in the past, it was because diagrams consumed more divine essence. Hence, he did not think of fusing diagrams. However, Emperor Lianhua's battle today had given him a wake-up call. Perhaps he could give it a try. You used the fusion of light and darkness, I'll choose the fusion of ice and fire. Dragon God Frost Diagram, Uniting Gods Raging Fire Diagram, Fuse. The fusion of two opposing attributes could produce explosive power, greatly increasing the power of the fused diagrams. As it was his first time fusing, Ling Xiao did not dare to use many diagrams at the same time. He could only try to fuse 2 diagrams first. Ling Xiao's ice and fire diagram and Lotus Flower's light and darkness diagram clashed together again. This time, although Ling Xiao still blocked the opponent's crazy attack. However, that was not all. The remaining power of the light and darkness diagram blasted his body, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He crashed into several stone pillars before coming to a stop. However, it was also because of that his cultivation level directly increased to 30% of the late-stage 4th-level divine body realm. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with the smell of soil. He got up again and looked at Lotus Flower. You don't seem to be as strong as I thought. As expected, it's because I ruined your plans a few times that your recovery process was disrupted. Serves you right. Although he was injured, Ling Xiao's probing had basically ended here. He realized that Lotus Flower's ability seemed to be only at the peak of the 7th-level divine body realm. However, he was a top-notch existence. He was 10 times stronger than the Great Devil Emperor after he fused with the Dead Spirit Tree King. However, he still did not break through this range. In other words, although the opponent was strong, he still had a chance of winning. Lotus Flower did not say anything. However, judging from his expression, Ling Xiao seemed to have hit his sore spot. "I'm sorry, Lotus Flower. You can only die here with your ambition. This battle is not only for me, but also for my friends and family. It is also for the common people in the 4 regions and 9 world. With their support, I am invincible. Therefore, it's impossible for you to defeat me." The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5007. Ling Xiao's words were not a simple declaration. The support of the common people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was not just verbal either. Due to the profound world body that Ling Xiao cultivated. This profound world body was not a body-tempering cultivation method, but a kind of secret method. In the profound world, the more support Ling Xiao received, the stronger the strength that he could unleash. Although Ling Xiao could not see people's support, he could feel the profound world power in his body constantly rising. Perhaps more than 90% of the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds pinned this hope on him. They treated him as their only savior. Therefore, he could use these people's strength. Strange, why is this kid's strength constantly increasing? Lotus Flower also discovered this strange phenomenon, which made him very uneasy. With no other choice, he urged his divine essence again, preparing to use an even more powerful attack. Both the Bible of Darkness and the Bible of Divinity contained more than just 2 arrays. The martial arts that contained myriad transformations were also extremely many. It was all his life's work. He was condensing divine essence. Ling Xiao was also condensing divine essence. The Berserk Beast God aura, the powerful profound world power, all made the surrounding undead tremble incessantly. During this period of time, Qin Huang and Bai Yi became much more relaxed. They discovered that Ling Xiao actually did not completely fall into a disadvantage when facing Lotus Flower. At this moment, they truly realized. They could win. This battle could be won. Boom. In the next instant, the 2 mighty experts collided together again. A frenzied exchange of blows came and went in the void. Terrifying explosive sounds constantly came from inside the Divine King's mausoleum. The place where the 2 people stopped for a short time would always be as loud as thunder. Ling Xiao was truly going all out. Lotus Flower did not have Ling Xiao's determination. Ling Xiao could not compare to Lotus Flower in speed, strength, and even physical toughness. But in terms of inner firmness and soaring fighting spirit, Lotus Flower really could not compare to him. This kid really fought until he went crazy. At a certain moment, Emperor Lian Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. Although Ling Xiao had been beaten black and blue. But at this moment, Lotus Flower's head was pierced through by Ling Xiao's crimson blood demon sword. A violent murderous aura bloomed from Lotus Flower's body. This guy's body was torn into pieces once again. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He continued to release the Yushin's blazing fire array diagram. The terrifying flames engulfed every fragment in the air, wanting to completely incinerate the fragments of Lotus Flower's body. Unfortunately, this method only slowed down the speed of Lotus Flower's resurrection. A minute later, the Lotus Flower reappeared. However, Lotus Flower's expression had become extremely ferocious. His body had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao twice. If the first time was said to be underestimating the enemy, then this time, Ling Xiao had really taken care of him from the front. He didn't even have the time to protect himself. It could be seen how terrifying Ling Xiao's attack speed was. Damn it, what sword is that in your hand? How can it be so powerful? Lotus Flower looked at the crimson blood demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand in shock. This sword made him tremble even more than the reverse god sword. If you die, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao smiled and launched another attack. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, Lotus Flower didn't seem to be willing to take it head-on. In a close-range battle, Ling Xiao's performance was more exciting than his. So he chose to block. Hand of God, Hand of Darkness. The 2 books flickered at the same time, and 2 huge arms stretched out from the ground. It was as black as ink, like a ghost's claw. But it was as white as jade, as if it was carved out of white jade. The 2 hands blocked Ling Xiao's attack. It gave Lotus Flower the opportunity to accumulate power. Ling Xiao, since you are so stubborn, Then I don't have to show mercy. I will kill you completely, so that you will never be able to revive. Feeling the pain just now. The feeling of living a life worse than death was still remembered by his soul. Although his body had been reformed, his anger didn't decrease at all. Book of Holiness, Book of Darkness, release the divine power in the book and punish my enemies. Light of Purification. The light of purification was a ray of light in the darkness. It descended into the world and purified everything. Kill all living beings and let everything start over. The moment the light was released, Ling Xiao only saw the light suddenly grow bigger. Finally, it enveloped the entire space. Even if Ling Xiao knew the golden light technique, he couldn't dodge it at all. Because the range of the light of purification was too big. It was even bigger than his array diagram. Qin Huang, Bai Yi, hide in here. Ling Xiao hurriedly put Qin Huang and Bai Yi into his Dongsheng Emperor ring. This lotus flower was also crazy. With such a large range of attack, he was prepared to destroy all his subordinates. This light of purification was very interesting. It would only destroy living beings and undead, but it wouldn't destroy inanimate objects. Therefore, the mausoleum of the Divine King wouldn't be attacked. Under the baptism of this light of purification, Ling Xiao's body was almost unscathed. And his body was very weak. He was like an old man who had been ill for a long time. He had no choice but to use time reversal on himself. Let his injuries heal completely. Anyway, it was only 10 minutes. He should be able to hold on. Of course, the injury this time also benefited him greatly. The energy in his cultivation sea originally only had 30%, but this time, it had soared to 60%. It was just one attack, but the power was so great. It was powerful enough. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful self-healing technique. But what's the point? You can withstand the baptism of the light of purification once. Then, how are you going to dodge the second time? Lotus Flower didn't know that Ling Xiao had used such a heaven-defying ability like time reversal. He thought that Ling Xiao's injuries had healed because Ling Xiao had learned some powerful self-healing technique. You can try and see if I can do it or not. Until the last moment of the battle, who can say for sure that they will win? Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower and didn't take the initiative to attack. He was thinking of a strategy. The previous 2 attacks had destroyed Lotus Flower's body, but Lotus Flower was resurrected. The second time, he even used fire to burn it. He didn't kill it. What should he do to completely kill this undead monster? This was a big problem. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao was stronger, he would still be in trouble if he encountered Lotus Flower. If he couldn't kill the other party, it would be useless no matter how many times he destroyed the other party's body. When he killed the Great Devil Emperor, he used the Black Lotus treasure light to lock onto the other party's undead essence, and then successfully killed it. But against Lotus Flower, the Black Lotus treasure light was ineffective. The key point was that he had learned the Black Lotus treasure light from Lotus Flower. The other party could completely guard against it. In short, the secret soul technique is the key. Ling Xiao had an idea. But to use the secret soul technique to lock onto Lotus Flower's undead essence, he had to continue weakening the other party. Otherwise, it would still be impossible to succeed. The other party's soul power was not weaker than Ling Xiao's. Chapter 5008. Lotus Flower's light of purification condensed once again. The powerful energy deterred Ling Xiao. It made Ling Xiao feel an extremely terrifying pressure. I can't take it anymore. Body fusion. Ling Xiao had been fighting with Lotus Flower for half a day, but he still didn't choose to enter the body fusion state. It was because he felt that Lotus Flower also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He had to preserve some of his strength. But at this moment, if he still didn't choose the body fusion state, he would probably be destroyed by this light of purification. Although he could choose rising from the ashes, this was his only chance. He couldn't abuse it. No matter what, he had to prevent himself from being killed. Oh, you're finally willing to choose the body fusion state? Speaking of which, you're really a genius. I've never taught you how to fuse the body fusion state. You actually learned it yourself. But you also know, right? As your strength increases, the effect of the body fusion state will also become weaker and weaker. Unless you encounter some opportunity to increase the strength of the body fusion state to a level stronger than the body fusion state. Without such an opportunity, your current body fusion state will at most allow you to have the strength of the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. You're still not my match. Seeing that Ling Xiao was using the body fusion state, Lotus Flower wasn't nervous at all. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The outcome of a battle wasn't decided by words. He looked at Lotus Flower coldly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a mocking smile. This smile instantly shattered Great Emperor Lianhua's calmness. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had surprised him. Therefore, he must be careful. You brat, what are you up to? Lotus Flower asked. Yeah, what am I doing? Demonic Eye Illusion Demon. Demonic Eye Soul Demon. The Demonic Eye currently had 4 abilities. Ling Xiao had only awakened the first ability, which was Illusion Demon. In his previous battle with the Giant Devil Emperor, he had awakened the Soul Demon ability. The first type was called Illusion Demon. As the name implied, it was able to use illusions to bewitch, control, and even kill the enemy. The second type was known as the Soul Fiend. Not only did it possess the soul-sucking ability of the 4-leaf demonic eyes, but it also possessed the ability to control souls. He could even directly control the souls of martial artists or demonic beasts through his own soul. Leaving an imprint in his soul was like controlling a puppet. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao activated the Phantom Demon Eye and the Soul Demon Eye. Emperor Lianhua, however, smiled. Foolish brat, do you think a mere illusion can control me? What wishful thinking. Lotus Flower made it sound easy, but it wasn't easy at all. In order to resist the illusory demon eye and the soul demon eye, the golden bell appeared once again. The bell rang, but the power of the illusory demon eye still didn't dissipate. A part of it still entered Lotus Flower's head. However, the soul demon eye seemed to be a failure. It didn't hit Lotus Flower, but instead passed by Lotus Flower's side. This guy actually has 4 souls. The power of the illusory demon eye, in that instant, allowed Ling Xiao to discover Lotus Flower's secret. Lotus Flower had a main body and 3 avatars. So there were 4 souls. Although his emperor body was still under Ling Xiao's control. But there was no soul in the emperor body. Lotus Flower's 4 souls looked more like source spirits. Ling Xiao had cultivated the remnant of the source spirit in the past. So he understood that the source spirit was the form of the soul after cultivation. It was different from ordinary souls. The first soul looked like a baby with wings. The second soul looked like a little monster with a pair of bony wings. The third soul should be the main body, so it looked exactly the same as the main body, like a human baby. The fourth soul, the most special, turned out to be a young man with a crown on his head. It was more powerful than the other 3 souls. It should be the soul of the emperor body. This could explain why Lotus Flower's strength was not as strong as imagined. The sovereign physique was the most powerful of the 3 avatars of Great Emperor Lianhua. Emperor Lianhua naturally wasn't as powerful as he had imagined because he hadn't been able to obtain the sovereign physique and absorb enough energy. Hell Nightmare Beast Soul, Nightmare Moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao chose to attack. Because he knew that the power of the illusory demon eye could not last long. So he had to attack. As long as he could destroy all 4 souls of the other party, he could completely kill Lotus Flower. The tyrannical sword Qi erupted again. Ling Xiao's figure instantly appeared in front of Lotus Flower. At this time, Lotus Flower was busy dealing with the power of the illusory demon eye and condensing the light of purification at the same time. There was no time to dodge or block. Ling Xiao succeeded in 1 strike. 7-word style of the god-defying technique. Red blood sword Qi. 2 swords, 8 sword lights, stabbed at Lotus Flower at the same time. Because the other party did not have time to block, these 8 sword lights almost tore through Lotus Flower's divine essence protection wall at the same time. They pierced into Lotus Flower's body. At the same time, they pounced on the 4 souls. Crack. The soul of the divine venerable was destroyed on the spot. Poochie. The soul of the demon venerable was also killed. Boom! The soul of the original body directly exploded. Ling Xiao had already seen the hope of winning. The nightmare moment could make the opponent fall into a deep sleep for 3 seconds. Although the other party had already woken up the moment he attacked. But there was no time to prepare a defense. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely win. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Because the remaining soul was Lotus Flower's DI venerable soul. This soul was the most powerful one. In the next moment, as expected, something happened. The DI venerable soul was actually wrapped in a ball of golden light. The sword light that attacked it instantly collapsed. And the power of the illusory demon eye also disappeared at this time. The position of the DI venerable soul disappeared again. Ling Xiao had no choice but to retreat. This time, with the strength of the fused body and the sudden attack of the illusory demon eye, Ling Xiao successfully caught Lotus Flower's flaw and attacked successfully. However, it was a pity that he did not kill the other party. It could not be considered a complete success. And the most troublesome thing was that the illusory demon eye had already been used, so Lotus Flower would definitely be on guard next. It would be very difficult to achieve his goal again. You deserve to die, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Lotus Flower burst into a hysterical roar. He was plotted against by Ling Xiao again. And this time, the losses were heavy. It was different from before. The previous 2 deaths were only a part of his divine essence, which was nothing to him. But this time, 3 of his souls were destroyed by Ling Xiao. In order to condense these 3 souls, he did not know how many years he had worked hard before he finally succeeded. Now, everything was in vain. That kind of grief and indignation could be imagined. Ling Xiao listened to Lotus Flower's crazy cries, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Chapter 5009. Ling Xiao knew that everything he'd done would be meaningless if he didn't kill Lotus Flower today. Therefore, he prepared to attack again. But just as he was about to use the celestial demon eye, Emperor Lianhua was the first to attack. Ling Xiao was sucked into the gourd before he could react. He couldn't do anything for a moment. Ha 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 ha, look at your fate, Ling Xiao. Do you know what the yin-yang gourd does? Do you know what level of treasure it is? Let me tell you, it's a monarch weapon with 11 dragon runes. Do you know the difference between 10 and 11 dragon runes? 10 dragon runes are only the best common rank monarch weapons. But it's still a common rank monarch weapon. 11 dragon runes, on the other hand, are premium rank monarch weapons. Although they're the worst of premium rank monarch weapons, only Eternal Divine Nation has them. You won't be able to find any of them in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Your Void God sword can grow, but as long as it's in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it'll never become a premium rank monarch weapon. You've realized it already, haven't you? The yin-yang gourd will destroy your merged body. Without it, how will you fight me? The yin-yang bone-melting water in the gourd will turn you into liquid. You'll never have a chance to escape. With my current cultivation, I'll suffer a backlash if I use a premium rank monarch weapon by force. But in order to kill you, I can't care about that anymore. Emperor Lianhua seemed to be trying to show off his strength. He actually said a lot of things. At this moment, he sounded very weak. He didn't even have the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao in the gourd. He sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The aura of death around him surged into his body. In fact, he didn't have to worry about the situation inside the gourd. The yin-yang bone-melting water was a terrifying existence that could even refine a 10th level divine body realm cultivator. How could a mere Ling Xiao resist it? Ling Xiao was truly in a difficult situation inside the gourd. Even his tough body couldn't completely withstand the terrifying yin-yang bone-melting water. Although the speed at which he was being refined was much slower than the others, at this rate, he estimated that he would be completely refined into water in 3 days. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly way. He had to think of something. What a blunder. I should have known this old monster would have a premium rank monarch weapon. His from Eternal Divine Nation after all. Bai Yi's voice from within the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Thank goodness the yin-yang bone-melting water can't enter the ring, or we'd be in trouble. This was the only thing Ling Xiao was thankful for. Otherwise, the people in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring would be in trouble. Bone-melting waters, buys of course, by SS Huang said Buys. It's a pity that my great emperor palace is my martial spirit and not a true treasure. Otherwise, it would have been able to resist for a while. Bai Yi said helplessly. I do have a monarch armament with 10 dragon patterns, but it's an attack type. Qin Huang smiled bitterly. I can only use the primordial blood jade talisman. If he used the primordial blood jade talisman to block the yin-yang bone-melting water, he would have time to think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, he'd lose his ability to fight, even if he didn't turn into liquid quickly. It'd be impossible for him to turn the tables. But there was a problem. Once he used the eternal blood jade talisman, Lotus Flower's sovereign physique would escape. At that time, Lotus Flower's 3 sovereigns would truly merge. He'd only become stronger. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao finally made his choice. He released the 108 eternal blood jade talismans and arranged them around him to stop the yin-yang bone-melting water. At the same time, he stabbed the Void God sword into Lotus Flower's sovereign physique and absorbed its energy. Lotus Flower didn't have any hostages, so it didn't matter what he did. However, the moment Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was released, the guy outside sensed it. He began to fight for his sovereign physique. Ling Xiao absorbed nearly half of the sovereign physique's energy. His cultivation sea was full, and his depleted potential was replenished. Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was finally snatched back. Outside the yin-yang gourd, Lotus Flower regained his sovereign physique. At that moment, he was extremely excited. Roars echoed throughout the God King's mausoleum. I'm back, ha ha ha. I'm finally back. What an unexpected gain. If I'd known it'd be so easy to take back my sovereign physique, I would have used it earlier. I should have known earlier. Lotus Flower was both excited and a little regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Even if he'd used the gourd earlier, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Although he regretted it, it wasn't too late to get his sovereign physique back. Besides, Ling Xiao was trapped inside the gourd. He only needed to go out and absorb as much energy as he could to recover to his peak. When that happened, he could trample all over the 4 realms and 9 worlds. No, he could even do as he pleased in Eternal Divine Nation. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you bastard. Why is my sovereign physique only half of its power left? After his initial joy, Lotus Flower finally discovered the source of the problem. He was practically gnashing his teeth in hatred. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was still causing trouble for him even in death. The sovereign physique only had half of its power left, and it was obviously very weak. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to recover. During this time, he didn't dare rashly venture out of the necropolis of the gods. After all, other than Ling Xiao, there were experts like Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Long Chen in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. In his current state, he'd probably be killed if he went out. He wouldn't be satisfied if that happened. Forget it, there's no point in getting angry now. I can only assimilate the other half of my sovereign physique as soon as possible. Even if it's not perfect, it'll still be superior to all experts in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. As for that madman Ling Xiao, let him die in the yin-yang gourd. I can use the yin-yang bone-melting water to increase my strength in the future. Lotus Flower gradually calmed down when his thoughts reached this point. Where is the dragon priest? Lotus Flower's voice was incomparably majestic. Your Majesty, I'm here. The dragon priest walked out of the darkness. He was originally an upright expert, but now he'd become Lotus Flower's dog. What a pity. I need 3 days to recover. During this time, you're in charge of guarding the necropolis of the gods. Stall everyone who enters this place for me. I'm not asking you to kill them, but you mustn't affect my recovery. 3 days later, it'll be the end of this world. Lotus Flower said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon shaman nodded and retreated. He brought the 8 giant dragons and prepared to set up an ambush in the necropolis of the gods to prevent experts from entering. Great Emperor Lian Hua also began to cultivate. At this moment, He didn't notice that Ling Xiao in the yin-yang gourd hadn't accepted his fate yet. Chapter 50:10. The primordial blood jade talisman was also being eroded, but it protected Ling Xiao's body. This gave Ling Xiao 3 days of buffer time. During this time, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. Since he couldn't leave with his current strength, he would absorb all the energy in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The Void God's sword extended out of the primordial blood jade talisman. It pierced into the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body continuously. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He was about to break through earlier. At that moment, the energy in his cultivation sea broke through the shackles. This allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to reach the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. This was the effect of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. It works. Seeing that this matter was feasible, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of joy. Although he didn't know what would happen in 3 days, he didn't intend to resign himself to fate. "Are the 2 of you all right?" Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry, we'll be fine for now. Even Mo Jiao and Yu Chen are fine. However, I don't know what will happen after the primordial blood jade talisman is completely corroded." Bai Yi replied. "There are still 3 days. We won't die." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Lotus Flower isn't dead yet. How can I die? He's left with his last soul. As long as I catch him, he'll definitely die. But that guy obtained the body of 3 supremes. He's probably going to wreak havoc in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With his strength, who in the 4 regions and 9 worlds can stop him?" Qin Huang said worriedly. His sister was still waiting outside the graveyard of the gods. "You don't have to worry about that. I did something to the old guy's body of the sovereign. At the very least, he won't be able to move for 3 days. Now, it's a race of time. Should we escape first, or should he recover first? Don't be discouraged. Our people aren't that weak. Little Gold, Long Chen, Cold Plum, Fanghua, and the others are still outside." Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions were rushing towards the necropolis of the gods. Even the experts of the lizard race that Ling Xiao had saved before had rushed over. Everyone seemed to have sensed it. This battle in the necropolis of the gods would become the final battle. However, they had to set off a day later than Xiao Jin and the others. Little Gold, Long Chen, and the others were still 2 days away from the graveyard of the gods. They, on the other hand, needed at least 3 days. Although no one knew what had happened in the necropolis of the gods, they knew that Ling Xiao was fighting a fierce battle with the Lotus Flower, attempting to rescue the 9 realms of the 4 domains from the evil hands of the Lotus Flower. 2 days later, Little Gold, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua were the first to arrive at the necropolis of the gods. At the entrance, they saw Qin and the recovered alliance leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. "What? Boss has been in there for 3 days and still hasn't come out?" Xiao Jin's expression changed instantly. After such a long time, the odds were against him. But he didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao would die. "What are you thinking about? Big Brother isn't someone who dies so easily. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. We have to get a clear picture of the situation," Long Chen said. "I think so too." Yu Fanghua could sense Ling Xiao's aura. Although it was very weak, it hadn't disappeared. She was sure that Ling Xiao's current situation wasn't very good, but he definitely wasn't dead. "Then let's go in." Cold Plum nodded as well. The 4 of them reached an agreement and entered the necropolis of the gods together. However, not long after they entered, they were surrounded and attacked by 8 giant dragons led by the dragon shaman. Although the 4 of them were very strong, they were unable to defeat the dragon shaman and the 8 giant dragons in the necropolis of the gods. This was because, including the dragon shaman, their strength had been strengthened in the necropolis of the gods. Fighting in there was extremely uncomfortable for Yu Fanghua and the others. They had no choice but to leave the necropolis of the gods. The dragon shaman didn't chase after them. It seemed that the dragon shaman also understood what his mission was. It was to prevent anyone from going in and disturbing Lotus Flower's recovery. He didn't dare to come out easily. The battle with Yu Fanghua and the others just now made him deeply understand. Although the four of them were young, their combat strength was very strong. This battle lasted for almost a day. The next morning, the forces of the 9 realms of the 4 regions arrived at the necropolis of the gods one after another. The Beast Gods Alliance, the Golden Sky region, the Heaven Sacred Land, the Savage Beast region, the Lizard Men, and so on. There was also a group of people on the way. Seeing these people, Yu Fanghua saw hope again. The 4 of them were already able to fight against the Dragon Shaman and the 8 giant dragons. Although they couldn't win, with the help of these experts, they should be able to win. However, at this moment, a terrifying black smoke surged out of the necropolis of the gods. This smoke rose into the sky and formed a human figure. A giant human figure. It let out a cold laugh. All the warriors in the chaotic sand sea could hear it. Everyone looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with their mouths agape. Although almost no one had seen Lotus Flower in person before, the black smoke surging out of the necropolis of the gods was definitely related to Lotus Flower. If it wasn't him, it was definitely his subordinate. Yu Fanghua and the others didn't look too good. Because Little Gold and Cold Plum had seen the dead Spirit Emperor before, which was Lotus Flower's demon lord body. That guy's appearance was the same as Lotus Flower's. Therefore, they recognized him. They also told Yu Fanghua and Long Chen. Lotus Flower didn't die, and Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. It was easy for them to think of one thing. Something had happened to Ling Xiao, Bai Yi, and Qin Huang. There are quite a lot of guests here. Haha, everyone here is a divine body realm expert, right? There are more than 100,000 of you, right? Not bad, not bad. Although it's a little small, the quality is very high. With you guys here, my recovery plan can be completed in advance. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lotus Flower, also the dead Spirit Emperor. I'm the nightmare in your hearts. I'm also the future ruler of the 4 regions and 9 world. This guy seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't recognize him, so he even introduced himself. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knew that their hero Ling Xiao had come to the necropolis of the gods to kill Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower was still alive. Therefore, it was very likely that the hero was dead. Ling Xiao had become the spiritual pillar of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The moment people realized that he was dead, many of them became extremely frightened. Some even trembled, cried, were at a loss. There were even some who knelt on the ground, feeling as if heaven and earth would not respond to their cries. You're lying. Yu Fanghua shouted. Haha, little girl, you're Ling Xiao's woman, right? You said that I'm lying, then what about him? Don't deceive yourself. I have to admit that Ling Xiao, this little guy, is very powerful. He seriously injured me with his own strength, so I can't delay the time to suppress you guys for a few days. But today is the last day. I've already fused that kid into my body. I've obtained my Di Zun body. Lotus Flower looked at Yu Fanghua and smiled coldly. Chapter 50:11. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yu Fanghua was also a little panicked. Her eyes were filled with tears. Although she could still feel a trace of Ling Xiao's aura, it could also be from Lotus Flower's body. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I came out to tell you. The hero you had high hopes for is gone. So, don't struggle. Submit to me obediently. In this way, I can still keep you people alive. Then, go and absorb the life energy of the rest. This is your only way to survive. Now, I'll give you an hour to consider. Goodbye. The cloud of black smoke instantly disappeared. The outside of the graveyard of the gods became quiet again. However, the silence only lasted for a short while. Ling Xiao's death was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. It made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. The aura of despair was spreading. Everyone's fighting spirit was plummeting. Dead. Ling Xiao is dead. How can he die? He's the most powerful existence in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He's our last hope to defeat Lotus Flower. What should we do? What will happen to us? Now that Ling Xiao is gone, how are we going to defeat Emperor Lianhua? With just the few of us. We can't stop him. Everything is over. Lotus Flower's words really dealt a heavy blow to many people. When Ling Xiao was around, they still had the heart to fight. However, after losing Ling Xiao, they had completely lost their backbone. Almost 90% of them had lost hope. They didn't know what to do. However, some people were so desperate that they even wanted to slit their own throats. They didn't want to become Lotus Flower's puppet. Some people were just wavering. They didn't completely give up. It had to be said that Lotus Flower was really good. With just a few words, he was able to make the army of 100,000 lose their fighting spirit. This move was really brilliant. King Bulsh T. How can boss die? Has that old dog Lotus Flower ever said anything true? To think that you guys still believe his words. What a joke. At this moment, Xiao Jin's voice rang out like thunder, deafening even the apathetic. That's right. Big Brother hasn't appeared. Perhaps he's just temporarily trapped. It was impossible for him to die. Since we believe in him, we should trust him to the end. If we lose our fighting spirit because of a few words from that old bastard, wouldn't that be exactly what that old bastard wants? Long Chen added. I believe in Master. Cold Plum's words were simple but firm. Yes, my man won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fanghua also woke up from her grief. In the past, Ling Xiao had encountered something more dangerous than this. Ling Xiao had survived that time. How could he die this time? But what if I really die? A warrior from the Thunder Astral Boundary asked. What if I really die? So what? Are we willing to be enslaved? To be turned into undead? I don't know what you guys have decided, but if it were me, I would rather die in battle than be enslaved. Fire Emperor roared, brothers and sisters of the Golden Sky region, listen up. I firmly believe that Di Zun is not dead. But Di Zun might be trapped by Lotus Flower's scheme. He can't help us for the time being. I'm prepared to fight Lotus Flower with my flesh and blood. Even if I lose my last drop of blood, I won't regret it. What about you guys? Fight to the death. The Golden Sky region was the closest force to Ling Xiao. Naturally, they fully supported Ling Xiao. Even if there were a few cowards, they wouldn't sing a different tune under such circumstances. Heaven Holy Land was saved by Ling Xiao. Without him, we would have perished long ago. In that battle, Ling Xiao had already destroyed 90% of Lotus Flower's subordinates. What we need to do is to continue fulfilling his unfulfilled wish. I, Sheng Yu, swear on behalf of Heaven Holy Land that we will fight to the end. Sheng Yu was now the Holy Lord of Heaven Holy Land. At this time, he naturally had to declare his stance. Fight to the death. The martial artists of Heaven Holy Land had all experienced that battle, so they understood how precious life was. They also understood Ling Xiao's greatness. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would die so easily. They firmly believed in this. Eternal Emperor Region swears to the death. Yu Choshire also raised her weapon and swore to the heavens. We swear to destroy Lotus Flower and defend the peace of the 4 regions and 9 world. The martial artists of Eternal Emperor Region had also experienced the incident at Eternal Palace. Naturally, they wouldn't cower before Lotus Flower. Because they understood what it meant to retreat. Savage Beast Region's Beast Imperial Palace, Divine Dragon Palace, and Saintess Palace are participating. Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum were the representatives of these 3 forces. Of course, their opinions wouldn't change. If Ling Xiao really died, they would kill Lotus Flower to avenge Ling Xiao. The lizard race is participating. To the lizard men, Ling Xiao was their god's messenger, their savior. They didn't have the chance to participate in the previous battles. But this time, they wouldn't cower. Beast Deities Alliance is participating. The Beast Deities Alliance leader naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. To him, if Lotus Flower didn't perish, then the Beast Deities Alliance would perish. There was nothing to say. Heavenly Fiends Ghostly Beasts are participating. The Heavenly Fiends Ghostly Beasts led by Ling Jiaojiao naturally wouldn't avoid the battle. With so many experts participating in the battle, the originally despairing atmosphere instantly became lively and lively. Everyone's fighting spirit was rising. They'd rather die than surrender. Those who dared to come here weren't afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death wouldn't come at all. Therefore, the martial artists of the other forces gradually expressed their determination to fight to the death. They didn't want to die, but they had to gamble with their lives. These 100,000 martial artists were the hope of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were also the final gamble. If they were all killed, it would really be over. Everything would be irreparable. Although we wish to entrust our fates to Ling Xiao, we can't do anything about it. We don't know whether Ling Xiao is dead or alive. We can only control our own fate. But we definitely can't surrender. This was the voice of the 100,000 martial artists. Of course, if possible, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would appear. After all, if there was anyone who could compete with Lotus Flower, it would be Ling Xiao. Actually, they didn't have a choice. Because there was nowhere to run. To leave the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they could either head to the land of exile in the West region. But that path wasn't easy. Moreover, if the 4 regions and 9 worlds were destroyed, would the West region still exist? The second path was to head to Heaven's Wall City. But the problem was, with their abilities, if they didn't head to Heaven's Wall City correctly, they would probably die. Moreover, once Lotus Flower obtained energy from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, his next step would definitely be to head to Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley. Where else could they escape to? Sometimes, when there was no way out, it was easier for people to choose. They could only fight to the death. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5012. Perhaps even Lotus Flower didn't expect this. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, these were all martial artists. If they were cornered, they would use their lives to defend their dignity. Alright, since everyone has made their decision, I have a few things to announce. With Ling Xiao's life and death unknown, Yu Fanghua had become the leader to replace him. This was not only because she was Ling Xiao's woman, but also because of her powerful strength. Everyone quieted down. Since they had already made their decision, they weren't as panicked anymore. The first thing is that we have to fight, but we can't just throw our lives away. We have to have hope in our hearts and believe that Ling Xiao isn't dead. During the battle, listen to orders as much as possible and use effective tactics to stall for time. Although Ling Xiao isn't here, he left behind a precious battle formation. Set up the battle formation. Even if we face Lotus Flower, we still have hope of winning. If Ling Xiao isn't dead, I believe that he will come to save us. After hearing Yu Fenghua's words, everyone suddenly felt that perhaps things weren't as bad as they had imagined. Although many people were in high spirits, they just wanted to die in battle as soon as possible so that they wouldn't have to suffer pain and torture. However, Yu Fenghua's words gave them hope. What if Ling Xiao really wasn't dead? What they had to do was to stall for time. There was absolutely no problem. The second thing is, don't listen to Lotus Flower's words. This monster loves to use words to confuse us. If we let down our guard or become confused because of his words, we will definitely die. That's really going to kill you. The third thing is, listen to orders and don't act recklessly. Next, I will hand over the battle formation left behind by Ling Xiao to everyone. Familiarize yourself with it and prepare for the fierce battle in an hour. After Yu Fanghua announced the 3 things, they began to prepare for the battle. When Lotus Flower found out about this, he flew into a rage. He didn't expect that his performance didn't have any effect at all. This bunch of ignorant humans are actually invincible against the gods. Just you wait, I will tear them all to shreds one by one. The reason why Lotus Flower had to wait for an hour was because he could only come out after an hour. This was not for the other party to prepare, but for himself. An hour later, the time for the final battle finally arrived. Logically speaking, people should be very nervous. But they didn't feel that way. Right now, all they wanted to do was kill Lotus Flower. He forgot his fear, forgot his nervousness, and even forgot how powerful Lotus Flower was. Therefore, in the depths of his heart, he felt very relaxed. At this moment, they didn't consider what would happen if they lost this battle. What would happen if he won? Because they didn't have the luxury to waste time thinking about that kind of thing. All they could do was fight with all their might. It didn't involve the 4 regions or 9 world. It had nothing to do with the billions of living beings. This was a battle for his own glory. It was that simple. There were some things that didn't need to be too complicated. If it was too complicated, people would be at a loss. Roar. The furious roar of a monster suddenly rang out from within the necropolis of the gods. 8 giant dragons flew out from within. Lotus Flower and the dragon shaman stood on the head of the Pishio giant dragon, looking down at everyone coldly. 100,000 warriors were unafraid of death. They looked at the 2 of them coldly. Their faces were gloomy and murderous. You came as expected. Yu Fanghua stood at the front of the 100,000 warriors, side by side with Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. Although they were young, they were the 4 most powerful people in the 4 regions and 9 realms apart from Ling Xiao. Of course I came. You didn't listen to my advice and insisted on becoming enemies with me. I could only give up on comforting you and kill all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. At this moment, he showed the appearance of a middle-aged man, exuding an evil aura and a bit of a holy aura. He also had the aura of an emperor. In short, there was a feeling that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Have you finally come to this step? You really disappoint me. Long Chen looked at the dragon shaman and shook his head gently. You were the one who told me before. Dragons are the most arrogant beings in this world. We will never become the slaves of others. You also have the bloodline of the divine dragon in your body, but you chose to become Lotus Flower's dog. Have you forgotten what you said? Reality is cruel. What's the use of saying beautiful words? Ling Xiao is stronger than you, but he was still killed by Lotus Flower. I advise you to submit as well. The Emperor will give you more power and even let you become a god. The dragon shaman said plainly. You are really hopeless. Sister-in-law, leave the dragon shaman to me. Consider it a clean house. I don't want the divine dragon palace to have such a scourge. Long Chen looked at Yu Fanghua and said. Yu Fanghua nodded and announced the mission. Long Chen will deal with the dragon shaman. Golden Sky Region, Lizard Race, Eternal Emperor Region, Heaven Sacred Ground, Savage Beast Region, Heavenly Fiend Ghost Region, Beast Deities Alliance. Each of you will deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 2 giant dragons will be dealt with by the remaining 8 forces. Remember, the division of labor must be clear. Use the battle formation to minimize the casualties. The first 6 forces had the least casualties. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 8 forces had also improved their strength with the help of Ling Xiao's expert advancement pills and battle formation. However, they were still not as strong as the first 5 forces. Therefore, it was just right for them to work together to deal with the remaining 2 giant dragons. Yu Fenghua's allocation was very reasonable. Therefore, no one raised any objections. Little Gold, Cold Plum, the 3 of us will work together to deal with Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was the most troublesome. The only ones who had the strength to contend with Lotus Flower were the few of them. They couldn't let the others die. Understood. I will help you after I destroy the dragon shaman, Long Chen said. Don't underestimate the enemy. The dragon shaman isn't that weak. Focus on the enemy, Yu Fanghua reminded. All right. Long Chen understood what Yu Fanghua meant. The dragon shaman was indeed not easy to deal with. In a sense, the dragon shaman was half a master to Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to deal with him because he didn't want him to be killed by others. He should be the one to send his master to his death. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were tightly shut inside the yin-yang gourd. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him. Bai Yi, Qin Huang, Mo Jiao, and Yu Chen could already feel the strong killing intent outside the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It seems like an army is coming. Yu Chen said. Yes. It's a pity that we are trapped here and can't get out. We don't know when Ling Xiao will be able to finish his cultivation. The primordial blood jade talismans are almost completely corroded. Qin Huang said worriedly. Soon. Have you noticed that the corrosiveness of the yin-yang bone-melting water is getting weaker and weaker? Otherwise, The primordial blood jade talismans should have been completely corroded by now. There is only one reason for this, and that is that Ling Xiao has absorbed the energy of the yin-yang bone-melting water. Bai Yi was a senior after all. He was more accurate. Chapter 50:13. Perhaps things won't be as easy as you think. Bai Yi could see that the yin-yang bone-dissolving water was weakening. However, monsters could still make a final move before death. Would the yin-yang bone-dissolving water willingly fall under Ling Xiao's control? He didn't know and didn't dare guess. He could only wait. Wait for Ling Xiao to break out of this cage. It looks like you're still waiting for Ling Xiao's return. Haha, this is really too laughable. Don't lie to yourselves. You should know that I come from eternal divine nation. I have an emperor weapon that you can't even imagine. It's an emperor weapon with 11 dragon runes. I'm sure all the top experts know what this means. Ling Xiao is very strong, but he still fell at my hands because of this treasure. Accept your fate. There's no future for you. There's no tomorrow. Outside the yin-yang gourd, Lotus Flower was still trying to dampen their fighting spirit. After all, the combined strength of 100,000 people was still rather intimidating. However, he failed again. For those who had already made up their minds, it didn't matter what Lotus Flower said. They didn't desire victory in this battle. They only wanted to do their best. The future of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was up to fate. Without the heavy burden on their shoulders, everyone relaxed. Their thoughts weren't as tense as before. They focused on the battle before them. Everyone stared fixedly at the enemy in front of them. According to Yu Fenghua's arrangements, they only needed to complete their respective missions. If he could drag someone down with him before he died, that would naturally be for the best. Surprised, isn't it? Yu Fenghua looked mockingly at Lotus Flower. Even if there's no hope and no future, we're still strong. But we still have a body full of tough bones. There are hundreds of millions of experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Perhaps that's what you thought when you were in Eternal Divine Nation, but you were sealed away in the end. This time, you'll end up just as tragically. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can topple the 4 regions and 9 world. Lotus Flower's expression was ugly. Truthfully speaking, with his current strength, killing these 100,000 people was not a problem. However, it did consume a lot of his energy, and he might even be injured. It would be very difficult for him to destroy the 4 regions and 9 realms. There was no way Eternal Divine Nation wouldn't know if something major had happened in the 9 realms. After all, it was Eternal Divine Nation's experts who'd sealed him here. If an expert were to descend from that side, everything he had done would be for naught. Originally, he only wanted to use his power and influence to secretly control some people, then slowly nibble away at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That way, he wouldn't be easily discovered. But now that things were getting out of hand, he was in a bad mood. He thought so in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat verbally. He looked coldly at Yu Fenghua and said, "I really want to see how capable Ling Xiao's woman is. I heard that you can actually purify martial artists infected by the departed spirit fruit tree. That really made me very surprised. After I devour you and absorb your energy, I'm sure I'll know what's so special about you. But don't worry, because all 100,000 people will die today. You'll have many to accompany you to the grave." After saying this, Emperor Lianhua suddenly released a terrifying aura. A crown on his head, black and white wings on his back. The power of the 3 sovereigns finally merged into one. Although Ling Xiao had sucked away almost half of the sovereign physique's energy, Emperor Lianhua still looked pretty cool. However, he wasn't as strong as he'd been at his peak. This was why he needed to absorb the energy of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As he released his power, the dragon shaman also made his move. Long Chen was the first to charge out, fighting the dragon shaman 1,000 meters in the air. This was a personal battle, but also a battle to save the lives of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. 8 giant dragons pounced on the crowd. According to Yu Fenghua's plan, everyone chose their own opponents. They fought the giant dragons. Ling Xiao might have gone missing, but the battle formation he left behind is really useful. It can allow us to combine our attack and defense. It gathers the power of tens of thousands of people to protect and rely on each other. Previously, people were still worried about the battle formation. But once they used it, they knew how good it was. The tens of thousands of experts of the Golden Sky region were like a rope. The Fire King, the Thunder King, and Yang Shuyi were the 3 attacking points. The rest were the support. The Flower King was in charge of defense. It was perfect. The situation of the other forces was similar. Although the number of experts was different, the battle formation could make their collective combat power as if they were one person. The 8 giant dragons were all in the middle stage of the 7th level divine body realm and were extremely powerful. But it wasn't that easy to defeat them. The battle had begun. Because the energy waves were so terrifying, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had strange phenomena in the sky. Everyone knew that the 4 regions and 9 worlds were facing the threat of a supervillain. Although they hadn't seen it, they knew that countless powerful martial artists were fighting for them. There was a limit to what they could do. At this moment, they could only pray that these experts could return victorious. After all, their sons were among them. Their father. Their older brother. Their older sister. These experts were inextricably linked to the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Golden Sky region was facing the War Dragon. This giant dragon was probably the most powerful existence among the 8 giant dragons. It was good at all kinds of combat techniques and could even use combat skills. From the beginning, the Golden Sky region's martial artists were aware of this. This was also their choice. Because currently, the Golden Sky region's combat power was the strongest among the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Heaven Sacred Land was facing the super giant dragon. This giant dragon's body was the size of the other 7 giant dragons combined. It was simply too big. Its destructive power was also the most terrifying among the 8 giant dragons. However, its weakness was also more obvious. It was too big and easy to attack. The Heaven Sacred Land's martial artists had experienced the Great Devil Emperor's War, so they knew how to deal with this guy. The Savage Beast region was facing the Raging Giant Dragon. The Raging Giant Dragon wasn't as well-rounded as the War Dragon and wasn't as destructive as the Super Giant Dragon. However, this guy's instantaneous combat power was the strongest. Because it was the only giant dragon that could instantly increase its combat power. This was very similar to the Savage Beast region's Beast Tribe's Berserk transformation. The Lizard Tribe was facing the Flaming Giant Dragon. As the name suggested, the Flaming Giant Dragon was good at powerful fire mystic arts. The Lizard Tribe was also good at mystic arts. It should be easier to deal with them. The Eternal Emperor region was in charge of dealing with the Daotai Giant Dragon. This Daotai Giant Dragon had a huge mouth that could swallow everything. Its advantages were obvious, but so were its weaknesses. The Eternal Emperor region had a treasure that could restrain this guy. That was why Yu Choshire chose it. Chapter 50:14. The Beast Deities Alliance dealt with the Great Earth Dragon. The Great Earth Dragon could control the power of the earth and was extremely strong. Most of the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists were good at shapeshifting, so their accumulated strength was not weak. The remaining Armored Dragon and Pisho Dragon were left to the other factions to deal with. The Armored Dragon's biggest advantage was its defense. Its attack power was not strong, so it was relatively easy to deal with. It just depended on how to break its defense. The Pisho Dragon was not a battle-type dragon to begin with. It was used to transport things. Therefore, its combat power was the weakest among the 8 dragons. The opponent's choice was not random. There was a reason behind it. These 8 dragons were undead creatures after all. They did not have brains. Without the dragon shaman's control, the only thing they could do was fight. Therefore, when enemies charged at them, they would naturally meet them head-on. This was in line with Yu Fenghua's strategy. Looks like I underestimated you. Emperor Lianhua frowned. Who would have thought that Brat Ling Xiao would leave behind something so good after his death? Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I would be afraid. However, do you think you can turn defeat into victory like this? This world is very cruel. You can't win just because you want to. After I get rid of the 3 of you, Those trash are not worth mentioning. Emperor Lianhua's words weren't meant to provoke anyone. He thought that Ling Xiao was really dead. No martial artist trapped by the yin-yang gourd had ever escaped. Even if they wanted to escape, they would escape from the beginning. If they missed that opportunity, they would be completely finished. He knew how terrifying the power of the yin-yang bone-melting water was. Therefore, there would no longer be a Ling Xiao in this world. He could eliminate these stumbling blocks in front of him without any worries. Then, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his mercy. No need to talk nonsense. Let's fight. His comrades had already started fighting. Long Chen and the dragon shaman fought in the sky. Terrifying explosions and dragon roars came from time to time. The battle was in full swing. The battle between the 4 regions and 9 worlds experts and the 8 dragons was also unusually intense. Naturally, they could not stay idle. What they needed to do now was to stop Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't back down. Moon Maiden True Body. At this moment, Yu Fanghua unleashed her full strength. The power that he hadn't used before was completely displayed at this moment. Because she knew that if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to win. Moonlight instantly filled the entire space. Yu Fanghua's appearance changed slightly. He seemed to have grown up a lot and matured a lot. Between their brows, they exuded the temperament that only immortals had. She held the immortal body in one hand and the sword in the other. She floated in the sky and looked down at the lotus flower. The bright moonlight made her look even more extraordinary. At that moment, many people vaguely thought that they had seen a fairy who had traveled 100,000 years to the present. Underestimating the determination of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is your biggest mistake. You can destroy our bodies, but you can't destroy our mind. Whether Ling Xiao is dead or not, I will seek justice for him today. I will eliminate you on behalf of the 4 regions and 9 world. Yu Fanghua's voice was cold and determined. Ling Xiao wasn't here, so she was the backbone of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. She had to perform perfectly. She couldn't disappoint Ling Xiao. The bright moon continued to absorb his power, causing Yu Fanghua's combat strength to soar. Shrine of Eternal Life, kill. At a certain moment, Yu Fanghua brought out the Eternal Temple. Bright moonlight enveloped this treasure. It was as dazzling as the Moon Palace. At the same time that Yu Fanghua attacked, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin also attacked. Cold Plum directly released the ancient war tree. She disappeared into the darkness like a ghost, posing a great threat to Emperor Lianhua at all times. The ancient war tree enveloped the entire battlefield and continued to attack Lotus Flower. Countless vines kept attacking like long snakes. Although they couldn't hurt Lotus Flower for the time being, they could always restrain a part of his power. Meanwhile, Cold Plum was like a tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time. Xiao Jin's attack was much simpler. At this moment, he had transformed into a huge golden crow. He directly pounced on Lotus Flower. Emperor Lianhua furrowed his brows. Although he had obtained the body of the sovereign and was stronger than when he fought Ling Xiao. However, he still didn't dare to be careless when facing these 3 people. After all, Ling Xiao would probably be defeated by these 3 people. Divine Judgment Formation, Dark Destruction Formation, Fuse. Lotus Flower used the ultimate move that he used against Ling Xiao from the beginning. There was no other way. The 3 people in front of him had displayed too much combat strength. He had to do this. The power of darkness and divine merged. The 2 formations amplified each other. It produced an extremely domineering and terrifying power. It blocked the joint attack of Xiao Jin and Yu Fanghua. The violent power caused the entire chaotic sand sea to tremble. The other battlefields were also affected, and there were even situations where the battle was paused. I have to help as soon as possible. Long Chen could feel it. Although the collision this time seemed to be evenly matched, Long Chen could feel it. However, Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin had already done their best. Lotus Flower was obviously still holding back. Therefore, he had to defeat the dragon shaman as soon as possible and help. You felt the divine might of the great emperor, right? So, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Listen to me and follow Lotus Flower. The people of the 4 regions and 9 realms have nothing to do with you. They're just a bunch of ants. They're only fit to be cultivation materials for the strong. The dragon shaman laughed wildly as he fought. What a lunatic. Long Chen felt that he almost didn't recognize the dragon shaman in front of him. Did he have any pride as a descendant of the dragon? The explosion below enveloped the 3 people on the battlefield. Only Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. However, most of the branches of the ancient war tree were blown to pieces. It was almost completely bare now. However, in an instant, new branches grew out. Because the ancient war tree represented the will of the 4 regions and 9 realms, all the plants in the 4 regions and 9 realms would contribute their power to it. After all, Lotus Flower's actions didn't just harm living things. Even the plants would wither and die. Damn it. Before the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lotus Flower suddenly touched his head and roared angrily. He was ambushed by Cold Plum. His head was pierced by Cold Plum's sharp blade. He didn't even have time to defend. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign's soul had already moved to another location. This time, he would have died. Even if he had so many treasures, it was meaningless if he didn't have time to use them. After this incident, Lotus Flower hurriedly put on the helmet. This was an emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. This treasure could prevent Cold Plum from ambushing him. After all, Cold Plum was an assassin. Her attacks were always hard to defend against. Chapter 50:15. I didn't expect that other than Ling Xiao, there would be such a powerful young person in the 9 realms. I underestimated him. Lotus Flower looked coldly at Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin. He said this to Cold Plum, who was hiding in the dark. But this is more fun. Otherwise, it would be too boring if it ended so easily. Fun. You treat billions of lives as a game just to satisfy your boring thoughts. I swear that as long as I don't die, I will drag you into hell. You will never be able to escape. As long as you live, the battle will never end. Yu Fanghua was completely infuriated by Lotus Flower's words. He actually treated this as a game. This lunatic. The battle resumed. The intensity of the battle increased again. To be honest, Yu Fanghua and the other 2 were no match for Lotus Flower. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they still seemed to be at a disadvantage. If the 3 of them didn't cooperate well, they would have lost long ago. Lotus Flower's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Even so, they didn't give in. They were still looking for opportunities to weaken Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to seal him. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, another genius would emerge and completely kill Lotus Flower. Boom. Boom. Terrifying roars continued to resound between heaven and earth. The scene of the battle was also extremely exciting. They were surrounded by danger a few times. This time, Xiao Jin was almost killed. Cold Plum saved her. The next time, Cold Plum was attacked, and Yu Fanghua blocked it. Of course, Lotus Flower didn't have it easy either. Although his strength was much stronger, whether it was Xiao Jin, Yu Fanghua, or Leng Mai, they were all people with their own ideas. The old antique Emperor Lian Hua was completely oblivious to their whimsical ideas during the battle. Therefore, Lotus Flower was injured a few times. Even 4 of the 9 Emperor armaments were destroyed. The other battlefields were far away from them. Even with Cold Plum's ancient war tree shielding them, no one could guarantee that they would be able to block it. If he were to be implicated, he would be dead meat. The other battlefields were not peaceful either. Long Chen was anxious to win, but the dragon shaman was already extremely powerful, and with the strengthening of the heart of the strong, his strength had become even more terrifying. Moreover, many of Long Chen's fighting methods were taught by the dragon shaman. As a result, Long Chen was gradually suppressed by the dragon shaman. The battle between the 8 dragons was not looking good either. Although there had been no casualties due to the existence of the battle formation, everyone was still very nervous. This was because if there was even the slightest deviation in the operation, someone would definitely be killed or injured. The strength of these 8 dragons was just that strong. Put in more effort. We can't help much in killing the Lotus Flower, But it would be too embarrassing if we can't even defeat a dragon. Everyone, let's fight together. Don't get distracted. Shouts could be heard from time to time as the martial artists cheered for themselves. Rumble. A loud sound came from afar. The energy in the sky exploded again. Little Gold and Yu Fenghua's bodies were thrown out of the sky, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Cold Plum took advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns of lotus flower. However, until now, she had not hurt the lotus flower's foundation. Although the lotus flower was only left with a soul, his body's recovery ability was still very strong. This guy was really too strong. Even so, everyone was glad that this was not the strength of the lotus flower at his peak. Why would the lotus flower at his peak care about these ants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? He could probably kill Little Gold, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum with a light slap. His strength had not fully recovered. It was because Ling Xiao had ruined his recovery plan. Otherwise, after the lotus flower devoured the life energy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he could at least recover half of his strength. It was precisely because Ling Xiao had already done so much preliminary work. Yu Fanghua did not want to fail even more. With the lotus flower so weak, it was the best time to defeat him. If by the time this guy recovered his strength, everything would be too late. Damn guy, looks like we have no choice but to go all out. Sister-in-law, after boss returns, tell him that I, Little Gold, died in battle. I didn't embarrass him. After a long battle, Little Gold understood a principle. If this continued, it would only be a waste of their stamina and divine essence. In terms of a prolonged battle, they could not compare to the lotus flower. Therefore, they could only directly launch a mutual destruction attack when their combat strength was almost at their peak. Only then could they possibly win. To be honest, he did not know if this could kill his opponent, but he had to try. If not, it would be even more impossible. If he won, then he would have profited greatly. If he died, he could save everyone else. What was wrong with that? Devouring light. This was a move that Little Gold developed himself. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. Fusing the power of the devouring devil fetus and the golden crow, swallowing the enemy into his stomach. Then exploding his entire body. This move had never been used before. Even the power was simulated. How great was the actual power? Little Gold did not know. But what was certain was that it was at least 10 times more powerful than a simple self-destruction. Little Gold, what are you doing? Are you crazy? We agreed not to go all out. We just need to stall for time. If you die, how am I going to explain to your boss? Yu Fanghua shouted hysterically. But it was no use. The current Little Gold had already released all the energy in his body. In just an instant, a resplendent light enveloped the lotus flower. The others could not get close at all. Sister-in-law, it's no use. Even if the 3 of us can delay the lotus flower for a while. But no one knows when Master will return. If we become weak and Master does not return, even if we want to perish together, there will be no chance. Cold Plum shook his head and said, next, it's my turn. If Little Gold can't succeed, I'll continue. If I can't succeed, sister-in-law, you'll continue. Today, we must destroy this lotus flower, no matter what. Crazy. Emperor Lianhua was frightened by Little Gold's actions. His originally calm face suddenly turned into one of extreme terror. It was because he was strong enough that he could feel the terror of Little Gold's move. He did not want to die. You lunatic, if you want to die, go die yourself. Why do you have to drag me down? Bastard. Unfortunately, even someone as strong as him could not escape from the devouring light. Little Gold dared to use this move because he was strong enough. After all, this move was sacrificing his life. Yu Fanghua heard Cold Plum's words and gave up shouting. Instead, she made the same decision. Just as Cold Plum said, although they all believed that Ling Xiao would return alive, they were not sure when he would return. In that case, they might as well kill or seriously injure Lotus Flower here to create the conditions for Ling Xiao's return. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5016. Cold Plum stood in front of Yu Fanghua and kept making hand seals. The cage formed by the ancient war trees became denser and denser. Just as she said, if Xiao Jin failed, she would take his place. She couldn't let Xiao Jin lose his life for nothing. Sister-in-law, if I die, please tell master for me. I can't continue to accompany him in the future. But he has to continue on the path he wants to take. Lung Mai's voice was very indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. She was not good at expressing her feelings. She could only act like a little sister in front of Ling Xiao. Long Chen, did you hear that? Tell your big brother how we died. If Lotus Flower didn't die, let him take revenge for us. Yu Fanghua looked at Long Chen in the distance. She had to plan for the worst. No one knew what would happen next. The worst-case scenario was that Xiao Jin couldn't kill Lotus Flower and Cold Plum couldn't kill Lotus Flower. Then, only she, Yu Fanghua, could continue. She knew that Ling Xiao would be very sad if she died. But at this moment, she had no other choice. She couldn't let Xiao Jin and Cold Plum die for nothing, right? F***ck, don't die. Long Chen began to risk his life. His dragon bloodline was burning, and the battle became even crazier. After all, the dragon shaman was only a human, even though he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. Although he had the dragon bloodline, his potential couldn't be compared to a real golden dragon. Under the urging of anger, the dragon power in Long Chen's body completely exploded. At that moment, he seemed to have become much stronger. The dragon shaman realized that not only had he lost the advantage, but he was also being beaten up by Long Chen. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. At this moment, the loud cry of the golden crow resounded. The devouring light completely disappeared. Lotus Flower was swallowed into Xiao Jin's stomach. At that moment, the world seemed to have become much quieter. Everyone looked over, and even the battle stopped. This seemed to be the reaction of both sides. Because Lotus Flower's sudden disappearance might affect the situation of this battle. There was only one giant golden crow in the sky. The Lotus Flower's black energy had completely disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. In that instant, the dragon priest clearly panicked. In the sky, Xiao Jin continuously cried out. Even though he had swallowed the Lotus Flower, it did not mean that he had killed it. Everyone could see that its body was constantly expanding. It was an irregular form of gigantism. There were no changes to his head or tail, only his stomach was constantly expanding. Your grandpa Xiao Jin will die with you. You should be proud. Xiao Jin closed his eyes. He could feel the energy in his body expanding. It could explode at any moment. Little gold. Tears flowed out of Long Chen's huge dragon eyes. Cold Plum bit her lip. Yu Fanghua was trembling all over. Everyone was moved at this moment. These children originally had a bright future ahead of them. However, in order to save the 4 domains and 9 realms, in order to eliminate the Lotus Flower, they had to sacrifice themselves. They were even willing to give up their lives. Who said that the young warriors no longer had the spirit to face death with equanimity? It was really nonsense. It's my turn. Cold Plum quickly walked out of the pain. Whether the Lotus Flower died or not, she had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, the Lotus Flower, who had already experienced such a crazy attack, would not be so easily fooled again. The children are all risking their lives, but we can't even defeat a mere false dragon. How hateful. The Flame Emperor shook his head gloomily. 8 giant dragons. Although they were called giant dragons, they were just puppets created using the dragon crystal. They had some of the giant dragon's abilities, but compared to a real giant dragon, they were far inferior. Little fellow, please don't die. If he dies, what's the point of us old fellows living? They are the hope of the 4 domains and 9 realms. How hateful. How can this world be so cruel? The Golden Prince is a genius, but he might die like this. Moreover, death might be meaningless. Everyone's eyes were red. They really did not want that to happen. If they had to risk their lives, these old fellows would be more than willing to go. Unfortunately, they did not have that kind of strength. They did not even have the qualifications to fight with their enemies. It was really cruel. Boom. Finally, a violent explosion sounded in the void. A crazy storm blew between heaven and earth. The white clouds in the sky were completely blown away. The nearby buildings had almost completely collapsed. Many people's ears were so shaken that they lost their sense of hearing. Did it work? Everyone was paying attention to the explosion in the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw Little Gold falling from the sky. At this time, Little Gold had already returned to a palm-sized bird. And he was on his last breath. As for the lotus flower, his body was already beyond recognition from the explosion. Moreover, he could not reform for a long time. To a certain extent, this was an attack that hurt both sides. Little Gold was completely unable to continue fighting, and the lotus flower had temporarily lost his ability to fight. He had become extremely weak. Bastard, bastard, how dare you turn me into this? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Yin-yang gourd. The lotus flower would not give the other party a chance to save Little Gold. He directly used the yin-yang gourd to suck Little Gold in. Ha ha ha, one is dead, I finally killed one. Fortunately, I have the body of 3. Otherwise, that one would have been destroyed by you this time. Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. Little Gold was killed by him, but he did not die. Instead, he immediately transformed from his original body into the body of a demon lord. This way, his original body could slowly recover. Although the body of a demon lord was much weaker than the fusion of 3, he was still the strongest here. I'm going. The cold plum did not waste time. He only said 3 words and merged into the ancient war tree. Ancient tree demon slaying array, activate. Without any hesitation, although he was sad about Little Gold's tragic death, he did not have time to carry it. Lung Mai knew what the right thing to do was. At that moment, the power of the entire ancient war tree surged toward the lotus flower. He, who had just been revived, was tightly entangled by countless tree vines. Damn it, it's another lunatic. You guys are all lunatics. The lotus flower did not want to go through that kind of pain again. However, the cold plum's reaction was too fast. Almost as soon as he saw that the lotus flower was not dead, he activated the array. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the yin-yang gourd from sucking Little Gold in. Die, you bastard. Crack. In the sky, a sudden change occurred. The furious Long Chen opened his terrifying dragon mouth and bit the dragon shaman into pieces. Then, he turned his body and flew toward the ancient war tree. A powerful force blasted toward the lotus flower through the ancient war tree. Sister-in-law, help. We can't let anyone die. This time, we'll settle it with one blow. Long Chen shouted. Actually, without him saying anything, Yu Fanghua had already started to take action. Chapter 50-17. The gigantic temple of eternal life floated in the sky. It firmly covered the top of his head. The 3 of them worked together to imprison Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was already extremely weak from Little Gold's explosion. How could he fight against the 3 of them? People of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, please lend me all your power. Cold Plum could control plants through the ancient war tree. She spread her request to all the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The hundreds of millions of people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds who could only pray heard Cold Plum's call. He realized that there was still a way for him to contribute. This kind of joy was like eating a mouthful of iced watermelon on a hot summer day. It was a double benefit. Everyone placed their hands on the nearby trees and flowers. They poured their divine essence in. They contributed their power. Everyone, let's work together to kill that demon. No matter how strong you are, whether your power is divine essence or quintessential essence, give it all. There are so many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I don't believe that we can't deal with a mere lotus flower. Even though the boundless amount of energy wasn't all that strong, it was definitely enough to go against Emperor Lianhua if they were all gathered together. It was even stronger than Lotus Flower's power. Cold Plum originally planned to perish together with Lotus Flower like Little Gold. But at this moment, it didn't seem necessary. Borrowing the power of the plants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was much more powerful than perishing together with her. At that moment, she even felt that she would definitely win. Hold on. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Yufanghua poured their divine essence in. They waited for the power from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After all, some of the distances were quite far. Even if the plants transported energy very quickly, it would still take some time. Lung Mai wouldn't easily launch an attack before accumulating her strength to the maximum. Her current mission was to trap Lotus Flower so that he couldn't escape. At this moment, Lotus Flower wasn't fighting against the 3 cultivators in front of him. Instead, he was fighting against the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even those who were timid and didn't dare to fight on the spot could contribute their strength in this way. Everyone was trying their best to get Lotus Flower back to where he should be. Lotus Flower panicked again. And this time, he was obviously more nervous than before. This was because he could feel that the Ancient of War Tree's power was constantly increasing. It was definitely more terrifying than Xiao Jin's devouring light. The devouring light had already destroyed his body. However, the power this time was something that his demon sovereign body would not be able to withstand. It was even possible that all 9 of his monarch armaments wouldn't be able to block it. Damn it. A bunch of ants can actually force me to this extent. If I don't die, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lotus Flower was both panicked and furious. His mood was simply terrible to the extreme. He thought that after Ling Xiao was killed, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his disposal. However, he never expected to encounter such a huge crisis. State of emergency. Pisho Dragon, come and protect me. Lotus Flower felt the threat of death. In the end, he wasn't an immortal existence. He was also afraid of death. Under normal circumstances, the Pisho Dragon would have come to his side in an instant and swallowed him. However, the Pisho Dragon didn't react at all. In fact, after the Dragon Shaman died, this guy actually began to attack the armored giant dragon beside him. When Lotus Flower saw this scene, he suddenly thought of the previous battle with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Demon Eye. He used the Illusion Demon and the Soul Demon. With the help of the Illusion Demon Eye, Ling Xiao killed 3 of Lotus Flower's souls. However, the Soul Demon didn't have any effect. Before this, Lotus Flower had always thought so. It wasn't until now that he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye wasn't aimed at him at all, but at the Pisho Dragon. At this time, the Pisho Dragon was already controlled by Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye. It wouldn't come to protect Lotus Flower at all. Instead, it would help the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds deal with the enemy. Damn Ling Xiao, even after death, he still wants to scheme against me, hateful. Until now, Lotus Flower still thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. It had already been 3 days. Under normal circumstances, a warrior with Ling Xiao's cultivation should have turned into water in a day. Go to hell, Lotus Flower. When the power accumulated to a certain extent, Cold Plum felt that it was about time. She completely released this power. The vines of the ancient war tree suddenly contracted. The terrifying power fiercely squeezed Lotus Flower. Great Emperor Lianhua unleashed all the monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. They were blocked outside. But even so, it was only for an instant. Close to 50 monarch armaments with 9 dragon markings all shattered, turning into dust. This power was too strong. One had to know that this was the power of all the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was so strong that even Lotus Flower at his peak could not withstand it, let alone the current Lotus Flower. The defensive magic treasures were all destroyed, and this power fiercely pressed Lotus Flower's body. At that moment, Lotus Flower burst out with an earth-shattering scream. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time. Even when Lotus Flower was blown up by Xiao Jin's devouring light, he did not scream like this. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Bastards, how dare you destroy my magic treasures and my body? You ants, lowly reptiles, remember this. None of you can escape. Those who provide energy to the ancient war tree, I will definitely turn you into dry corpses. In the struggle and resistance, Lotus Flower burst out with the most vicious roar. Ants. Reptiles. But you're being suppressed by ants like these. You're being humiliated by these reptiles. You want to dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You want to go to eternal divine nation? Stop dreaming. You think the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are easy to bully? Today, you'll be bitten to death by these ants. Yu Fanghua said coldly, Lotus Flower, I don't care if you're a monster or a god. If you want to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds, then we'll destroy you. Then we'll destroy you. It's that simple. You damned bitch, don't think you can kill me like this. Your man Ling Xiao destroyed 3 of my souls, but so what? He still lost. He died forever in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. You've worked hard and are very strong. However, everything you've done has been for naught. I am Lotus Flower, and I have an undying soul. Lotus Flower suddenly gave up resisting. He stopped screaming. So what if he died? He didn't seem to care. He didn't think anyone could kill him. Don't listen to his words. We've reached a critical moment. Attack with all your might. As for the result, let the heavens decide. We only need to attack with all our might. Die. This is the wrath of all living beings in the 4 regions and 9 world. Chapter 50:18. Inside the yin-yang gourd. The moment Little Gold's weak body was sucked into the gourd, Ling Xiao put it into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Ling Xiao woke up. His cultivation had ended. After being tempered by the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, his body's strength finally increased again. 11 dragon patterns appeared on his body. This was a genuine high-quality emperor artifact. It was on the same level as the yin-yang gourd. The current Ling Xiao could even swim in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water without any problems. Feed Little Gold the healing pill. This guy is very weak and needs immediate treatment. Senior Bai Yi, Qin Huang, I'll rely on you guys. Give Little Gold all your divine essence to help convert the healing pill. Although I don't know what happened outside, it must have been a fierce battle. Lotus Flower actually dared to hurt Little Gold like this. I'll definitely beat him up until he can't even recognize his own father. Ling Xiao was very angry now. Very angry. However, he suppressed these emotions. Because he was facing an even bigger problem now. That was the counterattack of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water wasn't an inanimate object. It was alive. However, this bit of counterattack was actually not much of a threat to Ling Xiao. His body's strength was equivalent to a high-quality emperor artifact. His cultivation had also broken through to the 5th level of the divine body realm. He was 100 times stronger than when he was trapped in here. Not only that, in the process of absorbing the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, Ling Xiao had also mastered the usage of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Merging the yin-yang bone-dissolving water into the Yellow Springs water caused the power of the ocean god Yellow Springs formation to become even more terrifying. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water turned into a huge monster and pounced on Ling Xiao. It was trying to make a final struggle. This guy didn't want to be completely absorbed by others. Unfortunately, with its current strength, it could only reach the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm at most. But Ling Xiao, who was at the 5th level of the divine body realm, could deal with a beast at the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Wasn't that just like playing around? Let's try the new move, God-defying art, 8-word stance. After repeated use of the 7-word stance, he had already cultivated it to greater mastery. Before the 6-word stance sword technique, he had already reached perfection. The 8-character stance was automatically mastered. Actually, what Ling Xiao was looking forward to was learning all 10 levels of the God-defying art, which were represented by numbers. What kind of qualitative change would it usher in? After all, every level of improvement could only be considered a quantitative change. Only a qualitative change could truly excite him. 8 streaks of sword light directly pulverized the yin-yang skeletal beast. The Void God sword absorbed the last of the yin-yang bone-melting water's power. The yin-yang gourd was basically a decoration now. The yin-yang gourd originally had 2 uses. First, it could suck people in and trap them. This relied on a special array formation. This array formation had already been broken by a Yuan Venerate, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The second effect was the corrosive effect of the yin-yang bone-melting water. But now, there was no need to worry. The yin-yang bone-melting water's energy had basically been absorbed by Ling Xiao. The remaining energy had been converted into potential and stored away. Therefore, to him, this thing was just a decoration. Reverse God Sword, eat it. Ling Xiao also hoped that his Void God Sword could become a high-quality monarch armament as soon as possible and have 11 dragon patterns. Furthermore, this would also be his way out. Rather than escape, it would be better to let the Reverse God Sword eat the yin-yang gourd so that Lotus Flower wouldn't use this thing to trick people in the future. The violent power lasted for half an hour before it completely subsided. Cold Plum was the initiator of this explosion. Although she wasn't injured, she was already exhausted. She fell to the ground and stared at the battlefield in the sky, hoping that Lotus Flower was already dead. At this juncture, the 8 great factions destroyed the armored dragon with the help of the Pishio dragon. This was considered a small victory. However, they weren't happy at all. The key to this battle was still Great Emperor Lianhua. They would only truly win if Great Emperor Lianhua died. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, killing the armored dragon was also a small part of their victory. The 8 great factions joined forces with the Pishio dragon and entered the battle again. They weren't strong enough. They couldn't help Yu Fanghua and the others deal with Lotus Flower. Thus, they could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill the remaining 7 dragons. Did they succeed? Yu Fanghua and Long Chen were also paying attention to Lotus Flower. After gathering the power of the 9 realms of the 4 realms, this crazy attack exhausted Cold Plum to the point of collapse. Even if Lotus Flower didn't die, he should be half dead. It's so painful, it's so painful. You guys did really well. Suddenly, Lotus Flower's crazy and smug laughter came from the void. A black vortex appeared. Lotus Flower walked out from it. Although the treasures on him were basically all destroyed, leaving only the yin-yang gourd and 2 monarch armaments with 10 dragon patterns. However, he had dodged a catastrophe. Even so, Emperor Lianhua was still very unhappy. Because he had used the dimensional talisman that he had used to escape. There was only one spiritual talisman. And it could only be used once. Once it was used, it would be gone. Originally, he had planned to use it when he met an opponent that he couldn't fight against. But this time, he had no choice but to use it. Because he realized that if he didn't use it, he would die. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. With Yu Fanghua and Long Chen's strength, it was enough to kill him. He didn't want to see that result. He's still not dead. Cold Plum's eyes were full of disappointment. She felt that her attack was really in vain. Of course, she didn't know that Lotus Flower had used the dimensional talisman. If she had known, she wouldn't be so depressed. Her attack not only destroyed most of Lotus Flower's treasures, but also forced him to use the dimensional talisman. It could be said that Lotus Flower's escape route was cut off. With the dimensional talisman, Lotus Flower could escape even when he was on the verge of death. But now he couldn't. Cold Plum should be proud. Not only was her attack effective, but it was also very effective. Although she couldn't kill him, it was enough to do this. I am an invincible existence, an immortal existence. How can you kill me? Ling Xiao failed, so don't think about succeeding. Great Emperor Lianhua was still bluffing. Because he was afraid that these people would know his secret. He had to make these people lose their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if he used another attack like Xiao Jin, he would have to lose another clone. That would be too tragic. I don't believe that you're immortal. Long Chen suddenly attacked, and his giant dragon body brazenly charged towards Lotus Flower. At this moment, Lotus Flower was very weak. He didn't dare to fight against Long Chen at all. Therefore, he recalled all the giant dragons. Except for the Pishio dragon, which was controlled by Ling Xiao, the other 6 giant dragons all merged into his body. His strength skyrocketed in an instant. His weakness recovered in an instant. Chapter 50-19. Boom. The huge dragon claw collided with Lotus Flower. Long Chen was actually forced back. At this moment, Lotus Flower had condensed the power of 6 dragons and his own strength. Not only had his strength recovered, but he had also become stronger, far surpassing Long Chen. If Long Chen did not fight with his life on the line, this would definitely be the result. However, the golden dragon's defense was amazing. Although he was forced back, Long Chen was not injured. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Sister-in-law, Little Gold and Cold Plum have already done what they should have done. It's my turn now. Stop. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, I can feel that your brother is coming back. Don't sacrifice your life for nothing. As expected. Long Chen was so angry that he did not carefully observe the situation around him. Now that he calmed down, he noticed that Ling Xiao's aura seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that he was about to appear. The situation has changed. The king is about to return. Everyone, listen up. Do your best to weaken this monster. When Big Brother Ling Xiao returns, we will completely kill this monster. Long Chen shouted loudly. The warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had already been freed from the battle against the giant dragon. They could finally contribute their strength to deal with Lotus Flower. You guys really don't give up. I've said it before. Ling Xiao is already dead. He will never return. You guys are really stupid to place your hopes on that trash. Lotus Flower laughed disdainfully. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Yu Fanghua took out the Eternal Temple and hung it high in the sky. Everyone, pour all your strength into the Eternal Temple, she said loudly. At this moment, she was full of confidence. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely return. Long Chen, stop this guy. Don't let him interfere with our actions. Understood, sister-in-law. Although Long Chen knew that he was no match for Lotus Flower, he had a way to prevent Lotus Flower from interfering with Yu Fenghua's actions. The huge golden dragon suddenly pounced on Lotus Flower. Fight to the death without retreating. At this time, the experts of the 9 worlds formed a battle formation and poured their power into the Shrine of Eternal Life. The Eternal Temple's aura grew stronger and stronger. Although this power was not as terrifying as the ancient war tree. But at the same time, it was also the gathering of the power of 100,000 experts. It was definitely not weak. Scram. Lotus Flower had already used the dimensional talisman and all his defensive magic treasures had been destroyed. He didn't want to take this terrifying blow at all. He punched Long Chen's body in a frenzy. However, Long Chen was like a mountain rooted in the ground. He did not move at all, even though the dragon was spitting out blood. However, Long Chen's eyes were filled with hope and a cold smile. They're all lunatics. Ling Xiao is a lunatic, and so are his friends. Do you want to die? Lotus Flower felt incredulous. Why were these ants from the 4 regions and 9 worlds so fearless of death? Actually, with Long Chen's strength, if Long Chen chose to avoid his attacks and fight with him, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. But now, in order to stop him, Long Chen did not dodge at all. They were all fighting head-on. It would be strange if he didn't die like this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower wanted to avoid Long Chen and stop Yu Fanghua. However, Long Chen's tenacity was beyond his imagination. If he did not kill or knock out Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to pass by Ling Xiao. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dragon extinction is tyrannical. Long Chen was not completely passive. He also had the ability to counterattack. Although this kind of counterattack did not cause much damage to Lotus Flower. However, Long Chen believed that what he did was not useless. Damn it! The powerful dragon extinction was a real dragon extinction. Even Lotus Flower did not dare to force his way through. He had to dodge, so he was even further away from Yu Fenghua's Shrine of Eternal Life. Everyone, don't be stingy. Attack with all your might. The Fire Emperor roared, Ling Xiao is coming back. Before he comes back, we must cripple this guy. Hehe, maybe by the time Sovereign Ling Xiao comes back, we'll have already killed this old monster. The Thunder Emperor laughed. No matter what, don't hold back. Go all out, go all out, go all out. Yang Shuyi roared. Everyone was attacking crazily. The light on the Shrine of Eternal Life became brighter and brighter, and the energy accumulated more and more. Fortunately, the Shrine of Eternal Life was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Otherwise, It would not be able to withstand so much energy. Long Chen, get out of the way. Finally, at a certain moment, Yu Fanghua had completed the condensation of power. The power accumulated on the Shrine of Eternal Life had reached its peak. What a joke. Do you think it's useful just because you're strong? I was imprisoned just now. That's why I got hit. Now, what right do you have to attack me? Lotus Flower sneered. His words made many people's hearts turn cold. That's right. Lotus Flower was not only powerful, but he was also extremely fast. No matter how powerful the Shrine of Eternal Life was, it would not have any effect if it could not be attacked. What about this? Before anyone could react, Long Chen had already returned to his human dragon form and grabbed Lotus Flower. Sister-in-law, attack me, he roared. Lunatic, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lotus Flower was firmly imprisoned by Long Chen and could not move. He never thought that this lunatic would use such a method to deal with him. Although the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were weak, their spirit made him feel terrified. Yu Fanghua hesitated. Although she knew that attacking directly was the right thing to do. However, she couldn't kill Long Chen. Long Chen was one of Ling Xiao's best brothers. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way from the Heavenly Dragon continent. How could she do it? Sister-in-law, do it quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Long Chen roared. Ha ha ha, she doesn't dare. She doesn't dare to do it. She's afraid that Ling Xiao's soul will blame her. Lotus Flower laughed wildly and attacked Long Chen fiercely, trying to send him flying. Yu Fanghua closed her eyes and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Farewell, Long Chen. At that moment, many people cried. Young powerhouses used their lives to protect their dignity and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This spirit had not appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for many years. Whether it was Little Gold, Cold Plum, or Long Chen, they were all related to Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao. They were talented and could give up their lives for victory without hesitation. Boom! The Shrine of Eternal Life hit its target. A strong wind blew between heaven and earth again. The terrifying power blew the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all over the place. People held onto the ground tightly and looked at the explosion in the sky. They hoped that Lotus Flower would die after the smoke and dust dissipated. This was already the 2nd time they looked forward to it. Last time, they were disappointed. No one knew what would happen this time. Chapter 50-20. Long Chen? Why are you there? Someone discovered a strange situation. Long Chen, who was going to perish together with Lotus Flower, actually appeared where the Pai Sho dragon was standing. The Pai Sho dragon had disappeared. I don't know either. It feels like I was teleported here by some kind of power, Lin Feng said. Long Chen was still confused. He had already decided to sacrifice his life. However, at the moment of the explosion, something had replaced him. Although I'm not very sure, I think it has something to do with Ling Xiao. That Pai Sho dragon seems to have been hit by Ling Xiao's illusion. Yu Fanghua analyzed. Yes, it's very likely. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Everyone deeply agreed. Damn that Ling Xiao. He can't even let people rest in peace after he dies. Damn it, I've lost another life. Lotus Flower's voice sounded again. The body that had been blown to pieces reassembled. When the experts of the 4 regions and 9 realms who were almost exhausted heard this voice, they fell into despair again. They had already gone all out, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower. Could it be that this guy was immortal? I understand now. Yu Fenghua's intelligence was definitely not inferior to Ling Xiao's. When she heard Lotus Flower's voice, she made her own conjecture. 3 avatars, plus the main body, that's 4 lives. Then, he absorbed the lives of 6 dragons. That's 10 lives. However, his main body, the Demon Lord's body, has already been destroyed by us. Just now, we destroyed another one of his dragon lives. He should still have 7 lives now. When Yu Fanghua said this, Emperor Lianhua clearly showed a look of shock. This woman actually guessed it. It seemed that there were quite a lot of talents in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ha 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 ha, you guessed right. However, I don't have 10 lives. To be precise, each soul has 13 lives. 9 dragon lives, for original lives. It was a pity that Ling Xiao, that lunatic, had destroyed 3 souls. That left me with 13 lives. And you killed the armored colossal dragon and occupied the Pai Xiu colossal dragon. He had killed the dark fiend evil dragon. That made my life 10. You guys just killed another 3, so there are only 7 left. But looking at your situation, do you still have a way to get rid of my remaining 7 lives? Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. At this moment, Xiao Jin was sucked into the yin-yang gourd. Cold Plum was completely exhausted and could no longer fight. The experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had basically used up all of their divine essence. They couldn't even fight. The only ones who could fight were Yu Fanghua and Long Chen. However, neither of them were at their best. Yu Fanghua had expended close to 50% of her spirit essence because of the attack just now. She was only left with half of her strength. Because Long Chen was injured, he could only unleash half of his strength. What to do? This was simply the most desperate situation. Sister-in-law, can you still fight? Long Chen looked at Yu Fanghua and asked. Yes. Yu Fanghua nodded. Since that's the case, let's use the last of our strength to kill another one of his lives. This way, when Big Brother comes back, it will be easier. Long Chen said. He could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Although he didn't know where Ling Xiao was, he was sure that he would return soon. There was no doubt about that. You guys really don't give up. You 2 half-dead people actually want to kill me again? Do you really think I'm easy to provoke? Lotus Flower was in a bad mood. He was actually looked down upon. The most powerful thing about him was not only that he had so many lives, but more importantly, his strength was incomparably powerful. How could it be so easy to kill him again? In fact, it was the same. Today, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had killed Lotus Flower 3 times. The first time was Little Gold's devouring light, an attack even more terrifying than self-destruction. The second time was when Cold Plum gathered the power of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The third time was when Yu Fanghua gathered the power of 100,000 powerhouses with the Temple of Eternal Life. No matter which time it was definitely not easy. It could be said that it was very difficult. And this crazy guy actually had 7 lives. Just thinking about it made them despair. However, Long Chen and Yu Fanghua didn't have time to despair. At this moment, they could only fight. After going through so much, they had finally reached this step. How could they admit defeat so easily? Kill. Long Chen and Yu Fanghua joined forces to attack. They weren't in a hurry to risk their lives. Now, the more important thing was to stall for time. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly getting stronger and stronger. As long as they waited for Ling Xiao to appear, they would have won. There was no doubt about that. However, Lotus Flower wasn't willing to give them any time. Crazy attacks continued to bombard them. They were overwhelmed by the number of guests. Sister-in-law, we can't go on like this. Is there a way to restrain that guy? After he was killed once, it will take some time for him to reform his body. It's better than being beaten up all the time. If we were beaten to death, it would be too cowardly. The plan to stall for time had failed. Long Chen planned to go all out. There is. Yu Fanghua was a moon lady. Although she hadn't awakened all of the moon lady's power. But she had many divine abilities and martial skills, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. Just focus on attacking. With your giant dragon power, it won't be a problem to kill him. Leave the rest to me. Although Yu Fanghua didn't want to go all out, she had to admit that Long Chen's analysis was right. In the current situation, stalling for time was simply unrealistic. The other party wouldn't give them any time at all. The only way was to go all out. Moonlight illusion. Yu Fanghua completely transformed into moonlight. The bright moonlight enveloped Lotus Flower. What a joke. You want to confuse me with a mere illusion? Lotus Flower thought that his soul power was extremely strong. He had learned much more than Yu Fanghua. But he didn't know that Yu Fanghua was a moon lady. After awakening the moon lady true body, Yu Fenghua's illusion was even stronger than Ling Xiao's illusion. Lotus Flower's figure flashed and grabbed Yu Fenghua's body. Go and meet your man. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the body. However, the shattered body turned into moonlight. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized that something was wrong. By the time he came to his senses, he felt a huge threat. Giant dragon power, golden spear. Long Chen completely turned into an attack. It was a golden spear. It suddenly pierced Lotus Flower's head. From top to bottom. From the head to the other party's body. The giant dragon power exploded in Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower died again. His body was completely torn into pieces by the giant dragon power. In the next moment, Long Chen returned to his human form and fell beside Cold Plum. He couldn't even move. This attack was extremely powerful, but it was also an attack with all his strength. It consumed all of his spirit essence and stamina. It was already very good that he didn't faint. Bastard, bastard. You took another one of my lives. You lunatics are simply despicable. Losing a life might not be a big deal to Lotus Flower. But being killed again and again, he was really unhappy. Chapter 50-21. The current situation could be said to have greatly exceeded the Eternal Emperor's expectations. He was once the Lotus Flower of Eternal Divine Nation. Back then, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. But now, he was being trampled on by these ants. That kind of humiliation was simply unacceptable. Most importantly, he didn't underestimate his opponents, except for the fact that he didn't pay much attention to these ants in the beginning. In the subsequent battle, he even used a treasure like the Dimensional Talisman. But it was useless. Now, he only had 6 lives left. This was truly a great humiliation. I'm very angry, but I'll slowly torture you next. Just you wait. Lotus Flower glanced at Cold Plum and Long Chen, then stared at Yu Fanghua. You're the only one left. How long can you last? I really want to let Ling Xiao hear your painful cries. Unfortunately, he's already dead. What a pity. Lotus Flower suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yu Fanghua like a ghost. His ugly hand grabbed Yu Fenghua's hair and lifted her up. Little girl, how about joining me? Lotus Flower suddenly said. He didn't have any subordinates that he could use now. And Yu Fanghua was a very good seedling for a powerhouse. If he could subdue her, it would be extremely important for him. Just kill me if you want. What's the point of talking nonsense? Yu Fanghua looked coldly at Lotus Flower, her brows showing her determination. She didn't want to die. But sometimes, there was no need to fear death. Because there was no difference whether she was afraid or not. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower suddenly released a terrifying force from his hands, wanting to squash Yu Fanghua. But he still made a mistake in the end. Yu Fanghua didn't have enough stamina and divine origin energy. It was actually very difficult for her to get close to Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower had delivered himself to her. Finally, let me destroy one of your lives. Yu Fenghua's cold voice sounded. The voice actually came from behind Lotus Flower. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized something extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, it was too late. The crazy power of the cold moon condensed into a huge sword of moonlight that pierced through Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower didn't realize that the Yu Fanghua he was torturing was just a moonlight illusion. This woman's illusion techniques were perhaps the strongest in the entire profound world. Because she was a moon maiden. They were even more ancient and powerful than the current king of sovereigns. Of course, Yu Fanghua had yet to fully awaken her powers as a moon lady. Otherwise, how could the Lotus Flower have the chance to cause trouble? Even if I'm going to die, you have to accompany me. Emperor Lianhua let out a pained howl. In the end, both of his hands ruthlessly pressed down. However, at some point in time, his body collapsed. Yu Fanghua also escaped. But even so, the bones in her body were basically shattered. She couldn't move anymore. There was no other way. Her sneak attack this time was successful and she had already exhausted her divine essence. Lotus Flower's counterattack was something she couldn't resist at all. If Ling Xiao hadn't given her a defensive talisman before, this time, she would really have died. Yu Fanghua was caught by the people below. They fed her a healing pill. A healing pill that Ling Xiao personally refined. This is all we can do. Lotus Flower still has 5 lives. I don't know if Big Brother can kill them all. Long Chen looked at Yu Fanghua and knew that she couldn't fight anymore. Everyone here had no strength to fight anymore. They could only watch as Lotus Flower reformed his body. But they couldn't do anything. It seems that I have the last laugh, although I only have 5 lives and 1 soul left. You all seem to have lost your fighting strength. When my body is completely reformed, I'll send you all to hell one by one. Speaking up to here, he stared fixedly at Yu Fanghua and said, "Let's start with you, slut. You've used your actions to make me completely angry. I want to see who can save you, who can save the 4 regions and 9 world." Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Without saying a word, he reached out his hand and grabbed toward Ling Xi's head. Wild laughter echoed outside the graveyard of the gods. Helplessness hung on everyone's faces. They had already done so much, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower. They couldn't do anything. Yu Fanghua wasn't afraid of death. But to be honest, she was a little disappointed. She didn't want to die. Because in this world, there was still a man she loved deeply. Even if she didn't want to die, she also didn't want to show her weak side in front of Lotus Flower. She stared fixedly at Lotus Flower, her expression calm. "Xiao. Come back quickly." She was a woman after all. Deep in her heart, she still had a weak side. All this time, regardless of whether she was strong or weak, she always liked to be protected by Ling Xiao. Because she was Ling Xiao's woman. She felt that it was a kind of glory. "Big Brother, come back." Long Chen also roared. "Master." Cold Plum's voice also sounded. "Your Majesty, come back quickly." Everyone began to shout. Although they had clearly used all their strength and could already face death calmly. But they were unwilling to accept it. They still wanted to go back and see their families. They still wanted to see Lotus Flower being beaten to a pulp. They still wanted to see if their persistence had any meaning. If they died, they wouldn't see anything. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots, you're actually still pinning your hopes on that dead trash. I've told you many times, Ling Xiao is dead. He's already dead. He'll never be able to return to this world. You're simply daydreaming if you expect him to save you. Lotus Flower started laughing wildly. His body was still in the midst of rapidly condensing. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that Ling Xiao isn't dead, I can send him into the dark hell again. Let him die again. Finally, his body was completed condensing. He charged towards Yu Fanghua. His ferocious face revealed endless madness. "How should I kill you?" "Oh right, I'll disfigure you first. Then, I'll kill you. That way, it should make me more comfortable. Get lost. You ugly bastard." Long Chen was a golden giant dragon after all. The healing pills that Ling Xiao gave him were stuffed into his mouth like beans. The current him already recovered 20 to 30% of his stamina and divine essence. When Lotus Flower pounced towards Yu Fanghua, he suddenly spewed out dragon extinguishing fire. This was a real dragon fire. No matter how weak Long Chen was, Lotus Flower would also be afraid. As expected, Emperor Lianhua dodged. But this time, he only blocked for an instant. Lotus Flower coldly glanced at Long Chen. "Don't worry, you're next. If your dragon body fuses into my body, it should be of greater help to me." His evil claws grabbed towards Yu Fanghua. At this moment, no one could stop him. Although Cold Plum and the rest were all in front to protect Yu Fanghua, it was useless. However, it was useless. Their ending would only be a tragic death. Tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Chapter 5022. Go to hell, all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. His evil plan was about to succeed. He would kill the people in front of him and turn them into undead that obeyed his orders. Next was his plan to conquer the 4 regions and 9 worlds. When he fully recovered, he would conquer Heaven's Wall City and Dragon Valley. Finally, Eternal Divine Nation. This time, he would become Eternal Divine Nation's only great emperor. His beautiful dream was suddenly shattered by something that looked like a Rubik's cube. That thing suddenly descended. It shattered his ghost claw with a boom. It even pushed him back a few 100 meters. The little ones are working so hard. How can an old man like me just sit by and watch? I've lived too long. I've kept my life to deal with you, lotus flower. Today, let these old bones unleash their last bit of strength. The figure that appeared in front of everyone was none other than Emperor White Knight. And it was Supreme Venerable White Knight's true body. At the same time, his clone in the Dongsheng Emperor ring had completely dissipated. His strength had been withdrawn. This was only possible because Ling Xiao had created a crack in the yin-yang gourd. There was still some time before Ling Xiao's return. White Knight planned to use his own strength to buy him some time. The reason he hadn't been willing to go all out was because he wanted to die together with Lotus Flower. Seeing so many promising young people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he would have no regrets even if he died. Emperor White Knight, where is he? When Yu Fanghua saw Byakuya appear, she could not help but reveal a happy expression. He'll be back. White Knight's indifferent words roused everyone's spirits. Ling Xiao wasn't dead. They'd only speculated before, but White Knight's words confirmed their suspicions. The 4 regions and 9 worlds hadn't reached the point of destruction yet. Perhaps it was time to turn the tables. White Knight, isn't it great that you're hiding in the City of Gold as a living dead? I've trapped your strongest 3 generations of emperors in the corridor of time and space. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Your cultivation doesn't seem like much. Peak of the 7th level divine body realm. This should be the height you reached by burning your life force. He was stronger than the trash eternal emperor. But so what? Do you think you can kill me with this power? Lotus Flower mocked in disdain. Also, your original body stayed outside. Although I don't know how your doppelganger got out of the yin-yang gourd, I still don't know. But Ling Xiao's body was inside the gourd. There's no way he'll come back alive. Are you so sure? Did he really think he was an omniscient and omnipotent god? If that was the case, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't look down on others. Bai Yi looked at Great Emperor Lianhua indifferently. In terms of strength, he was no match for Great Emperor Lianhua. However, in terms of cultivation of martial arts and spiritual power, Supreme Emperor Bai Yi was far superior to Great Emperor Lianhua. Really? But I think you're just a useless old fart. You want me to take out the yin-yang gourd to check and give you a chance to attack it? How could I not know about this little trick? Lotus Flower mocked. As long as you think so. White Knight smiled faintly. He knew very well that his current mission was to stall for time. To buy time for Ling Xiao to destroy the yin-yang gourd. Therefore, he was definitely not in a hurry to launch an attack. It could be said that he planned to stall for as long as he could. If he could stall until Ling Xiao came out, that would be the best. If he joined forces with Ling Xiao, the chances of winning would be greater. Unfortunately, Emperor Lianhua wasn't that stupid. Although he did not believe that Ling Xiao would come back alive, he felt that the enemy seemed to be stalling for time. He did not know what kind of conspiracy there would be, but he had suffered too many losses. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. Sigh, there's no other way. Ling Xiao, you have to hurry up. I hope you can arrive in time after I die. White Knight sighed. His life was prepared for the sake of destroying Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he died without regrets. However, he did not want the warriors behind him to be killed. He did not want the 4 regions and 9 worlds to be destroyed. He could only believe in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could break the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, he would definitely be able to come out of the yin-yang gourd. With me here, don't even think about touching a hair on them. Golden cage. The huge Rubik's cube turned golden. In just an instant, it enveloped Lotus Flower and Supreme Emperor White Knight. This was the best way White Knight could think of to protect the warriors behind him. White Knight, you. The Flower Empress was already sobbing. Only she knew what the golden cage meant. White Knight was preparing to perish together with Emperor Lianhua just like Little Gold. However, Little Gold was still young and strong. He also had the body of a golden crow and the devouring demon fetus. Even if he chose to self-destruct, he could survive. As long as he was treated in time, he could be revived. However, White Knight was different. He was too old and his body could not survive. In fact, this strike was enough to take his life. After self-destructing, he would leave nothing behind. No one knew what happened in the golden cage, because they could not see or feel it. Only a few minutes later, a terrifying explosion occurred again. There were so many terrifying attacks like this today because everyone wanted to kill Emperor Lianhua with their lives. The golden cage was completely shattered. Supreme Emperor White Knight and Lotus Flower could not be seen. It was not until a moment later that a body began to condense in the void. Only then did people realize that Supreme Emperor White Knight had used his last strength to take away Lotus Flower's life. Now, Lotus Flower only had 4 lives left. Supreme Emperor Body, War Dragon, and Super Dragon. In fact, taking away the other party's life was definitely not just taking away their life. Even their abilities were taken away. For example, after taking away the dragon life of the Flame Dragon, Lotus Flower would not be able to use the powerful Flame Secret technique. Ling Xiao, I left you a way to kill Lotus Flower completely. I hope you can find it. Supreme Emperor White Knight's soul gradually dissipated. People seemed to see his smiling face. Many people, including Lotus Flower, did not know that Supreme Emperor White Knight's life-risking attack was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Other than a life and an ability, there was also the most important way to kill Lotus Flower. This old man had been studying this method for the rest of his life. It was not until the last moment of his life that he was truly sure. It was a pity that he did not have the strength to kill Lotus Flower. Otherwise, he would not have left it to Ling Xiao. White Knight. Flower Queen almost fainted from crying. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight had never accepted her love and had always treated her as a little sister, Flower Queen's feelings for White Knight were really deep. Supreme Emperor White Knight, your life is great, and your death is glorious. I, Old Thunder, will always admire you. Thunder King clenched his fists. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was stronger, he could avenge White Knight. Chapter 50-23. When a person, especially an expert, decided to risk his life, he would be invincible. Lotus Flower was indeed stronger than Supreme Emperor White Knight, and he was much stronger. However, the crazy attack that White Knight released with his life on the line could cause huge losses to Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was a little paranoid at this moment. He only had 4 lives left. This was something he hadn't expected. While concentrating on condensing his body, he was vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt an extremely terrifying aura, and it was very close. Who is it? Ling Xiao? No, impossible. People who are trapped by the yin-yang gourd can never come out alive. White Knight is an exception because his main body is outside. Lotus Flower was extremely reluctant to believe that Ling Xiao was not dead. However, he was still a little shaken at this moment. Therefore, he was prepared to check the yin-yang gourd after his body was condensed. Anyway, there was no threat from Lotus Flower. He could check it calmly without worrying about someone destroying the yin-yang gourd. His back. Yu Fanghua cried. Her body kept sobbing. Ling Xiao had finally returned. That aura was so familiar and nostalgic. In the end, he had finally returned. Long Chen and Cold Plum could feel Ling Xiao's aura. They all looked in that direction excitedly. Their eyes were filled with endless excitement. Idiots, are you still daydreaming? Ling Xiao is dead, and there's no way he'll be resurrected. I'll show you his skeleton now. If his skeleton still exists. Lotus Flower's body was finally condensed again. He was ready to take out the yin-yang gourd to check the situation. However, at this moment, the storage ring where he placed the yin-yang gourd exploded. This violent explosion directly sent Lotus Flower's body flying. Vaguely, a figure flashed. The sword in his hand flickered and tore apart Lotus Flower, who was seriously injured by the explosion. Then, the figure returned to Yu Fenghua's side. The ferocious and powerful beast god armor. The sharp and cold reverse god sword. His body stood proudly. That person stood there like an imposing city wall, blocking the danger for everyone. Ling Xiao. It really was Ling Xiao. He seems to have become stronger again. Everyone looked at that figure, and their suppressed emotions completely exploded in an instant. The return of the king. Hope returns. The real reversal battle was about to begin. The beast god armor on Ling Xiao's body was even brighter and more ferocious than before. They were also more powerful. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Just by standing there, he made people feel at ease. The moment they saw Ling Xiao, they relaxed their tense bodies. There was no reason for them to do so. They felt that Ling Xiao could defeat the enemy. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, they had already won. You're really cool, big brother. You killed Lotus Flower the moment you came out. That guy only has 3 lives left. Long Chen sighed with excitement. This was his big brother. He could always catch people off guard. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Mo Jiao, Qin Huang, and even Yu Chen from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. This way, he could fight with less baggage. Brother. When Qin saw her brother, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was already mentally prepared for her brother's death. She didn't expect to see him again. They were martial artists of Heaven's Wall City, so they didn't have to fight for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But they still did it. Whether it was out of sympathy or instinct, to the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were siblings worthy of respect. Although Little Gold survived, like Long Chen and the others, he didn't have much combat strength left. Mo Jiao could fight, but unfortunately, he was too weak to be of much help. It was the same for Yu Chen. Ling Xiao saved him. He also had a certain level of combat strength, but he was too far away from Lotus Flower, so he couldn't help much. Mo Jiao, Yu Chen, take care of the injured. Brother Qin Huang, protect them for me. Leave it to me, Emperor Lianhua. Ling Xiao said calmly. Don't worry. As long as I don't die, they'll be fine. Qin Huang nodded. The reason why he didn't rush to join forces with Ling Xiao was because he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was now. With Lotus Flower's current strength, he could at most tie with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was much more cunning than Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he didn't need to help in such a battle. He just needed to prevent the undead from harming others. There were still many undead in the graveyard of the gods. Although they weren't strong, the 100,000 warriors basically had no combat strength left. If they didn't protect them, who would? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Why didn't you die? How did you come out alive? Where's my yin-yang gourd? Where's my treasure? Lotus Flower roared angrily as he reformed his body. Before he was sealed, he had secretly hidden a fine emperor weapon, the yin-yang gourd. Without the yin-yang gourd, it was very sad. Don't you know? The reverse god sword can devour all treasures. I just let it eat the yin-yang gourd. Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower indifferently with contempt in his eyes. In fact, he was really angry in his heart. He still came back too late. Supreme Emperor White Knight was dead. This made his heart ache, and it also made him very angry. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight's death might be a kind of destiny for the old man. But if he could live, who would be willing to die? Even if Supreme Emperor White Knight only had a few years left to live, he could still live comfortably. He no longer looked at Lotus Flower. Instead, he knelt on the ground. He bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the City of Gold. Senior White Knight, if it weren't for you, perhaps Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Long Chen wouldn't have survived. This is what I owe you. Therefore, I will definitely not let you down. Lotus Flower, I will personally kill him and use him as a sacrifice to your soul. After saying this, he stood up again. Then, he looked at his woman, Yu Fanghua, and gently grabbed her hand. Fanghua, I've made you suffer. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Then, he looked at Cold Plum, Long Chen, Xiao Jin, and the others. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Watch, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower again. At this time, Lotus Flower's body had been successfully condensed. However, Lotus Flower seemed to be a little afraid of Ling Xiao and did not immediately attack. Do you know, I'm very angry now. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was cold and stern. What represented his anger was a strong killing intent. Although he would not lose his mind and roar like others. But it did not mean that his anger was less than others. My woman, my brother, my friend. They are all my reverse scale. What do you think will happen if you touch my reverse scale? A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Chapter 50-24. As Ling Xiao spoke, he walked towards Lotus Flower. It was as if there was a terrifying killing beast hidden in his body. Lotus Flower subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, he quickly stopped. Damn it, I was actually afraid of this brat. He can't possibly be my match. The explosion just now should have been caused by the explosion of the yin-yang gourd. That's why he took one of my lives. Next, if he wants to take my life, he'll have to use all his strength. However, I still have 3 lives. Even if I lose one, I'm not afraid. Moreover, even if I lose all 3 of my lives, I won't die. How would they know? After understanding this, he was no longer afraid. In order to hide his panic, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, do you think you're the only one who's become stronger? Although I don't know how you did it, don't forget that I've already fused 3 venerables. After you were sucked into the yin-yang gourd, you've already lost the ability to fuse 3 venerables. You're cultivating my Lotus Sutra, so how could I not know its weakness? Your demon venerable body, monarch body, and godly body can only be used separately. You can't fuse them again. How could you possibly be my match? You've returned, and it's just a repeat of the tragedy. Although most of my undead army has been destroyed by you, there are still millions of them. I'll destroy what you cherish right in front of you. Undead, it's time to eat. Lotus Flower roared, and the undead army charged out of the graveyard of the gods. These undead weren't strong, because the strongest among them was only around the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, their numbers were huge. There were millions of them. Brotherling, don't worry, I'm here. Qin Huang's voice rang out. Then, a golden dragon appeared behind him. Count me in, okay? Mo Jiao transformed into a huge flood dragon. With a swipe of his claw, countless undead were smashed into powder. Although he might not be strong enough to face Lotus Flower. However, he was strong enough to face these undead. I don't mean to listen to your orders. I just don't want to owe you a favor. Yu Chen also took out his sword. Sword chi surged out wildly, exploding in the undead army. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and released the invincible ape deity array. He protected the people behind him. Lotus Flower, you seem to have forgotten how terrifying I am. Before you were sucked into your yin-yang gourd, I had already plotted against you, and you had no choice but to use that thing. Now that I've come out, your end has arrived. Ling Xiao focused all his attention on Lotus Flower. As for the rest of the matters, he felt at ease leaving it to the 3 of them. It was time to put an end to this war. Arrogant, too arrogant. His arrogance is intolerable. Lotus Flower felt that he had been looked down upon. A mere Ling Xiao dared to look down on his strength. What did he take him for? Within his body, a frenzied power was constantly surging. A powerful aura was released. He viciously charged towards Ling Xiao. Instead of using long-range attacks, he chose to kill at close range. That was because he was very angry. He wanted to directly tear Ling Xiao's body apart to vent the anger in his heart. Stupid kid, I'll make you understand that an overlord will always be an overlord. Even if I'm weak now, I'm still not someone you can compete with. This world is cruel. Lotus Flower's attack was getting closer and closer, and his voice was hysterical. You're right. This world is cruel. You were lucky to escape and wanted to take revenge. After enduring for so many years, you're finally so close to your goal. You feel that you should succeed. Unfortunately, the cruel reality will tell you that your goal is just a dream. Ling Xiao stood there and gently raised his right hand. Dense sword chi continued to condense on the void god sword. People looked up at the battle in the sky, and they were not as nervous as they had imagined. It was as if they were watching their hero punish the devil. They were just watching the process. The hero would win, and the devil would die. I'll take your life. Ling Xiao's eyes bloomed with a confident smile. Even though Lotus Flower was extremely powerful, even though Lotus Flower's attack had already arrived. But he was extremely confident. Power of cosmic light, time stop. After this cultivation breakthrough, his ability had also undergone some subtle changes. Void-shattering finger and cosmic light fist had disappeared. Instead, it was the power of void-shattering and the power of cosmic light. Not only had the name changed, but even the way he used the moves had changed. In the past, he needed to make a move. But now, with just a thought, he could mobilize the power of the Z-God or the U-God to achieve the release of the move. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao having one hand free. The moment the power of cosmic light was released, Lotus Flower's body suddenly stopped. His thoughts also suddenly stopped. With him as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius stopped. This was also the effect of the upgraded version of time stop. Although it was still only a 3-second pause. But the range was much larger. The moment before the pause, Lotus Flower's face showed a terrified expression. Although he had long known that Ling Xiao could control a short period of time. But according to what he knew, when Ling Xiao activated time stop, he needed to make a move. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't do anything, and time stopped. This was completely beyond his expectations. So he was shocked. He was terrified. That horrified expression stayed at that moment. This life, I'll take it. He gently raised the reverse god sword in his right hand, and 8 sword lights erupted at the same time. It crazily tore Lotus Flower's body apart. The moment the time stop ended, Lotus Flower felt a bone-piercing pain. He screamed desperately. His mood was terrible to the extreme. Not only was it terrible, but it was also terrifying. One had to know that the lives he had lost before were all achieved by the other party's desperate efforts. But the 2 lives he had lost recently were completed by Ling Xiao without any effort. This made him have to be terrified. He only had 2 lives left. What should he do? There was obvious fear in his eyes. He was terrified, but the 100,000 powerhouses of the 4 regions and 9 realms cheered. At this moment, they truly realized the return of hope. As expected, Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. He was simply too powerful. He took Lotus Flower's life so easily. Then, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill Lotus Flower. This was definitely a new page in the difficult war. Many people cried and laughed. They laughed because they were excited, and cried because they were moved. They had been so desperate that they had lost the courage to live. Fortunately, they persevered. They insisted on believing in Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. The 4 regions and 9 realms were saved. Ling Xiao kept his promise. At the Heroes' Conference, Ling Xiao said that he would become the leader and kill Lotus Flower. In fact, many people treated it as a joke. But today, he became the true hope. Chapter 50-25. Ari, I thought I was very strong, but boss gave me another surprise. Xiaojin sighed. That's right. Big Brother always refreshes people's understanding of this world. I'm afraid that the arrogant great Emperor Lianhua won't be able to laugh now. Long Chen said excitedly. Master will win. Cold Plum was as taciturn as ever. Firmament. Yu Fenghua's eyes were full of love. Her body was in pain, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She was very strong, but she still liked to see her man act like a hero. In this world, all women liked heroes. I suddenly feel that killing you like this would be letting you off too easily. Now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao snickered, the void god in his right hand and crimson blood in his left. With both swords in hand, he was like a demon of the sword. The violent sword intent. The terrifying murderous intent made great Emperor Lianhua shudder. No. I am Emperor Lianhua, the ruler of eternal divine nation. Don't even think about scaring me, you ants. Lotus Flower's fear was tinged with anger. His anger was probably a tool to cover up his fear. After fighting for so long, he finally felt the terror. He should have been invincible, but now he had to worry about losing his life. What should he do? Ling Xiao had seen through all his schemes and destroyed them. Ling Xiao hadn't been as strong as him back then, But he'd been smarter. Now, Ling Xiao had caught up to him. There was a clear gap between him and Ling Xiao. "Are you afraid?" Ling Xiao chuckled softly. One man, two swords, stood proudly in the air, facing the powerful lotus flower. This battle would be imprinted in the history of Black Tortoise Continent for future generations to remember. It wasn't the most terrifying battle in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. However, its legendary and twisting nature was something that many battles could not compare to. In order to save the 4 regions and 9 worlds, a young man had fought against an immortal and terrifying great emperor. He held 2 swords in his hands. His gaze was resolute and filled with incomparable confidence. This scene would probably be painted by an artist and become a supreme treasure of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the future. If Ling Xiao lost to Lotus Flower, then Lotus Flower's doomsday would come. The Divine Book. The Bible of Darkness. The Book of the Emperor. Fusion. Use your endless power to drive away the lowly enemy. Lotus Flower was also prepared to go all out. In the previous battles, it was always others who fought with their lives on the line. But now, he wanted to go all out against Ling Xiao. Because he realized that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, the person who would lose today's battle would probably be him. The 3 books merged into one in front of him. The 3 types of energy intertwined together, and an earth-shattering power was brewing. "Die for me, Ling Xiao. I'm afraid you've never seen this move before. When I fought with you previously, I didn't have the body of the sovereign. But now, I have it." Sword of the God-fiend Emperor. A sword flew out from the 3 books that had merged into one. It was a giant sword. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, connecting heaven and earth. The giant sword of the God-fiend Emperor had condensed the power of the God-fiend Emperor. The moment it appeared, all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds were suffocating. Countless dead souls also fell to the ground, unable to stand up. This power was so strong that the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds started to show signs of damage. The strongest attack that the 4 regions and 9 worlds could withstand was probably the full force attack of a peak 7th level divine body realm. Any attack that exceeded this level would cause the laws to become chaotic. The space would collapse. Therefore, there had never been a martial artist above the 8th level divine body realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even Lotus Flower couldn't recover to that level. He could continuously become stronger at the peak of the 7th level divine body realm, infinitely close to the 8th level divine body realm. But he could never break through. No one could. Even if the power was enough to cause the laws to become chaotic and the space to collapse. But the laws themselves had an extremely strong ability to repair themselves. Even so, the strength of Lotus Flower's attack had been proven. The strength of his attack had reached a level where it could affect the laws and space. This is the God-Slayer sword. This is the Demon Slayer sword. This is the Emperor Slayer sword. This is an attack that only a god can unleash. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were originally livestock raised by the eternal divine nation. You could have lived if you'd been obedient. But if you insist on making an enemy out of me, I'll make sure that not even your bones remain. Die, Ling Xiao. Die. Lotus Flower bet that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. He still had 2 lives, while Ling Xiao could only be resurrected once. He'd won in this regard. The giant sword slashed towards Ling Xiao with unparalleled strength. At the same time, it slashed towards the 100,000 martial artists behind Ling Xiao. This guy clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao and the others as well. He had no intention of holding back at all. Ling Xiao could sense that Emperor Lianhua's attack was much more powerful than his reverse art of the 8 strokes. If he couldn't block this attack, then the 100,000 martial artists behind him would all die. Dragon God's glacial formation. A large area of cold air abruptly descended. Countless snowflakes formed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the speed of the giant sword suddenly slowed down. Though it wasn't completely frozen, Ling Xiao's current cultivation level and the Dragon God's glacial formation were more than enough to slow it down. Of course, this was only the first step. The Dragon God's glacial formation alone wouldn't be able to block this terrifying attack. But Ling Xiao still had a backup plan. Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation, Hadal Monster. Within the Yellow Springs Formation, the yin-yang bone-melting water had completely merged with the water of the Yellow Springs, becoming an even more powerful liquid. And the nine-nether giant monster was precisely formed from this terrifying liquid. Its enormous body stood up from the formation. The yin-yang bone-melting water's terrifying corrosiveness quickly looked down on the giant sword in the air. Emperor Lian Hua revealed a shocked expression. "How dare you? You actually absorbed my yin-yang bone-melting water? Surprised, aren't you? Actually, you shouldn't be. If you know me, you should know that I like to turn other people's threats into my hopes. Hadal monster, devour the god-fiend emperor's sword." Ling Xiao roared. The Hadal monster was like a giant mollusk, constantly wriggling and wriggling. It wrapped around the giant god-fiend emperor's sword. Its entire body was formed from the Yellow Springs bone-melting water. No matter how strong the god-fiend emperor's sword was, once it was trapped, its energy would be rapidly corroded and gradually dissipated. It had so easily neutralized Lotus Flower's attack. Once again, the martial artists of the Nine Realms cheered. Lotus Flower had been killed twice by Ling Xiao, but such a powerful attack couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao's two attacks weren't just good luck, but that he possessed terrifying strength to achieve such results. Chapter 50-26. The most impressive thing was that Ling Xiao stood in front and actually did not let the slightest bit of destructive energy pass through his defensive zone. The 100,000 powerhouses behind him were completely unscathed. Powerful combat power, and he could even protect others. If such a person was not a hero, then what was? Impossible. How is this possible? The sword of a god-fiend emperor, how can anyone block it in the 4 regions and 9 world? Lotus Flower retreated repeatedly. His confidence was almost beaten to nothing. The attack just now was practically his strongest attack, but it still did not injure Ling Xiao. To him, this blow was really tragic enough. Calm down, Lotus Flower, you must calm down. Don't forget, you still have 2 lives, it's not time to die yet. Although Ling Xiao blocked that attack just now, he must have consumed a large amount of divine essence and stamina too. This kind of attack, you can unleash it many times, but it's impossible for him to block it every time. You're a god, a powerhouse, and he's merely a lowly human. He can't defeat you. Lotus Flower's psychological quality was still pretty good. He could even cheer himself on. Even if he lost his courage, he could also find it himself. Truly deserving of being a troublesome guy. Calm down a bit, I must kill Ling Xiao today. If Ling Xiao still doesn't die, then I'm afraid that I'll really never have the chance again. Lotus Flower now deeply understood Ling Xiao's terror. What Ling Xiao was terrifying was not strength, but talent, cultivation speed. Counting from the first time he met Ling Xiao, it was actually only a few months. But Ling Xiao, this guy already went from being a fly that he could casually slap to death, growing to a guy who gave him an extreme headache today. Still want to kill me now? You still don't seem to recognize reality. Previously, you were the behind-the-scenes player, the Black Hand, and could make the 4 regions and 9 worlds play in the palm of your hand. I had to risk my life to foil one of your schemes after another. Domain name, please remember _3. But today is different. Different, you know? Right now, I am the one who controls the rules. I am the one who has the initiative. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already rushed out. It spun in the air like a tornado. The 2 swords crazily slashed at Lotus Flower's body, leaving wounds after wounds. In the blink of an eye, one of Lotus Flower's arms was completely shattered. This was because Lotus Flower had dodged quickly. If he had been any slower, the sword chi would have traveled up his arm and destroyed his head as well. Bastard, I don't believe you. Lotus Flower did his best to numb himself and hypnotize himself, making himself think that Ling Xiao was not as strong as him. However, the cruel reality broke his hypnosis again and again. How could it be so easy for Ling Xiao to hurt him? It was so difficult for him to hurt Ling Xiao. Although we are the weakest human beings in this world, we are still the weakest. But in ancient times, humans were the beasts of war because we were willing to learn. Willing to improve? We will only become stronger if we continue to grow. As for you, you are just a lunatic who gave up your human identity and turned yourself into a monster. Although you have gained temporary strength, it is impossible for you to improve anymore. This is the root of your failure. Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice sounded, and the sword light flashed again. It was like a flashing flying snake. After the light flashed, Lotus Flower's shrill screams could be heard. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the battle continued like this, Lotus Flower's failure would be a matter of course. However, Lotus Flower was a powerhouse after all. Even if he died, he would probably fight to the death. Therefore, no one dared to let down their guard until the last moment. Ling Xiao, the pain you made me suffer today, I will definitely pay you back double in the future. I really regret not killing you directly. Instead, I sent you into the space-time corridor. That's why today's situation is like this. Great Emperor Lianhua said as he desperately defended against Ling Xiao's attacks. There is no medicine for regret in this world. What is done cannot be changed. In addition, I have to tell you, even if you didn't send me into the space-time corridor, I would have gone in myself. In my opinion, your scheme is nothing more than foolish self-entertainment. Ling Xiao said coolly, and you're threatening me now, don't you think it's ridiculous? When your strength was so much stronger than mine, I never feared your threat. Do you think I'll be afraid now? Better save some energy and die. The things you did to my woman, my friends, my brothers, and my people. I'll return it all one by one. When Ling Xiao spoke, his attacks did not stop at all. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Lotus Flower again. But with the lesson from the past, Lotus Flower, this guy was more slippery now. As long as he saw that the situation was not good, he would choose to avoid. Even if he lost face, he would not be willing to be killed. And each time he was killed, he had to suffer a pain worse than death. That kind of pain penetrated deep into his bones, making him unable to bear it. Ling Xiao's voice seemed indifferent. But in reality, he hated Lotus Flower very much. If not for Lotus Flower, Yu Fanghua would not have suffered so much. If not for Lotus Flower, Supreme Emperor White Knight would not have died. If not for Lotus Flower, he might have already left the 4 regions and 9 worlds and headed for Heaven's Wall City. His resentment toward Lotus Flower was not little. Therefore, in his attacks, his sword art was also very ruthless. If Lotus Flower could not find a way to deal with Ling Xiao, then very soon, he would be torn to pieces by Ling Xiao. Although his injuries were constantly recovering, the speed of recovery was far from catching up to the speed of destruction. TSK. Fortunately, I'm not the enemy of Supreme Emperor Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be terrible. When the Thunder Sovereign saw this scene, his heart trembled. Yes, this is the first time I sympathize with an enemy. Lotus Flower offended Ling Xiao. How unlucky. The Fire Sovereign laughed. He doesn't deserve sympathy, but you're right. Lotus Flower is probably living a life worse than death now. The Flower Sovereign looked at the sky. White Knight, you can rest in peace. Ling Xiao's growth is more outstanding than you imagined. Back then, when you chose him to be the new Golden Emperor, I opposed it. But fortunately, you didn't accept my opinion. Otherwise, I don't know what the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be like today. Blood escape technique. Lotus Flower could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attacks and finally lost his confidence. The moment his confidence collapsed, he chose to escape instead of continuing to fight. If he had the Dimension Talisman, he could instantly enter another space and disappear without a trace. No one would be able to find him in a short time. By the time he fully recovered his strength and returned, Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. After all, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was, it was not as fast as his recovery speed. Recovery and cultivation were 2 completely different situations. Fortunately, Cold Plum's previous attack made Lotus Flower use the Dimension Talisman. As a result, Lotus Flower could only rely on his own ability to escape. Ling Xiao had to thank his good friend. Chapter 50-27. Can you run? Qin Huang, I'll leave them to you. I'll chase after that guy. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared in an instant. He only left behind a sentence. At this moment, the undead at the scene were almost cleared. Ling Xiao left and felt more at ease. Lotus Flower's blood escape technique was very fast. He rushed into the graveyard of the gods in an instant. Ling Xiao chased after him. He could more or less understand why Emperor Lianhua was hiding here. The graveyard of the gods was too big. It was rumored that it was bigger than the 4 regions and 9 realms. Lotus Flower set up his base here to make it easier for him to recover and move. You really dared to follow me in. You're courting death. Lotus Flower thought that he was no match for Ling Xiao outside the graveyard of the gods. But inside the graveyard of the gods, this was his territory. Revive, my warrior. Standing on top of an ancient tomb, Lotus Flower activated his divine essence. A terrifying power seeped into the ancient tomb. In the next moment, a skeleton flew out of the ancient tomb. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Stop him. Lotus Flower knew that this skeleton warrior couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could stop him for a while. Although he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely no match for him here, he still subconsciously wanted to escape. Yes, why shouldn't I run? I should hide and focus on recovering my strength. In this way, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed is, he can't be my match. Emperor Lian Hua tried to find an excuse for his sorry state as he fled. But how could a mere skeleton warrior stop Ling Xiao? Demon Lord Body, finish him off. Ling Xiao released the Demon Lord Body, stopped the skeleton warrior, and continued to chase. Although he couldn't use the Body Fusion's fighting style now, his 3 avatars could still fight. And they were very strong. After that, the Supreme God Body and the Supreme Emperor Body also joined the battle. Lotus Flower's dream of stalling for time did not come true. Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer to him. The power of void shattering, transcending the void. Seeing that he was about to catch up to the Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao activated his divine energy and soul energy at the same time. The power of void shattering erupted. A ray of void light pierced through Lotus Flower's head. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to kill him. Through the previous battle, Ling Xiao had also discovered that even if he wanted to take Lotus Flower's life, he would have to pulverize his body. Simply shattering the skull was not enough. Of course, the light of void wasn't meant to kill the other party, but to stall for time. He was preparing for the next move. Void shattering power, shatter the void. Lotus Flower was injured, and his movements became sluggish. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to use Void Crush. The power of space distortion enveloped Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you, I'll definitely kill you. You listen well, as long as I'm still alive, there will be a day when I'll completely pulverize you. Lotus Flower howled in agony amidst the intense pain. He could only threaten Ling Xiao like this at this time too. This was because Ling Xiao's shattering void had already distorted his body. The next instant, he would die. Although it was just one of the lives dying, to Lotus Flower, it was similarly an incomparably miserable thing. Listening to his hysterical screams, one would know. Lotus Flower urged all of his divine essence and the void mirror was actually unable to shatter. This guy was indeed formidable. If it were other martial artists, with Ling Xiao's current strength, if he used Void Crush, the void mirror would instantly shatter. The other party would also turn into fragments along with it. Crack. The void mirror finally shattered. Void Crush completed the attack. But Ling Xiao's face did not have a joyful look. He could feel that compared to the giant dragon life, his remaining 2 lives were clearly more tenacious. Even after shattering the void, he still couldn't kill him. Instead, he let that guy escape. Still want to escape? Fine, I'll play this game of cat and mouse with you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He had locked onto the other party's aura properly. The next step was to pursue and attack. 2 figures chased crazily in the graveyard of the gods. The demonic beasts on the ground were all frightened until they fled in all directions. Perhaps they had never seen such 2 powerful fellows fighting in this place before. Still chasing? If you continue chasing, you'll reach the depths of the graveyard of the gods. That's a place that has never been explored before. There might be danger. Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid of death? Lotus Flower was really about to cry. The moment he broke free from the cage, he was proud and confident. He thought that he was supreme. But now, he only wanted to escape. He discovered that he had underestimated those ants in the 4 regions and 9 realms too much, especially underestimating Ling Xiao too much. That led to the current predicament where he made one wrong move and every step was wrong. He could only escape with all his might. But he swore that today's humiliation would be returned tenfold or 100-fold in the future. On this point, he was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. They were both vengeful people. But if he wanted revenge, he had to escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Otherwise, it would just be a fool's dream. Lotus Flower, you won't be able to escape today no matter what. Prepare to die. Martial Soul Barrier. Ling Xiao finally caught up to Lotus Flower and used the Martial Soul Barrier. This Martial Soul Barrier had always been his weapon to capture his enemies. Of course, if someone killed him, this barrier could be destroyed. The barrier itself did not have any attack or amplification effects. It was just an imprisonment. He had no choice but to force the enemy to fight with him. Bastard, do you have to force me? Book of the Emperor, Book of Divine, Book of Darkness, Fuse. Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor, 2nd stage. Compared to the Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor outside the Graveyard of the Gods. The attack this time was obviously more powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the Graveyard of the Gods and the power of the 2nd stage. It was at least a dozen times stronger. In that instant, the giant sword formed again. It was huge beyond compare. It exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Even many tombs on the ground were destroyed by the terrifying sword energy. Ling Xiao frowned. This Lotus Flower could actually be stronger. It seemed that he had to be stronger too. There were no outsiders here. So Ling Xiao did not hesitate to release the universe of tyrants. The dark universe covered the entire sky. Sky of Tyrants, Dragon God Ice Diagram. Sky of Tyrants, 9 Nether Monster. The same moisture, with the enhancement of the Sky of Tyrants, once again crushed Lotus Flower's Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor. Sky of Tyrants, Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment the Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor was blocked, Ling Xiao used a different attack method. A Black Lotus appeared. The Demon Buddha appeared. In an instant, it blasted into Lotus Flower's body. This guy, he actually used the move I taught him so powerfully. Lotus Flower was a little surprised. He had indeed taught Ling Xiao the Black Lotus Treasure Light, but he had only cultivated it to the Greater Mastery realm. However, Ling Xiao had managed to cultivate this move to the stage of perfection. He was even stronger than him. Chapter 50-28. Lotus Flower was well aware of the power of the transformative state's secret soul technique. Therefore, he had no choice but to sacrifice his life and let the soul of the sovereign escape from his body. God-defying art, 8 strokes. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. After the Black Lotus Treasure Light, the 8 sword lights finally tore Lotus Flower's body into pieces again. This time, it was much more difficult than the previous 2 times. The key was that Lotus Flower had chosen to escape, which had caused a lot of trouble. However, this time, he was truly dead. Let's see how you're going to keep your life. Damn it, Ling Xiao, don't force me. If you want to kill me, I'll bury the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds with me. Lotus Flower roared angrily. He was on the verge of collapse. He had lost all confidence in facing Ling Xiao. The only thing he wanted to do now was to save his life. Apart from that, he wanted nothing else. What? Don't tell me you still have the ability to turn the tables at this time? Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't doubt me. If you force me, I'll detonate the world of souls. Although I can't take the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds with me, I'll destroy the entire chaotic sand ocean. Don't you care about the 100,000 experts outside? Lotus Flower was at his wit's end. Because he only had 1 life left. Although he could not be killed easily, he was afraid. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could make the impossible possible. If he could really kill him, the loss would outweigh the gain. You won't have that chance. Ling Xiao shook his head. The moment Lotus Flower's body condensed, he reactivated the martial spirit barrier. Lotus Flower was completely trapped by the martial spirit barrier. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if he wanted to detonate the world of souls, it would be fine as long as he prevented Lotus Flower's consciousness from spreading. Damn it, why do you have to kill me? If you let me go, I swear I'll never step into the 4 regions and 9 worlds again. Lotus Flower was already begging for mercy. Your oath is not worth mentioning at all. Ling Xiao wanted to eradicate all evil. No one could guarantee what Lotus Flower would do after escaping this time. Perhaps they would make a comeback in a few years, and the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be in danger again. At that time, Ling Xiao might not be a match for Lotus Flower. Damn you, Ling Xiao. Remember this. I'll be waiting for you in Eternal Divine Nation after I die today. Disintegrate by force. Lotus Flower realized that begging for mercy was completely useless. Even threats were useless. Left with no choice, he decided to take the last step. Stop him. Don't let him die. Yuan Venerate suddenly shouted. Yuan Venerates had not interfered in the previous battles. However, this time, Yuan Venerates cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Just like that, Great Emperor Lian Hua shattered on the spot and turned into dust. He's dead. Ling Xiao was a little confused. After such a tough battle, his opponent had died just like that. This was a little too incomprehensible. Lotus Flower did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. He's not dead yet. Yuan Venerate sighed. What do you mean? I can't sense his aura at all. Ling Xiao exclaimed. It's not your fault. Yuan Venerate smiled wryly. Disintegrate by force is indeed suicide. However, it's not. Lotus Flower is indeed dead, but he will be resurrected in Eternal Divine Nation after a year. However, he will only have his initial strength after his resurrection. So his cultivating from the beginning? Ling Xiao was relieved to hear Yuan Venerate's explanation. He was confident that Lotus Flower's cultivation speed would be far inferior to his. It's cultivating from the beginning, but it's not. Lotus Flower's cultivation method is different from others. Don't forget. He can rely on absorbing other people's life force to increase his strength. If he's lucky, he'll be reborn in a good place. Then, he'll be able to obtain many powerful cultivators for his cultivation. That way, not only will his cultivation speed not be slower than yours, it might even be faster. Yuan Venerate said worriedly. If that's the case, it'll be a little troublesome. However, I don't like to think about things that can't be touched. No matter what, Lotus Flower is no longer a threat to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, right? Since he's reborn in Eternal Divine Nation, that's great. I'll go to Eternal Divine Nation and kill him. Ling Xiao smiled. Child, you're always so confident. However, you've created enough miracles along the way. This time is no exception. Yuan Venerate said no more and went back to sleep. Ling Xiao looked around. In the darkness, it was as if there was some powerful monster sleeping. Its aura was even more terrifying than Lotus Flower's. He didn't dare be negligent. He hurriedly rushed outside. No one knew what kind of place the necropolis of the gods was. Of course, he took Lotus Flower's storage ring with him before he left. After his rebirth, Lotus Flower's belongings couldn't be taken away or destroyed. This benefited Ling Xiao. Rumble. Crackle. Ling Xiao hadn't even left the necropolis of the gods when he heard a terrifying explosion outside. His heart trembled involuntarily. Originally, the crisis of the 4 regions and 9 worlds could be said to have been resolved with Lotus Flower's rebirth. To Ling Xiao, Lotus Flower was no different from being dead. At most, he'd take the guy's life when he went to Eternal Divine Nation. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he was in a relatively relaxed mood. However, everything seemed to have changed after the explosion. Ling Xiao's expression turned extremely ugly. When he arrived outside, he saw a cold-faced expert standing in the sky. This guy's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the divine physique realm. However, he didn't seem to know that the overall strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had increased after the Lotus Flower's chaos. Therefore, he seemed a little arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Why aren't you kneeling down yet? This 5th-level Divine Physique Realm cultivator actually made 100,000 Divine Physique Realm experts kneel before him. That made sense. These people had expended a lot of energy, so they looked weaker. Their aura wasn't that strong, so this guy was the one who was deceived. Who are you to make us kneel? You're courting death. Ling Xiao flew into the air and grabbed the man's throat. He said coldly, "Are you another one of Lotus Flower's remnants? I don't know what you're talking about, but you'd better let go of me quickly. Otherwise, you'll be finished when Heaven's Wall City's army arrives." The man struggled as he spoke. Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao, Qin Huang, and the others were stunned. Heaven's Wall City had sent many young cultivators to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to train. In the end, most of them had died in the Lotus Flower's disaster. Some were killed by Ling Xiao, while others died directly from the infection. Now, someone from Heaven's Wall City had appeared. Moreover, it was a middle-aged man. This wasn't quite the same as before. What's going on with Heaven's Wall City's army? Ling Xiao let go of the man and asked with a frown. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Chapter 5029. Heaven's Wall City is about to go to war with Eternal Divine Nation, so we need the 4 regions and 9 worlds as our rear base. I've come to inform you of this. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City weren't as arrogant after being threatened by Ling Xiao, but they were still as haughty as ever. Heaven's Wall City sure is optimistic. Where were they when we were tricked by Lotus Flower? Now that Lotus Flower is dead, they want to take advantage of the situation. How shameless. Go back and tell your city lords that they're welcome to rest and recuperate in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if they want to rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there's no way. Ling Xiao said coldly. It looks like you're the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'm just a messenger. Do as you see fit. Heaven's Wall City's vanguard will arrive at the chaotic desert in 3 days. I advise you not to put up any pointless resistance. I'm no match for you, but I'm only a cultivator of below-average strength in Heaven's Wall City. Resistance will only bring endless calamity to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Once Heaven's Wall City's army arrives, the peace you've just won will immediately crumble. That's all I have to say. Farewell. The messenger from Heaven's Wall City broke through the air and left. Ling Xiao did not stop him. It was just a messenger. There was no point in killing him. 3 days isn't even enough time for us to catch our breaths. Ling Xiao was certain that Heaven's Wall City had been paying attention to the battle between the 4 regions and Lotus Flower. They'd only made an appearance now. Most people wouldn't be able to recover to peak condition in 3 days. You've all heard it. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao looked at the 100,000 experts below. They were the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They represented the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We'll listen to His Majesty. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to make of it. If they surrendered, they'd likely become slaves of Heaven's Wall City. It was better than being ruled by Lotus Flower, but they still couldn't accept it. If he didn't surrender, could he really win? The weakest martial artists in Heaven's Wall City were probably at the first level of the Divine Physique echelon. How could he resist? Thus, they left the decision to Ling Xiao. He was the hero who saved the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Celestial Emperor of the Empire of Tyrants. The name of this empire was only recently changed. Ji Mingkong suggested that the empire be named after Ling Xiao's martial spirit. Only then would it be more exclusive. It also showed the ambition of the empire. Although Ling Xiao didn't think the name was important, he still decided to change it according to Haim Myungko's suggestion. The other organizations did not change. Therefore, it wouldn't cause any unrest in the empire. Let's wait for 3 days before deciding what to do. I want to see Heaven's Wall City's attitude. After all, they used to be martial artists from the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If I can help, I'm naturally willing. But if they want to use force, I won't be polite either. Everyone, do your best to recover in these 3 days and wait here for Heaven's Wall City's vanguard to arrive. Also, send some people to spread the good news. Lotus Flower is dead, and the scourge is over. As for Heaven's Wall City, don't mention it for now. We'll take care of it in secret. Ling Xiao had a guess. Heaven's Wall City's martial artists were probably afraid of Lotus Flower as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so suddenly after Lotus Flower's death. Therefore, Heaven's Wall City's martial artists shouldn't be difficult to deal with. After all, Heaven's Wall City wasn't within Eternal Divine Nation's territory. Therefore, even if the upper limit of their strength was higher, it wouldn't exceed the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It should be similar to the laws of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. After the order was passed down, tens of thousands of messengers left the chaotic Sand Sea and headed in different directions. They spread the exciting news to every corner of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao gathered the upper echelons of the various factions for a small meeting. During the meeting, Ling Xiao distributed the treasures he'd obtained from Lotus Flower to these people. According to Ling Xiao's plan, the martial artists on his side also needed to improve their combat strength as soon as possible. It was too difficult to break through in 3 days, so treasures became very important. There were a total of 25 experts at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon and above in the 13 factions of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Each of them had at least 4 Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. Xiao Jin, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Ling Xiao all had powerful Emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. Even Yang Shuyi had one. It was a pity that Emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns were too rare. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have given each of them one as well. Apart from the 25 upper echelons, the rest of the martial artists were also equipped with Emperor weapons with 7 or 8 dragon patterns. In short, Ling Xiao gave them all that could be equipped. One day later, Haim Myung-ko arrived at the chaotic Sand Ocean. Haim Myung-ko's cultivation was at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Although she was still far from being an expert, her breakthrough speed was definitely not slow. As the only remaining legitimate royal bloodline of the sacred dynasty, she wasn't simple at all. In addition, Ling Xiao had been helping her all this while. Although she couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's rhythm completely, it was almost there. Haim Myung-ko was Ling Xiao's most trusted helper. He didn't hesitate to hand over the management rights of the Empire of Tyrants to this woman. This time, he asked her to come over to explain the matters of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Although the 4 domains and 9 worlds were already under the control of the Empire of Tyrants, due to the lack of time, many aspects of management couldn't keep up. Naturally, he had to trouble Haim Myung-ko with this matter. After explaining everything, Ling Xiao gave the 9 dragon crystals to Haim Myung-ko. These 9 dragon crystals were the 9 giant dragons. Previously, they were either killed or fused with the lotus flower. However, after the lotus flower died, the dragon crystals were preserved. Ling Xiao modified the dragon crystals and activated them with Long Chen's giant dragon blood. The 9 giant dragons listened to Haim Myung-ko's commands. These were 9 powerful existences at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Moreover, they would continue to grow. In the future, Ling Xiao wouldn't have to worry about Haim Myung-ko's safety anymore. The Empire of Tyrants finally had a divine guardian beast that could be used in public. After doing all this, Ling Xiao started to focus on his cultivation. Recently, his cultivation had been breaking through a little too quickly. He had to calm down and check for flaws. He had to strengthen the unstable areas. He didn't plan to break through in the next 3 days. He just needed to stabilize his cultivation. The others were also making use of the time to recover. Fortunately, the lotus flower had a large number of elixirs in his storage. This could speed up everyone's recovery. It played an important role. Everyone felt a surge of energy in their hearts. Heaven's Wall City was trying to steal the fruits of their victory. How could they agree? Perhaps it was because they had defeated the lotus flower, but everyone was filled with hope and confidence. They had the powerful His Majesty, Ling Xiao. They didn't fear any enemy. Chapter 50-30. They waited anxiously and orderly for 3 days. As expected, an army appeared above the chaotic desert. There weren't many of them, only about 300. However, every one of them was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao sensed that the weakest among the 300 was at the early 6th level of the divine physique realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique realm. There were 300 of them. Even after the necromancy disaster, there were only 25 cultivators above the 6th level of the divine physique realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The difference was too obvious. Moreover, this was only the vanguard. Even if the vanguard was the elite force of Heaven's Wall City, it was still terrifying enough. No wonder these people could live at the entrance of the eternal divine nation. With their strength, they could. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? 4 early 6th level divine physique realm cultivators flew over and looked down at the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They asked contemptuously, "I am." Ling Xiao walked out and said indifferently. Although he knew Heaven's Wall City was up to no good, they were all humans. Moreover, the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City could be of great help to humans entering the eternal divine palace. Therefore, Ling Xiao's attitude was to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He would talk to them first. If they weren't willing to talk, then he would have to resort to violence. There were some people who would only know fear if you beat them to the point where they were afraid. "Have you decided what to do?" One of them asked coldly. "Who is your leader?" "I want to talk to him." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Our leader is the general of Heaven's Wall City, but I don't think there's anything to talk about with you. You only need to sign a contract obediently and hand over the ruling rights of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to us. This way, we can prevent the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds from suffering." That person said, "Why don't you let me see your general? He should know that I can even kill Emperor Lianhua. I'll be of great help to you." Ling Xiao said again. As the general expected, this kid wants to keep his power. But this is good. Take him to the military camp. He won't live for long. The 4 experts of the Heaven's Wall City secretly communicated with each other using their souls. "General, you think too highly of this brat. With the strength of the 4 of us, do you think we can't kill a mere cultivator from the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Don't underestimate him. After all, he did kill Lotus Flower. Although it might be a Lotus Flower who hasn't recovered much of his strength, he's still alive. But to be on the safe side, it was better to lure him in and confirm that he was dead. So as to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. This idiot, the general was prepared to close the door and beat the dog, but he still wants to go in himself. Just in time. The few of them secretly communicated with each other, and one of them said indifferently, "If that's the case, then come with us. As long as you work hard for Heaven's Wall City, the City Lord will definitely not treat you unfairly. Although you are a bit lowly, you are still of the same origin as us." "Lowly? Didn't your general teach you how to speak? Don't forget that I'm still the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll be punished for being so disrespectful to me." Ling Xiao's voice suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, the 4 Heaven's Wall City experts suddenly felt a terrifying pain coming from their bodies. Their bodies started to distort and deform, and their bones creaked as if they would break at any time. Spare us," one of them uttered with difficulty. Ling Xiao sneered and retracted the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague. Now that he had become extremely powerful, the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague had also become even more terrifying. Killing these 4 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artists was as easy as flipping his hand. He wouldn't just keep lowering his head. He had to show a bit of his strength. Only then would the other party be willing to negotiate. Damn it. This fellow actually dared to attack us. I'm so angry. I'm going to kill him. The Heaven's Wall City martial artists roared furiously through soul voice transmissions. Only their own people could hear them. "Calm down, this person isn't weak. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not be a match for him. It's better to leave him to the general. Right now, we just have to lure him into the trap that we've set." "That's right. To be able to inflict so much pain on the 4 of us in one move, this fellow is very terrifying." The 4 of them wished they could kill Ling Xiao right now. However, their rationality told them that with their strength, they were probably not a match for Ling Xiao. Therefore, They could only endure and pretend to be terrified on the surface. One of them said, as expected of the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, "You're actually so powerful. We're full of admiration. With your strength, you're indeed qualified to meet and talk with our general. Please." That's right, that's right. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist in a place like the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We've misjudged. The rest of the people chimed in, revealing smiles that were uglier than crying. It was extremely awkward. Xiao Jin, who was standing at the side, was delighted. These Heaven's Wall City fellows have always looked down on the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Their high and mighty appearance is truly disgusting. This time, they've finally been taught a lesson by you, boss. Let's see if they still dare to continue being so arrogant. Ari, Heaven's Wall City has long been isolated from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They've long forgotten their original intentions. The experts who founded Heaven's Wall City wanted it to be a bridge between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds and eternal divine nation. Qin Huang sighed. His emotions were the most complicated right now. He was from Heaven's Wall City and had been born together with the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. To be honest, he really didn't want the 2 sides to fight. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Qin Huang, you have to be mentally prepared. Although I have the intention to negotiate, I don't want to do that. Although I do want to negotiate, the other side doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. This battle is likely unavoidable. You just need to persuade House Qin to stay out of the fight. Don't let them get involved. I'll do my best to end this battle as quickly as possible and minimize the number of casualties. Ling Xiao patted Qin Huang's shoulder. Many thanks. Qin Huang was extremely grateful. Afterwards, Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, Xiao Jin, Qin Huang, Long Chen, and Cold Plum walked towards the army camp. The others remained where they were and waited. There were only 6 of them, so the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City didn't think much of them. More importantly, these 6 were all young people. Perhaps they didn't think their strength was all that great. Moments later, the group arrived at the army camp. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and observed. His expression grew serious. Around the military camp, there was a faint killing intent. Although others couldn't see it, it couldn't escape his Taiji eye. At this moment, he was completely certain. The other party had no intention of negotiating at all. They'd condescendingly asked for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If he gave them to them, he might be able to keep his life. If he didn't, the other party would attack him with lightning speed and kill him. He knew this very well in his heart, but would he be afraid? Chapter 50-31. If this was the first time Ling Xiao saw a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City, he might really be afraid. But now, Ling Xiao had even beaten Great Emperor Lianhua to the point of resurrection. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City. Some problems had to be solved. With a faint smile, he signaled the others with his eyes and stepped into the military camp. Over 300 experts from Heaven's Wall City stood neatly in the military camp. One of them sat on a wooden armchair and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. "You are the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You can't be a fake, right?" This was the general of Heaven's Wall City. His strength was second only to the Heaven's Wall City Lord. A peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Ling Xiao felt that he was even stronger than Lotus Flower. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than Lotus Flower, who hadn't fully recovered. Moreover, he didn't have as many lives as Lotus Flower. If the 2 of them were to fight, victory would definitely belong to Lotus Flower. Reporting to the general, "This is indeed the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao." Not only that, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are already under the rule of the Empire of Tyrants. Ling Xiao is the Empire of Tyrants' heavenly emperor. If Heaven's Wall City has any difficulties, you can tell him. He will definitely help you solve it. Qin Huang said hurriedly. He also felt the restless atmosphere, so he wanted to avoid a battle that shouldn't have started. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the son of the Qin clan. Even the young city lord, Saint Tianming, is dead. You actually shamelessly became someone else's subordinate. If you kill yourself now, I can still let your Qin clan off. Otherwise, everyone in the Qin clan will die. The general looked at Qin Huang coldly and sneered. What did you say? Qin Huang's reverse scale was his clan and his relatives. His current cultivation wasn't any weaker than the general. When he heard what the general said, he was instantly enraged. If you dare to touch my Qin clan, I will make you wish you were dead. I will kill everyone in your Heaven's Wall clan. Qin Huang roared. Haha, do you have the ability? The general was a little disdainful. Qin Huang, stand aside first. Ling Xiao's voice rang out at this moment. He looked coldly at General Shong and said, Tell me the truth. What is your purpose this time? Do you still not understand? The 4 regions and 9 worlds were only fit to be slaves of the Heaven's Wall city. If you are obedient, you can live without worry. Otherwise, all of you will die. The general sneered. So there's no room for discussion? Ling Xiao took a deep breath as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Talk. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Just the 300 people I brought with me are enough to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not to mention that Heaven's Wall City had a population of over 1 million. When the army arrives, no matter how many ants there are in the 9 worlds, they will all be wiped out. After the general finished speaking, he waved his hand. The 300 martial artists standing there urged their divine essence one after another, releasing powerful auras. However, Ling Xiao was faster than them. Since there was no basis for negotiation, Ling Xiao wasn't going to show any mercy. In that moment, he pounced on the general of Heaven's Wall City. We're all humans, so I wanted to have a good talk with you. Perhaps we could join forces and enter eternal divine nation. But since you've been so arrogant and rude, don't blame me for what happens next. Ling Xiao deployed the god-defying art as soon as he attacked. At the same time, he gathered the ox demon fist in his left hand. He unleashed the power of cosmic light and froze time. Even Lotus Flower wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He would be gravely injured no matter what. The general was a bit stronger than Lotus Flower. However, Ling Xiao firmly believed that the general would be gravely injured as well. The attack landed the moment time froze. The moment the time stop disappeared. The general of Heaven's Wall City let out an earth-shattering scream. The entire military camp was shaken by this sound. Ling Xiao had severely injured the general of Heaven's Wall City with a single blow. However, the general was obviously still alive. He probably had some defensive treasure on him. His strength was impressive as well. Stop. It wasn't until now that the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City finally reacted and wanted to come to the general's rescue. However, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. Ling Xiao's attack was the signal. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the powerful general of Heaven's Wall City. Although he'd already injured the general, he still launched a series of attacks. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to kill his opponent. Moreover, he had also noticed some clues from the conversation between Qin Huang and the general. Perhaps Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be as arrogant as it was now if he destroyed the Heaven's Wall clan. The general of Heaven's Wall City thought of counterattacking amidst his screams. But it was useless. Ling Xiao launched a series of attacks. There was almost no pause between each move. He didn't want to give the general any chance to turn the tables. He deployed the god-defying art from the unification to the god-defying art. His left hand wasn't idle either, blasting out all sorts of martial soul techniques. It had to be said that the general was already very strong. He'd blocked most of Ling Xiao's attacks. That was why he hadn't died immediately. However, he was already covered in injuries. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. More importantly, he hadn't been able to launch a counterattack until now. He'd only been defending himself hastily. The only thing he was thinking about was that he'd underestimated his opponent too much. He'd been so careless against the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he'd ended up in such a pitiful situation. It was a tragedy from start to finish. It's time to end this. Shatter the void, shatter the void. Seeing that the general had no strength to retaliate, Ling Xiao thought that the time had come. He wanted to end this battle by shattering the void. Damn it, I'm the general of Heaven's Wall City. If you dare to kill me, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will definitely be slaughtered by the army of Heaven's Wall City. The general could only threaten him with words. He couldn't do anything else. All right, all right, all right. Whatever you say. However, you can forget about seeing what you said. Ling Xiao watched as the general's body was torn apart by the void mirror. He smiled when he sensed that the general's aura had disappeared. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire process had only taken a minute. The general of Heaven's Wall City had been careless, and Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to attack. He'd been defeated with a series of attacks. The surrounding martial artists of Heaven's Wall City were dumbfounded. You actually killed our general. You're crazy. One of them exclaimed in horror and disbelief. Start, domain name, please remember _3, the general of Heaven's Wall City wasn't the only one who'd died in the battle. Dozens of the 300 experts had also died. Ling Xiao's companions weren't easy to deal with. Their strength wasn't something that these guys could imagine. Avenge the general. These people hadn't realized how strong Ling Xiao and the others were, and they were still dreaming of revenge. Chapter 50-32. In the end, Ling Xiao joined the battle. In an instant, close to 100 people died. Only now did they realize their fear. The remaining people all chose to escape. Because there were more people, even if Ling Xiao wanted to chase after them, it would not be easy. He could only give up for now. Lunatics of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you're all finished. The general has been killed, and Heaven's Wall City will send an army to attack. Just wait for your destruction. Angry roars came from afar. Come at me. If you want to die, try it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the fleeing cultivators. Then, he looked back at Qin Huang and said, come with me and bring your family members back. Those people will definitely complain when they return. I'm afraid the Qin family members are doomed. Since they had already become comrades, Ling Xiao would not sit idly by and do nothing about Qin Huang's family. Boss, do we have to go too? Xiao Jin asked. Of course. We can't wait for others to attack. The 4 regions and 9 worlds are already in ruins. Although we won, the destruction caused by the battle is also very great. This time, we have to fight outside. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to target the Heaven's Wall clan and not the entire Heaven's Wall City, the best way was to sneak attack the enemy and kill the Heaven's Wall City Lord. At that time, Heaven's Wall City would know how powerful the 4 regions and 9 worlds were and would not dare to attack. Call Haim Myung-ko to go with us. She has the protection of the 9 dragons. It's time for her to temper herself on the battlefield. Perhaps her strength will increase faster. As for the others, just guard the only path from Heaven's Wall City to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Don't let those fellows escape to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was a man of action. Since he had decided to do something, he would not waste time. First, he let everyone hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Then, he entered the Shadow Warrior form and quietly followed those fleeing cultivators. Since the vanguard of Heaven's Wall City had arrived, the main army must be not far behind. As expected, following the path that Qin Huang had pointed out, they stepped onto a relatively safe path. This was the path that Heaven's Wall City cultivators took to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The danger level along the way was the lowest. Even so, a martial artist at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon would still face the risk of losing his life if he entered. However, Ling Xiao's strength was already on par with a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. This little bit of danger was not a problem to him at all. After traveling for over 100 miles, they finally saw an oasis. Above the oasis, the army of Heaven's Wall City was densely packed. At a rough glance, there were at least 1 million of them. Fortunately, the Eternal Desert's oasis was also huge. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate the millions of martial artists. Ling Xiao did not alarm the other party. Instead, he snuck into the military camp. Because it was a temporary military camp, the defenses were naturally not that tight. In addition, Ling Xiao was best at concealing his whereabouts. It was a piece of cake to sneak in. They had just arrived at the Qin clan, but before they could even see the Qin clan's patriarch, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly surrounded them. It should be that the Heaven's Wall city master had already received the report of those who had escaped. "Qin Hu, you old thief, get out here for this city lord." A loud shout came from outside the Qin family's camp. Obviously, he was very angry. "Heaven's Wall city master, what is the meaning of this? Do you still want to have internal strife at this time?" Qin Huang's father, Qin Hu, who was now the Qin clan's patriarch, looked at the Heaven's Wall city master who had just walked in with an ugly expression. "I have internal strife? You old thief, you have always disagreed with my policy. You actually want to ally with those despicable fellows from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's why you sent your son, Qin Huang, to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I just received news that the general was ambushed and killed by those bastards from the 4 regions and 9 worlds in a despicable and shameless way. Your son, Qin Huang, also participated in this ambush. Today, you must give me an explanation," the Heaven's Wall city master said coldly. "What explanation do you want?" Qin Hu asked coldly. He knew the general's character too well. He was a conceited egomaniac. Qin Hu would never believe that someone would use a despicable and shameless way to deal with him. "Qin Hu, take your own life. If you die, I can spare the rest of the Qin family. Otherwise, even if I have to take the risk of internal strife, I will not let them off. Even if there is internal strife, I will still kill the entire Qin clan," the Heaven's Wall city master said coldly. "Do you mean it?" Qin Hu asked. "Why? You don't believe me?" The Heaven's Wall city master said indifferently. "I can swear to the heavens that if you die, I will spare the rest of the Qin clan, including your son, Qin Huang, and your daughter, Qin. If I go back on my words, I will die a horrible death." "Master, don't." Qin Huang's mother grabbed Qin Hu's arm and shook her head. "You did nothing wrong. Why must you die? If you die, what will we do? We are willing to live and die with the patriarch." The Qin clan had always treated their subordinates well. Therefore, Qin Hu was deeply loved and respected. These people were truly willing to die for him. Qin Hu sighed and restrained Qin Huang's mother. Then, he took a step forward and placed his sword on his neck. "Tian Ding Lai, don't forget your oath." "Of course," the Heaven's Wall city master, Tian Ding Lai, said with a faint smile. Then, he said to someone behind him, "After Qin Hu dies, don't leave a single member of the Qin clan alive. I have already made my oath. I can't do it, but you can. Don't worry, Lord City Master. Only Qin Hu is difficult to deal with in the Qin clan. As long as he dies, I can instantly exterminate the entire Qin clan," that person said excitedly. It was a pity that Qin Hu didn't hear those words. He weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before making such a decision. Although Qin Hu's name sounded bold and powerful, he was actually a very soft-hearted person. He didn't want the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City to kill each other. He felt that by sacrificing himself, he could exchange for peace. Unfortunately, he seemed to be too naive. How could someone like Tian Dinglai keep his promise? Because of his character, although he had a high reputation in Heaven's Wall City, he couldn't become the city master. To put it bluntly, he wasn't as good at playing tricks as Tian Dinglai. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Perhaps this was what the saying "no one is perfect" meant. "Huang Qin you must live well." After saying this, Qin Hu closed his eyes and stabbed his sword into the depths of his soul realm. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from the void and blocked the sharp blade of the long sword. "Old man, we will live well. Don't be in such a hurry to die." The person who appeared was Qin Huang. Although appearing now wasn't good for the sneak attack plan. However, Ling Xiao still felt that he should let Qin Huang save him. Otherwise, if Qin Hu died, it would become Qin Huang's lifelong regret. Huang Qin Hu looked at his son in a daze. It had only been 1 or 2 months, but his son seemed to have become stronger than before. He was more mature and steady. He was no longer the arrogant young master. Instead, he had become more like an expert. Chapter 50-33. Father, Tian Dinglai has failed in his management of Heaven's Wall City, resulting in the current situation. He should take full responsibility. Now, not only does he refuse to admit his mistakes, but he wants to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He has provoked an equally powerful enemy. He is leading Heaven's Wall City to its doom. The one who deserves to die is him, not you. Qin Huang looked at Qin Hu and said righteously, "You dare to come back? Good. Very good. Since that is the case, you will be buried here with your father." Tian Dinglia's expression turned ugly as his plan failed. He really did not think that Qin Huang actually dared to come back alone. "Tian Dinglai, you said it. You can't go back on your words." Qin Hu shouted loudly, "That's enough, father. How can you believe the words of such a person? He swore that he would not do anything to the Qin family after you die. But don't forget, even if he doesn't do anything, his subordinates can still destroy the Qin family." Qin Huang shouted sternly. Then, he looked at Tian Dinglai and said, "In front of the King of Sovereigns' laws, do you dare to swear that after my father dies, you and everyone else in Heaven's Wall City will not do anything to the Qin family?" Oaths were effective in the mystic world. As long as your strength did not surpass the King of Sovereigns, you would be punished by the laws if you went against your oath. Tian Dinglai did not dare to swear. Because if he did, his plan would not be able to proceed. "You don't dare. If you don't dare, then don't say such nonsense. Today, with me, Qin Huang, here, you can forget about harming my family," Qin Huang said sternly. No matter how naive Qin Hu was, when he saw Tian Dinglia's reaction, he knew that Tian Dinglai was toying with him. Immediately, a flame of anger burned in his chest. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, Qin Hu was very strong. "Qin family's sons, listen up. Kill your way out," he shouted loudly. "You want to escape? What a joke. Since the plan has failed, we have to use force. Pass down my orders. Kill all the martial artists in the Qin family." As Tian Dinglia's voice fell, a huge martial soul appeared behind him. It was a Kuanpeng. When the Kuanpeng martial soul was released, a terrifying aura soared into the sky like a tower. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. This guy is very dangerous. Qin Huang is not his match. Looks like we have to make a move in advance. How about this? Leave Tian Dinglai to me. Your job is to protect the Qin family. Before I defeat Sky, I will not allow you to fall. Because the situation had changed, Ling Xiao also made a new decision. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Haim Myungkeo all flew out of the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. They stood guard around the Qin clan's campsite. "Everyone, don't panic. These are my friends who have gone through life and death with me. They were trustworthy. We've been holding back for a long time." The Tian Hu family had never followed the instructions of their ancestors and never contacted the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now that they were in danger, they wanted to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was not only stupid, but also shameless. "Today, my Qin clan will replace you and become the new overlord of Heaven's Wall City," Qin Huang said loudly. On the way here, Ling Xiao had already tried to persuade him. They couldn't abandon Heaven's Wall City in the future. It was the only border between the tyrannical empire and eternal divine nation. It would also be an outpost for the tyrannical empire's cultivators to become stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only rest assured if Qin Huang was in charge of Heaven's Wall City. Qin, whose personality wasn't good. He was too weak and naive. He was easily manipulated and tricked. "Huang, are you really going to rebel?" Qin Hu asked in surprise. "Father, don't you understand? They want to get rid of our Qin clan. You still want to be loyal? I'll tell you the truth. These people are the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Heaven's Wall City can't hold on any longer. Their strength has grown to the peak of Heaven's Wall City. This is all because of that idiot Sky Dinglia's stubbornness." Since Qin Huang had agreed to Ling Xiao's plan, he had to persevere even if his father objected. Fortunately, Qin, who was weak, but not foolish. After listening to Qin Huang's words, he nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. We can talk more after we've dealt with our current difficulties. Boom. Sky Dinglia's aura was still expanding. He continued to charge into the sky. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. Countless people raised their heads to look at him. Kid, you're really ambitious. Unfortunately, I'm the Emperor of Heaven's Wall City. You're rebelling. You must die. The powerful aura finally stopped growing. Sky Dinglai stood on a white cloud and hovered in the sky. The golden Kuan Peng martial soul behind him shone brightly. It was as if a pair of golden wings had formed behind him. Energy flowed on the wings. With a light flap, he could cause space to tremble and the weather to change. The wind element between heaven and earth seemed to be under Sky Dinglia's control. The other martial artists hovering in the sky had no choice but to fly. The wind element was no longer under their control. Some of them even fell to the ground. Qin, who had a feeling that if Sky Dinglai gently flapped the wings behind him, the entire Qin clan's camp would be torn apart. Even these martial artists would die. This guy is really too strong. I'm no match for him. Although Qin, who was also very strong, he was still far from being Sky Dinglia's match. Huang find a chance to escape with your mother. We can't let our Qin clan die today. He whispered to Qin Huang beside him. He is indeed very strong. As expected of the city lord of Heaven's Wall City. However, this level of strength is not enough for me to escape. Qin Huang shook his head calmly and said, I know someone who is even stronger than him. Who is this person? Qin Hu asked. Father, don't worry about Sky Dinglai. We just need to focus on dealing with the enemies charging at us. Try to reduce the casualties. However, don't be too soft. Even if we don't kill others, others will kill us. In history, every revolution has been accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Qin Huang knew that Ling Xiao would deal with Sky Dinglai. His current mission was to protect the Qin clan's camp. Surrender, Qin Hu, Qin Huang. You want to rely on the help of a few trash from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to take my position? That's wishful thinking. Sky Dinglai sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you have to keep talking? Qin Huang roared. Good. Very good. Don't move first. I'll show you what I'm made of. Sky Dinglai did not allow his subordinates to attack because he wanted to protect them. That was because he had already started flapping the golden wings behind him. In that instant, a wild wind raged. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. An endless amount of wild wind blew toward the Qin clan's camp like a wild beast. As the wind blew, the ground seemed to be lifted up. Yellow sand filled the sky. The vegetation in the oasis was also uprooted. The demonic dragon formed by the storm wanted to swallow the entire Qin clan. Chapter 50-34. Protect the weak. Qin Hu shouted loudly. He hurriedly went to protect his wife. The others also went to protect the people around them. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He wore a ferocious armor and looked like a human immortal bird. Who is that? Everyone in Heaven's Wall City had the same question. Father, that is the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Watch carefully how he defeats Tian Dinglai. Qin Huang stood there and looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. At first, he only admired him. Now, he worshipped him. In fact, it had only been a month. He had witnessed the rise of this young man with his own eyes. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. The ground began to freeze. The wind began to weaken. A frost divine dragon roared as it crawled out of the void. It slammed into the demonic dragon formed by the storm. In the next moment, the demonic dragon was also frozen. The raging wind stopped in an instant. Then, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the Void God sword in his right hand. The 8 sword lights instantly shattered the frozen sandstorm. At that moment, the originally dark and gloomy scene became clear and bright again. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Empire of Sky Tyrant. I am the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Tian Dinglai, As the city lord of Heaven's Wall City, you want to take over the 4 domains and 9 worlds. I won't waste time. Do you dare to fight me? If you lose, I will give up the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If you win, take the Tian Dinglai family and leave the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Never come back. Compared to Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao did not hate Tian Dinglai as much. As long as Tian Dinglai was willing to leave, he would not kill him. With that, he soared into the sky and flew thousands of meters up. His battle with Tian Dinglai would be intense. If he got too close to the ground, he would bring disaster to others. That's good. Tian Dinglai did not want to waste too much energy on the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If he could get what he wanted by killing Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be more direct? I've long heard of your great name, but let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. Since you want to make things convenient for me, how can I not accept it? However, the battle between us has nothing to do with the Qin clan. I will still destroy the Qin clan. All of you, listen up. Launch the attack and wipe out the Qin clan. The battle on the ground began at Tian Dinglia's command. However, Ling Xiao didn't even spare him a glance. His current goal was to defeat Tian Dinglai. He did not care about anything else. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, Qin Huang, and Haim Myungkeo, who had the 9 dragons armor. These people were worthy of his trust. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. If Tian Minglai's subordinates wanted to destroy the Qin family, it would be even more difficult than killing him. Whoosh whoosh. 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. It stopped at a distance of about 1,000 meters. This was a battle between the strongest. No matter how many words were said, it would be of no use. In the end, the winner would be decided with their fists. Whoever won would control the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At this moment, 4 people and a horse appeared in a place no one had noticed. If Ling Xiao saw them, he would be surprised to find that he'd seen them before. When he'd first arrived in Violet Spirit, he hadn't recognized Zi Chenye. Zi Chenye had been waiting for them on the street. Su Mengzhen, Sun Sheng, Zhu Neng, Shohai. Later on, the 4 of them left the little Violet Spirit Kingdom and there was no news of them. Later on, when Ling Xiao came to the 3,000 holy cities, he heard the names of these 4 people again. He knew that they were experts from Eternal Divine Nation. At the time, Ling Xiao had been very surprised. It was also the first time he'd learned of the existence of powerful beings in the Eternal Desert. The 4 of them stood there. However, no one else could see them. Even the powerful Ling Xiao and Tian Dinglai hadn't noticed them at all. It was enough to show how terrifying they were. Eldest senior brother, who do you think will win? Zhu Neng asked with a smile. Tian Dinglai has great control over his Kuanpeng martial soul. He can control the wind element between heaven and earth. Not only does he possess great destructive power, but is also astonishingly fast. I still remember Ling Xiao. The first time I saw him, he was just an unremarkable character. But at that time, I could see his unwillingness to admit defeat. Moreover, he seems to be a beast god cultivator and has mastered the beast god body. His ability to defeat Lotus Flower is testament to his strength. I think he'll be the final victor, Sun Sheng said after some analysis. Eldest senior brother and I have the same opinion. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being taken to Eternal Divine Nation. Don't you agree, Master? Zhu Neng asked Su Mengzhen. We'll know whether he's worthy or not after this battle. Don't forget that our mission is to find a seed for Eternal Divine Nation. One day, we'll find a seed that can truly contend against the ancient races. Su Mengzhen said faintly. Yes, there are many geniuses in the 9 realms. We've found some who can't awaken on their own. We've sent more than 100 seeds to Eternal Divine Nation as of late. Many of them are more talented than Ling Xiao. They just haven't had the same fortuitous encounters as Ling Xiao. It seems that Dark Frost and Dong Huang, you are closely related to Ling Xiao. Zhu Neng nodded. Su Mengzhen didn't say anything this time. She quietly watched the battle not far away. Although the energy waves were incredibly strong, they were easily neutralized when they reached them. Perhaps she was paying too much attention to the battle. In that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly looked in their direction. Oh no, he's discovered us. Su Mengzhen looked surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked away after a glance. He probably hadn't discovered anything. That kid. Su Mengzhen had to be more careful. Everything they did was a secret. If he were to be discovered under such circumstances, it would be a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, how dare you look around when you're fighting me? You don't take me seriously, do you? In the sky, Tian Dinglier's voice was tinged with anger and killing intent. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying energy circulating within this fellow's body. Every time it circulated, the surrounding wind essence would surge into his body. It made him even more terrifying. The power was terrifying, and they were fighting in the air. He only needed to manipulate the air to throw his opponent into confusion. I can understand why Ling Xiao chose to fight in the sky, but it's not a wise choice. Shohai shook his head. The sky is almost his home ground. If he can't even beat Tian Dinglai, he doesn't deserve to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Sheng said faintly. Eldest senior brother, you're asking too much of him. His aptitude is one of the best even among the 100 or so seeds we've chosen. It's a pity that we didn't bring him to Eternal Divine Nation. Chapter 50-35. Sun Sheng did not say anything. He just stared at Ling Xiao and the battle. Ling Xiao, how are you going to deal with this? Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. It was as if the powerful Tian Dinglai did not exist in his eyes. Instead, he was thinking about that terrifying yet familiar aura he had sensed earlier. What was it? It was only a flash. But he believed that he had not sensed wrongly. Someone was definitely standing there, staring at him. Su Meng. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He still remembered this aura. If Su Meng was just an ordinary person, he might have forgotten. But the four of them were very special from the beginning. Ling Xiao had engraved them deeply in his mind. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. They don't have any evil intentions. Let's defeat the guy on the other side first. Ling Xiao did not sense any evil intentions from Su Meng's aura. And even if she did, there was nothing he could do about it. That was because he was too strong. Just a moment of feeling told him that he was definitely not a match for this fellow. Seeing that Tian Dinglai was about to explode, Ling Xiao finally raised his head and said, "Let's do it. Looks like I have to defeat you as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what else might happen." Too many things had happened recently. Ling Xiao had also improved a lot. It seems that you are in a hurry to die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Tian Dinglai had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. He spoke condescendingly, as if he did not care about Ling Xiao at all. But it made sense. His Kuanpeng martial soul was a terrifying beast that was not inferior to the divine dragon in the primordial era. It could overturn rivers and seas, swallow clouds, and spit out fog. It could fly for 90,000 miles. Such a powerful beast, even if it had become a martial soul, had inherited these characteristics. This made Tian Dinglai very confident. It's not good to speak too confidently. We'll only know who's stronger after we fight. Ling Xiao still held the Void God sword in his right hand. The Crimson Blood Demon sword appeared in his left hand. The blood-red sword light swam through the void, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that shot toward Tian Minglai. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. The space between heaven and earth was completely enveloped by the blood-colored sword light, causing the opponent's speed to seem like it was useless. He couldn't use it at all. Ever since Ling Xiao broke through to the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, not only did the Crimson Blood Demon sword's power increase, it even obtained a new ability. His sword spirit had also awakened. In the past, Ling Xiao's Dongsheng demonic sword and Dongsheng divine sword both possessed sword spirits. Now, the Crimson Blood Demon sword had also awakened a sword spirit. Ling Xiao called him the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor had his own fighting ability, which was the same as the Dao Tai in the Void God sword. As long as Ling Xiao controlled the Crimson Blood Demon sword, he would never betray him. The skills derived from the Blood Demon Emperor also appeared. This move, 10,000 swords flowing blood, was one of them. The formidable aspect of the myriad sword blood flow was that the area it covered was extremely terrifying. It could even annihilate the opponent's divine essence aura. It could also affect the opponent's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tian Dinglai wanted to control the wind element, but he was affected by the myriad sword blood flow, which cut off most of his connection with the wind element. Your idea is good, but it's a pity that your move is too slow. My speed is something you can't even imagine. Goodbye, Ling Xiao. After you die, don't forget who killed you. The instant the myriad sword blood flow was used, Tian Dinglai moved. The golden wings on his back trembled lightly, with strange runes flowing on them. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to slow down. This was already very close to Ling Xiao's time stop. However, because Tian Dinglai's speed was too fast, it caused everything around him to appear very slow. As Tian Dinglai spoke, he had already appeared beside Ling Xiao. Then, his claws, which were as sharp as a Kuan Peng's, suddenly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. He was really fast to the extreme. Even Ling Xiao, who had always prided himself on his speed, felt very shocked. Although Ling Xiao had released the Sun God's Blood Fiend array from the very beginning, even with the Earth Golden Light Art, it seemed that he could not avoid the opponent's attack. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave up. Master, should we save him? It's a pity that this kid died. Zhu Neng saw this scene and hurriedly asked. What's there to panic about? If he died so easily, how could he have defeated Lotus Flower? Don't forget, that kid can control the law of time. This is something that none of us can do. Sun Sheng said calmly. Before he could finish his words, Tian Dinglai's terrifying claws had already grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Bang! Ling Xiao's head was crushed, turning into powder. His entire body also turned into scattered spirit energy in an instant. Clearly, this was not the real Ling Xiao, but an illusion. Not good. The moment Tianming Lai crushed the afterimage, he had a very bad feeling. There was actually a talisman in this illusion. A terrifying talisman that could trigger the heavenly lightning earthly fire. Dodge. Tian Dinglai was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such an arrangement in such a short time. However, he did not have time to think too much. His body leaped, and he flew away from Ling Xiao. Although this talisman was not enough to kill him, it could definitely injure him. Once he was injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the following battle. Originally, according to his plan, even if Ling Xiao could use the illusion doppelganger to avoid his attack, Ling Xiao's spirit energy would still be in the illusion. He could rely on this spirit energy to find the location of Ling Xiao's real body in an instant. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually hide a talisman for detonation in the illusion? He was truly crafty and cunning. Then, where did Ling Xiao go? Thinking of this, Tian Dinglai's face instantly turned ugly. When he went to find Ling Xiao's real body again, a cold voice rang out. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A battle of life and death isn't a spar. Don't think that others will follow your plan. The moment the voice rang out, the sword lights suddenly arrived. The terrifying god-defying art exploded. 8 sword lights enveloped Tian Dinglai at the same time, not giving him any chance to breathe. As it turned out, after Ling Xiao used the Holy Ground demonic shadow, he also used the Shadow Dancer form. He arrived at Tian Dinglai's side. If Tian Dinglai chose to retreat, he would naturally attack. If Tian Dinglai did not retreat, then the talisman would explode, and he would be able to beat a drowning dog. This talisman was obtained from Lotus Flower. Being able to defeat Lotus Flower in advance was truly a good thing. Otherwise, facing Tian Dinglai's astonishing speed would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, Ling Xiao's scheme succeeded. The 8 sword lights had already touched Tian Dinglai's head. They wanted to kill Tian Dinglai. It was not that Ling Xiao wanted to kill this guy, but the problem was that this guy was too strong. If he showed even a little mercy, he might end up digging his own grave. Ling Xiao's scheme was crafty and hard to guard against. It caused Tian Dinglai to fall into an extremely dangerous predicament. Chapter 5036. In terms of power, Tian Dinglai was on par with Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, he was faster than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of cunning and viciousness, he could not be compared to Ling Xiao. An instant crafty plan that did not give the opponent time to think was followed by a killing move to kill the opponent. Seeing this scene, even Su Mengzhen was shocked. This guy might not be the most talented among the 100 or so seeds. However, in terms of strategy and craftiness, he is unparalleled. In a situation of equal power, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. I finally understand why he was able to survive until now and why he was able to defeat Lotus Flower. This guy is not human at all. He is a monster. Su Mengzhen muttered to himself. After traveling through the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao was the first person he called a monster. In the past, others had called him a monster. However, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was the true monster. In this world, there were many geniuses, but very few monsters. However, he won't win so easily. Tian Dinglai was able to become the city lord. He won't be defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, what other surprises do you have for me? Su Mengzhen smiled and looked at the 2 sides of the battle again. The God-defying ART's 8-word stance was extremely powerful. When combined with the God-defying sword, it could instantly kill Tian Dinglai. However, Tian Dinglai did not have as many lives as Lotus Flower. Once he died, he would truly die. This was a situation where death was certain. However, aside from a moment of shock, Tian Dinglai's face instantly became calm. It was as though breaking out of this situation was not difficult for him. At this moment, the sword light had already pierced through his protective divine energy and was about to pierce his head. Originally, there was no way to deal with it. However, he could. Because he was Tian Dinglai, the city lord of Heaven Wall City. What a boring trick! Tian Dinglai sneered disdainfully. In that instant, the giant Kuan Peng behind him transformed into a giant Kuan. The Kuan Peng was an ancient giant beast. It had 2 forms. When roaming the deep sea, it was a Kuan. Roaring in the 9 heavens, it was a Peng. In his rock form, he could control the wind element. In his giant Leviathan form, he could swallow everything. Almost in an instant, Ling Xiao's 8-sword lights actually disappeared. He was completely sucked in by the strange vortex. It was as if a giant Kuan was sucking in water. The scene was truly astonishing. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although I've heard of the Kuan Peng martial soul's fame a long time ago, I've never seen it before. He also knew that the Kuan Peng had the ability to devour the qi of heaven and earth. However, I never knew what kind of feeling it was. Today, I finally understood. But if you want to refine my sword energy, be careful of indigestion. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Are you very disappointed? He had racked his brains to come up with a solution, but in the end, it was all for naught. That was why it was said that in the face of absolute strength, schemes and machinations were nothing. Now, it's time for you to die. After saying that, Tian Minglai's body disappeared again. In the next moment, it was already behind Ling Xiao, and its sharp claws attacked again. It was a terrifying and eerie feeling, as if a giant beast was sneaking up on him from behind. That feeling was as if he was in a gloomy and terrifying hell. He was bitten by a pitch-black giant mouth. Divine Ape Invincible Array. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He controlled his divine sense and released the array. The golden light instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's body. The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light, unable to move an inch. His martial spirit array is somewhat special. It's definitely not an ordinary martial spirit array. Could it be that he has more than one beast god martial soul? Zhu Neng said with a frown. Rumor has it that he's a beast god martial soul. However, the level of the beast god position and the number of beast god martial souls are unknown. However, this move does have an extremely strong defensive power. Shuo Hai explained. Tian Minglai, if you were much stronger than me, you might be able to break my martial spirit array. Unfortunately, your strength is on par with mine. Therefore, your attack will not be able to break my divine ape invincible array. Are you disappointed? Oh, it's not completely impossible. If you choose to self-destruct, with the energy stored in your body, you might be able to break this golden light. However, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. I can't hurt you, and you can't attack. Is this interesting? Tian Minglai frowned. Who said I can't attack? The defense of the divine ape invincible array is only one of its effects. Next, I'll let you open your eyes. Divine ape, come out. Following Ling Xiao's roar, a giant Vajra divine ape suddenly appeared in the array. It held a golden 1,000-pound staff in its hand and smashed it toward Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai was an expert, so his eyesight was not bad. Realizing the terror of the 1,000-pound staff, he immediately chose to dodge. His body instantly disappeared and flew around the divine ape invincible array. The Vajra divine ape's 1,000-pound staff chased after him, smashing the space and destroying the elements. It formed a ring of terrifying noise. However, it still could not catch up to Tian Minglai. Ling Xiao, your attack speed is really too slow. With this, you can't hurt me. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Just hide in your turtle shell and don't come out. Let me see how many attacks your turtle shell can withstand. Tian Minglai's figure floated around. Because he was so fast, the world seemed to be filled with his afterimages. Wherever he went, a powerful storm would gather. Within the storm, the power of heavenly thunder was brewing. Suddenly, hundreds of giant lightning balls appeared in the sky. The crazy lightning balls rushed toward Ling Xiao along with the wind. They exploded on the divine ape invincible array. Although the Vajra divine ape was still attacking, it could not touch Tian Minglai. When the violent lightning balls landed on the divine ape invincible array, a large part of their energy was weakened. Finally, when they hit Ling Xiao, they could not cause any damage. Instead, they became energy for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. The two of them seemed to have entered a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. One had astonishing defense. The other had astonishing speed. Both were able to make themselves invincible. What an exciting battle. My decision to watch this time was correct. Zhu Neng laughed. However, if this is the case, it will be difficult to determine a victor. One is invincible, invulnerable. The other has astonishing speed, hard to catch. Let's see who exhausts his divine yuan first. Not necessarily. Sun Sheng shook his head. Ling Xiao won't continue like this. That kid is very cunning. He won't just watch as the situation develops in a direction that is disadvantageous to him. He will definitely think of another way. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of trick he will use in the next battle. Sun Sheng had actually racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. Thus, he could only see what Ling Xiao would do next. Chapter 5037. This time, I can't agree with you, eldest senior brother. Regardless of cultivation time, age, or even cultivation, Tian Dinglai is superior to Ling Xiao. In terms of divine energy, he is definitely more powerful. In addition, his cultivation is 2 whole realms higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if he wants to use those schemes, they won't work. After all, a battle is a battle of strength. Schemes and tricks are just mediocre skills. Mediocre skills? Sun Sheng smiled and slapped Zhu Neng's head. Idiot, the premise of what you said is that Ling Xiao is only an ordinary 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Unfortunately, he's not. He's a monster. Your eldest senior brother is right. Ling Xiao is about to start his counterattack. Su Mengzhen suddenly said, this guy might have set a trap for Tian Dinglai from the beginning. What do you mean? Zhu Nenggang asked. Suddenly, the Vajra ape threw the 1,000-pound rod. It was thrown in a direction where there was clearly no one. In the next instant, a scream came from the void. Tian Dinglai appeared from that direction. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. What's going on? Zhu Neng was dumbfounded. This kid is amazing. Sun Sheng clicked his tongue. Eldest senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how he did it. Tian Dinglai is so fast. The sky is filled with afterimages. He shouldn't be able to determine his opponent's location. Even if he can determine it, he shouldn't be able to lock onto it. Zhu Neng was anxious. It's actually very simple. Sometimes, the advantage might be the disadvantage. Tian Dinglai swallowed Ling Xiao's sword energy, right? Do you think his sword energy is so easy to swallow? Powerful sword cultivators would attach their own consciousness to each of their sword qi. Tian Xinglia swallowed the sword qi. Although it would not cause him any harm, although it will not harm him, if Ling Xiao's soul power is strong enough, he can instantly sense his divine consciousness. Then, he can lock onto Tian Dinglia's location. That day, Tian Dinglai didn't think of this at all. Naturally, he fell for it. Sun Sheng explained. That's impossible. Are you saying that Ling Xiao had thought of this from the very beginning? Zhu Neng opened his mouth wide, unable to understand the thoughts of these monsters. It's possible, no, it's definitely possible. As long as he knew that the other party had the Kuan Peng martial spirit, for a knowledgeable person like him, he would be able to do anything. He naturally knew that the Kuan Peng martial soul had two forms. Ling Xiao had already predicted that Tian Xinlai would devour the sword light. Sun Sheng said. No, it's not calculating. It's designing and manipulating. Using one's own skills to make the situation develop in the direction one wants. This was even more terrifying than a simple scheme. Ling Xiao wasn't waiting for an opportunity. He was creating one for himself. Even if you don't have the slightest flaw, he will still make you reveal it. Su Mengzhen sighed. Tian Xinlai thinks that he is smart. However, he has been following the script that Ling Xiao has set for him. That's too terrifying. Even I feel a little apprehensive about that brat. Beast soul fusion. Tian Xinlai, who was injured, flew into a rage out of humiliation and finally chose to fuse with the beast soul. At that moment, his appearance changed greatly. His height also increased to about 5 meters. His attacking power increased greatly, his speed did not decrease, and his defensive power was even more shocking. Master, this shouldn't be Ling Xiao's script, right? Zhu Neng asked. Who knows? I still can't tell what Ling Xiao is thinking. However, I feel that he wants Tian Xinlai to fuse with the beast soul. Tian Xinlai has obediently followed his command. Su Mengzhen said indifferently. Hehe, master, you must be joking. Zhu Neng smiled, feeling his heart twitching. He was extremely powerful. He could even kill Ling Xiao with one hand. However, he still felt a sense of fear toward Ling Xiao. Boom. After fusing with the beast soul, Tian Xinlai crazily attacked the invincible ape god array. The invincible ape god array covered in golden light suddenly trembled. Although it did not shatter, it could be felt that the light had dimmed a lot. You're stronger than I imagined. However, it's not beyond my expectations. Ling Xiao sensed the information transmitted from the invincible ape god array. The array was intact, but it consumed a lot of spirit energy. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Given his total amount of divine energy and potential, he should be able to last for half an hour even if he were to launch such ferocious attacks. Half an hour. The battle should be over. Do you really think that I don't have a way to restrain your speed? Dragon God Ice Array. The array diagram that had stopped Tianzi's raging storm from attacking the Qin family was once again displayed. In an instant, the temperature of the battle space dropped rapidly. Even if Tian Xinlai was extremely powerful, his speed would decrease in the face of such a drop in temperature. It's not over yet. Let's do something more interesting. Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Array. After the Dragon God Ice Array, it was the Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire that covered the sky. It covered the entire space. No matter how fast Tian Xinlai was, he would be frozen by the low temperature and blocked by the Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire. His speed would also decrease. There was no doubt about it. Although activating 4 arrays at the same time would increase the consumption of spirit energy, Ling Xiao still had top-grade spirit stones to replenish it. He could afford it. Tian Xinlia's after-images shattered one by one, finally revealing his true body. At this moment, Tian Xinlai seemed to be playing a game with many obstacles. However, the difficulty of this game was too high. It was practically hell. There was almost no space to dodge. After slowing down, he tried to increase his speed again. However, even the wind element was frozen. He could not increase his speed at all. You rat, without speed, what threat can you pose? Let's see how you dodge my attacks. Ling Xiao sneered and attacked with all his strength. The Void God sword in his right hand released the Void God Art's 8-word style. 8 sword lights pierced through the sky. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand transformed into the Blood Demon Emperor and attacked. The void-shattering power was activated at the same time. The power that transcended the void instantly arrived in front of Tian Xinlai. At the same time, Ling Xiao also used the Soul Secret technique, Black Lotus Treasure Light. 4 types of attacks were released at the same time just to block all of Tian Xinlia's escape routes, or to force out Tian Xinlia's trump card. Although the 4 types of attacks were released at the same time, the methods were completely different. The Void God Art was a pure sword energy attack. It was incomparably sharp and could be used as a vanguard to break the enemy's spirit. The Blood Demon Emperor was a blood-red sword energy that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was impossible to guard against. The void-shattering power transcended the void. There was no distance limit. The moment the attack was released, it would arrive. It made it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Although the power was slightly weaker, it was only to prevent the opponent from escaping. As for the Black Lotus Treasure Light, it was a soul secret technique. It was an attack that targeted the soul. Kai. Transcending the void was the first to succeed. Without the advantage of speed, Tian Xinlai was instantly hit. His shoulder blade was instantly pierced. However, at this moment, Tian Xinlai had already reacted. The Kuanpeng soars for 90,000 miles, invincible. Kuanpeng Kill, Chapter 5038. Tian Dinglai sensed danger, so he revealed his hidden trump card in advance. Kuanpeng Kill. It didn't sound like a cool name, but it was extremely powerful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out of Tian Dinglia's body. The roar of a Kuanpeng could be heard, and the murderous aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with Tian Dinglia's divine energy. It formed a giant Kuanpeng. It pounced forward. The 8 sword lights of the Void God sword were completely blocked and even shattered. The Blood Demon Emperor was also shattered by the wind power of the Kuanpeng. Even the Black Lotus Treasured Light was affected, although it still caused some damage to Tian Dinglia's soul. But most of the damage was negated by the Kuanpeng kill. The most terrifying thing was that the attack didn't stop there. The Kuanpeng opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ling Xiao in one gulp. This was the Kuanpeng kill, one of Tian Dinglia's most terrifying trump cards. What a terrifying murderous aura. An ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have been torn apart. But it doesn't mean much to me. After all, my body has reached the level of a premium emperor artifact. It has produced 11 dragon patterns. Moreover, I have the invincible ape god formation, which makes me indestructible and invulnerable. This attack is fierce, but it can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Endless murderous aura bombarded the invincible ape god formation. The collision caused the invincible ape deity array to distort and deform. But even so, the formation was not destroyed. But it couldn't go on like this, so Ling Xiao took the risk. The Void God sword stabbed out of the invincible ape god formation. The Daotai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Kuanpeng aura. The Kuanpeng had the ability to swallow, but the Daotai was even stronger. The Void God sword absorbed all the Kuanpeng aura. The Void God Taotie's combat power sword. It was equivalent to a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Bite him. The Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand turned into a Void God Daotai and pounced on Tian Dinglai, who had just finished using his ultimate move. Tian Dinglai was in a weakened state and couldn't react at all. Coupled with the damage to his soul from before, it was even more serious. In the blink of an eye, the god-defying Daotai was right in front of Tian Minglai. It waved its huge claws and slapped down. Rumble. The entire space was torn apart by this claw. The tyrannical power completely enveloped Sky. Although I'm not as fast as you, I'm not slow either. Moreover, you can't compare to me in terms of the variety of methods. God-defying Daotai, cripple him, bang. The god-defying Taotie's claws slammed into Tian Minglai's body. Tian Dinglai was sent flying to the ground from over 1,000 meters in the air. At this moment, the battle on the ground was also ongoing. The strength of Qin Huang and the others had far exceeded the expectations of the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City. They had suffered many casualties. However, up until now, not a single one of them had been injured. This huge gap made them lose the confidence to fight. When they saw Tianming Lai falling from the sky, their eyes widened. Impossible, impossible. How could the city lord lose to a martial artist from the 9 realms of the 4 domains? This was absolutely impossible. Although the truth was right in front of their eyes, these guys still refused to believe it. But then again, how could the city lord of Heaven's Wall City be defeated so easily? Although the god-defying Taotia's combat power was very strong, it was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Although Tianming Lai was seriously injured, he was not dead. He swallowed a healing pill, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Because he had left the range of the dragon god's ice diagram, he was no longer affected. Idiot, do you think you can be faster than me after being injured? Holy ground demonic shadow, kill. Ling Xiao was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. Using the holy ground demonic shadow, he instantly caught up to Tianming Lai. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky. Every time Tianming Lai disappeared, Ling Xiao would pull him out of the void. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed was actually faster than Tianming Lai's. Moreover, his movement technique was even more bizarre. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Tianming Lai was being chased in a very sorry state. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped out with his claw, hitting the tip of Ling Xiao's god-defying sword. The clash between the claw and the sword caused a terrifying explosion. After that, the two of them clashed over 100 times. The explosion was like the sound of firecrackers during the spring festival. The claws in Tianming Lai's hands were naturally monarch artifacts with 10 dragon patterns. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's god-defying sword was in no way inferior to the iron claws. After over 100 clashes, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, Ling Xiao's body and soul were both stronger than Tianming Lai's. The result was that Tianming Lai's injuries became more serious, while Ling Xiao was fine. Tianming Lai knew that if this continued, things would not be good. He turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. You've been infected by my bloodthirsty plague for so long. Do you really think you'll be fine? Bloodthirsty plague, concentrate. Ling Xiao sneered. Tianming Lai, who was fleeing, suddenly exploded. Although each explosion covered a small area, after a series of explosions, there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. This time, let's see how you'll block it. Blood Demon Emperor's 10,000 swords. The Crimson Blood Demon sword stabbed out. 10,000 rays of blood-red light enveloped the heavily injured Tianming Lai. Tianming Lai screamed miserably. The blood-red sword light turned him into a hornet's nest. Even his soul had been pierced. That scene was truly miserable. The screams in the sky clearly affected the battle on the ground. Seeing Tianming Lai die, many of Heaven's Wall City's martial artists lost their will to fight. Of course, a portion of Tianming Lai's diehard followers became even more furious. They clamored for revenge for Tianming Lai. Ling Xiao naturally had no sympathy for this group of people. Boss has already finished fighting. There's no need for us to be so calm. Although Boss wants to avoid casualties, these diehard followers of Tianming Lai are still a disaster. Let's hurry up and deal with them. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant golden crow and dove into the crowd. Raging flames roiled. Only then did people realize that this fellow had not been using his full strength. Good idea. I'll go too. With a shake of his body, Long Chen transformed into a gigantic golden colossal dragon. The terrifying dragon's extinguish was unleashed as if it was free. Seeing this scene, even Tian Dinglia's diehard loyalists felt despair. Before Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua could do anything, the battle was basically over. These seeds are quite good. They'll definitely be key to Eternal Divine Nation's fight against the ancient races in the future. Zhu Neng couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the battle was nearing its end. Yes. I wonder if they'll listen to us and go to Eternal Divine Nation with us. Shohai said. They will. They're all ambitious kids. Of course they'll go. The 4 realms and 9 worlds are but a small stage for them. Su Mengzhen put her palms together. Chapter 5039. With Tianming's death, the battle was basically over. The experts of Heaven's Wall City hadn't taken the cultivators of the 4 realms seriously. However, this battle caused them to become incomparably terrified. The ants in their eyes were now even stronger than them. Qin Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to meet a few people. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. He stopped when he reached the place where he'd sensed the terrifying aura during the battle. Little Jin, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Haim Myungko watched from afar. Ling Xiao was prepared for the worst. If these spies were enemies, then he had no choice but to fight. Come on out, everyone. We're all friends here, so there's no need to hide, Ling Xiao said coolly as he stood there. That kid's really something. He really did discover us. Zhu Neng was the first to reveal himself. Master didn't seem to be lying when he said he discovered us just now. Shohai showed himself as well. Sun Sheng, who hadn't spoken, and Su Mengzhen, who looked like an expert, followed closely behind. There was also a silver-white horse. The 4 people and 1 horse just stood there, quietly standing there. They didn't release any powerful aura. However, it gave people a very terrifying pressure. In the distance, Xiao Jin and the others were already in battle mode. This was their first reaction to danger. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If the 4 of them really wanted to fight, they wouldn't be a match even if they worked together. Thankfully, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. His judgment hadn't been wrong. I didn't think you'd still remember us after so long, benefactor. Tell your brothers and sisters not to be nervous. We're just here to pass on a message. We won't fight. Su Mengzhen smiled faintly. Ling Xiao waved a hand in the distance, indicating for little Jin and the others to withdraw from combat mode. It wasn't that he trusted Su Mengzhen, but that fighting was useless. They weren't a match for these 4 at all. Su Mengzhen was from Eternal Divine Nation without a doubt. She was incredibly strong. None of his 3 disciples were weaklings. Ling Xiao knew very well that he could dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, the Eternal Desert was still a very unfamiliar place to him. It was a place where experts gathered. The missing geniuses and experts of the 4 realms and 9 worlds had most likely gone to Eternal Divine Nation. Is the Master a cultivator from Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao asked. You're not nervous at all. Sun Sheng said indifferently. What's the use of being nervous? If you all want to kill me, it's as easy as flipping your palms. Ling Xiao smiled. You're a smart one. That's right, we're all from Eternal Divine Nation. Speaking of which, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are just an oasis in the Eternal Desert. There were thousands of oases in the Eternal Desert. There were also countless martial artists. However, there is only one apex, and that is Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Sheng replied on behalf of Su Mengzhen, I won't hide it from you. Our mission is to search for seeds in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Seeds are the geniuses that we have our eyes on. There are many others who are searching for seeds in other oases like us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. In the past, there had been a few amazing geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, they'd all mysteriously disappeared in the end. Very few of them had truly matured. This was probably the reason why the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were all old fellows. You're a smart man, so I'll cut to the chase. You, Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum have been chosen as seeds. You can continue your studies in Eternal Divine Nation. You can also continue to improve your strength by learning more powerful martial Dao. Sun Sheng continued. That's a good thing, but I'm afraid I can't go with you for now. The 4 regions and 9 worlds have just settled down, and there are still traces of devastation everywhere. There are even some who are still doing evil in the shadows. As the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and the celestial emperor of Sky Tyrant Empire, I have to take care of these matters. Ling Xiao had decided to go to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago, so he would certainly agree to this. However, he didn't want to go there so hastily. It's fine. We're only choosing seeds. If you agree, an envoy from Eternal Divine Nation will come to pick you up in a month's time. It's time for us to report back. Su Mengzhen smiled. A month's time? That's quite a rush. All right, that should be enough to take care of a lot of things. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, farewell. Remember, the Eternal Envoy will come to pick you up in a month's time. After Su Mengzhen finished speaking, she left with her disciple. She seemed to be walking very slowly, but disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This was an extremely advanced method of shrinking the earth. Did you all hear that? What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and the others. What's there to think about? Didn't we say we were going to explore together? We have to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Little Gold smiled. That's right. I'm afraid we can't continue to improve here. Only by opening the path to Eternal Divine Nation will the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds slowly change. There will be more and more experts here. Long Chen agreed. The problem is, I've heard that Eternal Divine Nation isn't completely united. Which faction did those 4 people represent? Does that mean we don't have a choice? Yu Fanghua frowned. There's no need to think too much about that. Our first mission is to reach Eternal Divine Nation without a hitch. We'll think about the future once we're there. After all, we don't know much about that place. Even if we have a lot of ideas, it's meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled. Then it's decided. We'll set off together after we're done here. Qin Huang had taken control of the situation while they were discussing matters. Most of Sky Wulin's loyalists had been eliminated. The remaining people were willing to pledge their loyalty to House Qin. Qin Huang was elected as the new city lord. Your Majesty, the million cultivators of Heaven's Wall City are willing to follow your orders. Qin Huang had purposely called him that. He wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to know what status Ling Xiao held in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He also wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to understand his relationship with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with them if they did something disrespectful. How about this? We can't lose Heaven's Wall City so easily. What I'm saying is that you can stay in the chaotic sand sea for now. There's a relatively small population here, so there's a large area suitable for living. Our ultimate goal is to take back Heaven's Wall City. It's the only path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had a lot of things to do in the next month. He had to make good use of it. Only after he had dealt with everything here properly could he leave with a peace of mind. Chapter 50-40. When Ling Xiao and the others returned to the chaotic sand sea, the experts from the 9 worlds of the 4 domains were already waiting for them. Relax, we've won. Just this one sentence from Ling Xiao was enough to make everyone feel as though a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. The people celebrated with childlike joy. The disaster was finally over. Quick! Spread the good news and let the people of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains cheer with us. The Flame Emperor shouted excitedly. That's right. Send more people to spread the news as soon as possible to calm the people down and prevent those with evil intentions from secretly causing trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. There were tens of thousands of messengers who sent the news to different places through the teleportation formation. In just one day, the news had spread throughout the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Other than a few corners, most of the regions had already heard the news. The people who were waiting outside the door were so excited when they heard the news. The undead disaster was over. The invasion of the Heaven's Wall City had also ended. It was like a dream. And the one who brought peace to the 9 worlds of the 4 domains was their invincible Sky Emperor, Ling Xiao, as well as the experts around the Sky Emperor. Ling Xiao temporarily settled the warriors of the Heaven's Wall City in the chaotic sand sea. They had not fully gained Ling Xiao's trust. Qin Huang had to supervise them. Then, Ling Xiao chose to return to the Golden Sky region. That was where he had truly risen. It was also a place that was like home. It was also the capital of the Sky Tyrant Empire in the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. There were many things to be done. The funeral of Supreme Emperor White Knight and the heroic spirits who had sacrificed themselves in the war to protect the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Ling Xiao built a monument for them so that their deeds could be spread far and wide. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Golden City, countless people were waiting outside the city. There were even some unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. They were all here to pay respects to the Sky Emperor, to pay respects to the heroes of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared in their line of sight, hundreds of millions of people roared. Many people were moved to tears. Not only did the 4 regions and 9 realms overcome the calamity in this war, but they were also united like never before. He believed that as long as the Empire of Batian existed, there would not be any major disasters in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Xiao Jin walked together. They were like brilliant stars. Not only were they best friends, but they were also comrades in arms. Furthermore, he was the greatest contributor to this war. Ling Xiao was the most dazzling star among them. Regardless of whether it was strength, courage, or strategy, everyone was incomparably impressed. When a hero returned, the first thing he did was to build an immortal monument. The first name engraved on it was White Knight. Although Supreme Venerable White Knight was dead, his name would definitely be passed down in the world forever. In addition, there were many nameless heroes. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they were still able to fight against the undead calamity with their own strength. This immortal monument was the best way to commemorate them. Ling Xiao personally supervised the construction of the monument. Layers of arrays were set up on it. Regardless of wind, rain, or lightning, it wouldn't be destroyed. Even experts like the Heaven's Wall City Master couldn't destroy it. It took a total of 3 days from the construction of the monument to the end of the memorial. Everything in the 4 regions and 9 realms was gradually on the right track. The Empire of Batian officially took over this place. All kinds of management systems started to operate. There were many outstanding talents in the Empire of Batian. Although their strength wasn't great, they were already familiar with this kind of thing. Under the command of Haim Myung Ko, everything was in order. Although the forces in the 4 regions and 9 realms were preserved, the Golden Sky region had become the pinnacle of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Golden City had become the ultimate dream place of the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Here, one would have the best resources, the best mentors, and the best future. Before I leave, hold the first martial arts conference in the 4 regions and 9 realms, Ling Xiao said to Haim Myung Ko, who was beside him. This was the best publicity for the Empire of Batian. It was also the best way to gather the geniuses in the Empire of Batian. Except for those who wanted to live in seclusion. There would be many powerful people. Let's divide it into 3 age groups. Below 50, 50 to 100, and above 100. As long as one can get into the top 100 in each group, one can enter the Golden City to cultivate. There are also special rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. The first place will be rewarded with a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon, a saint-class cultivation technique, and an elixir that can help them break through their current cultivation. In addition, they can receive my personal guidance once. This is my reward for them. As for the rest, you can decide. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, with such generous rewards, I'm afraid there will be an endless stream of people coming. Haim Myung Ko smiled. The more the merrier. I'll be leaving soon. I have to leave some people who can hold the fort. Ling Xiao added, I don't care about the rules of the martial arts conference. Also, I'll only be there on the day of the finals. I'll have to trouble you. Sigh, ever since I followed you, haven't I been working so hard? I'm used to it. Haim Myung Ko sighed and acted like she had been wronged. This empress was dignified and solemn in front of everyone. She was the ruler who was second only to one person and above everyone else. She would probably only act like a little girl in front of Ling Xiao. Where are you going? Haim Myung Ko asked. I'm going to bring Fang Hua to travel and get married. I'm going back to Yuhua town to take a look. The current Yuhua town should be completely different from the past. I'm going to visit my family and revisit the old places. After the smoke cleared, it was time for Ling Xiao to complete his marriage with Yu Fanghua. He wasn't interested in a grand wedding. Yu Fanghua wasn't interested either. They preferred to travel and get married. They wanted to become a true immortal couple on a relaxing journey. Haim Myung-ko was a little absent-minded, but she returned to normal after a while. Remember, you must come back for the finals of the martial arts conference. Don't disappoint people. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao nodded and left quietly. He didn't tell anyone except for Haim Myung-ko. After all, traveling and getting married were two people's worlds. They traveled around and soon began to explore the source of Ling Xiao's dream in this lifetime. Yuhua Town. Ling Xiao had opened the passage from the Western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The laws of the Western region had changed. Yuhua Town was also in the Western region and had changed a lot. The town was 10 times bigger than before. It felt like there were more and more experts in the town. Although these experts weren't worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, compared to when Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he was much stronger. Good little brother, I knew that you would come back. That's too much, you didn't even bring me along. A figure dashed out of the dense forest. It was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. Chapter 50-41. I knew you'd follow me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he knew that Ling Jiaojiao was following him along the way. However, this sister knew to avoid him and didn't affect his intimacy with Yu Fanghua. Hihi, of course. I've left for a few years and haven't come back to visit even once. I really don't know how my family is doing. Although Ling Jiaojiao was smiling, she couldn't help but tear up. Ling Jiaojiao's feelings for the Ling family were deeper than Ling Xiao's. Because of Ling Xiao, the Ling family of Yuhua Town naturally received special care. Yuhua Town was also the first entrance from the White Tiger continent to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao's influence on this place was extremely great. As soon as he entered the town, he could see a statue erected in the town. This statue had been erected a long time ago. It was specially erected for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao only ruled a small country. Compared to those countries in the West region, it was only a small country. The statue had obviously been modified and became bigger and more dazzling than before. The first place that all the martial artists who came to Yuhua Town went to was near this statue. To pay homage to the hero of the past. Ling Xiao looked at the statue and smiled. After asking for the location of the Ling family, he went over. The current Ling family was definitely the most powerful family in Yuhua Town. The location of the mansion was also known by everyone. Walking outside the Ling family mansion, Ling Xiao realized that it was very lively inside. There were no guards at the door. Hence, he walked in. He saw many people in the Ling family's new martial arts practice field. A martial arts competition was being held here. The participants were all young martial artists below the age of 20. The upper echelons of the Ling family sat there and smiled as they watched the young martial artists on the stage. Looks like the Ling family is developing well. They even started to recruit disciples with different surnames. This is very good. Only in this way can the family's competitiveness continuously increase. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't intend to disturb this martial arts competition. He was about to turn and leave. He didn't come here to do anything. He just wanted to see if his family was well. People always had some concerns, right? Ling Xiao, is that you? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at that person. It was a girl, dressed in martial arts clothes, looking fresh and refined. Lin Ruoxian. Ling Xiao recognized this person at a glance. When he first left Ascension Town for the 8 Immortals County, the first person he met was Lin Ruoxian. If it weren't for Lin Ruoxian, he would have had to go through a lot of hardships. It really is Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian cried tears of joy. She treated Ling Xiao as her own younger brother. After Ling Xiao left, there had been no news of him. How could she not be happy to see him today? Her voice was a little louder, attracting the attention of the people around her. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also stunned. The martial arts competition was forced to stop at this moment. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to disturb others. He planned to visit his father's grave and then leave quietly. He wanted to walk the path of the past. The name Ling Xiao was a legend. The children of Ascension Town grew up listening to his story. They could see the statue shining in the middle of the town every day. It was unbelievable that they could see the real person today. "Who are you, kid? How dare you impersonate Emperor Ling Xiao?" Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was a young man on the fighting stage. He was about 17 or 18 years old. This kid probably admired Ling Xiao so much that he thought the person in front of him was an impersonator. "Ling Chongxiao, shut up." Ling Wansui glared at the kid and shouted, "Ling Chongxiao?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This kid's name must have been named after him. "Great-grandfather, there have been a lot of people impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao recently. We can't let these people tarnish Emperor Ling Xiao's reputation." Ling Chongxiao was still stubborn. However, his words made Ling Wansui hesitate. Some time ago, there was a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao and swindled people in Ascension Town. He even defiled a few virgins. The culprit was still not caught. That's why it's not necessarily a good thing for a person to be too famous. There would always be people impersonating him. "Grandfather, he is the real Ling Xiao." Ling Jiaojiao smiled bitterly. "There is really someone who dares to impersonate him in this world. He is courting death." Ling Xiao did not say anything, but closed his eyes. He scanned with his divine sense, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. He was carrying a person in his hand. It was as if he was carrying a chick. This kind of godlike method really scared everyone silly. "Are you talking about this person?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, it's him, it's him. This is the guy impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao." Ling Chongxiao said loudly. "Brat, are you courting death? I am Ling Xiao. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, my men will kill all of you." The impersonator in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to know some disguising techniques. His face really did look like Ling Xiao's. Besides, he wasn't weak either, he was a first divine core warrior. Although this cultivation level was just trash in Ling Xiao's eyes. But in Ascension Town, he wasn't weak at all. Ling Wansui was only a third divine core warrior. He was the strongest warrior in Ascension Town. First, domain name, please remember _3, Lin Ruoxian didn't count. She was from the 8 Immortals County, and she was a 6th divine core warrior. Ever since the Western region's laws were the same as the other 4 regions and 9 worlds, the cultivation of warriors here had skyrocketed. The reason why they were suppressed before was because of the laws. But now, without the laws, their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, with a weak foundation, it would take a long time for them to catch up to the average level of the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao activated his demonic eye. Looking at the impersonator, he said coldly, "Answer my questions." The impersonator's expression had become sluggish. "Why are you impersonating Ling Xiao?" "Because you're using Emperor Ling Xiao's name to trick people." "How many girls have you tricked?" "I can't remember, but a few hundred I guess." "Damn it." Ling Xiao didn't want to ask any more questions. He exerted force in his hand and circulated his terrifying divine yuan. The impersonator was instantly reduced to dust. It looked like he had to give an order now. He was about to head to the eternal divine nation, so he couldn't appear in a place like this. Therefore, whoever claimed to be him must be an impersonator. He caught the impersonator and imprisoned him. You're really Emperor Ling Xiao." Seeing Ling Xiao's demonic methods, Ling Chongxiao couldn't even speak properly. "I can't be wrong." Lin Ruoxian nodded and said, "I'm very familiar with his aura." After all, they had fought together before. She was even more familiar with Ling Xiao than his family. "I'm sorry for the shock. Let's continue with the martial competition. I'll leave after chatting with my family." Ling Xiao smiled and said.